107, but the actual temperature will be in the low 90s. Now, there is about a 50% chance of storms today. That'll happen mainly this afternoon, so do watch out for that. And I know a lot of people, it's kind of a you either want it or you don't want it. Maybe you don't have a roof, you don't want rainfall, but it will bring a little bit of relief from the intense heat if you do get a shower or a storm. Tomorrow and Saturday, humidity will be a little bit lower and the rain chances will be lower as well, but it is still going to be hot in the low 90s. Good morning, April.
Yeah, good morning, Peyton, and good morning, everyone. Traffic is looking good this morning overall as far as accidents or breakdowns, but we do still have many road closures. Excuse me. Most of that's going to be region-wide, but I did want to give you guys an update. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, officials are still asking for that to be reserved for emergency vehicles only. To clarify, you are still able to travel in this area, but if you can take an alternate route, that would be best. Exit ramps along Highway 51 in La Place do still remain closed due to flooding. The off-ramps I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55 in La Place remain closed too from flooding. That most likely, guys, at least will last into the weekend, possibly next week. So if you're trying to travel to La Place, it may be a little bit challenging for you until further notice. Alley 18 still is not passable from St. John Parish line to Hanville due to down power lines. And then we are experiencing that also along Alley 18 from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street due to those down power lines.
April, thank you. Governor John Bel Edwards will be in Southeast Louisiana today to tour the damage caused by Hurricane Ida. He'll be visiting 3 local parishes, St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and Tangipahoa. The governor will also be meeting with local officials before holding a press conference in Tangipahoa Parish this afternoon. That's scheduled to begin around 5:15. For those of you who had homes or other property damaged by Hurricane Ida, you can start applying for FEMA assistance. You can apply online at disasterassistance.gov or call the number on your screen, 800-621-3362. You need to have a few items on hand to apply. It does include your Social Security number, a general list of damage and losses, as well as your address at the time of the disaster and the address where you are currently staying. You're also needed to provide a current phone number where you can be contacted by FEMA. We'll get an update on the conditions in St. John the Baptist Parish today from President Jacqueline Hotard. She is set to host a press conference at 9 o'clock. That comes as all water customers in St. John Parish are under a boil water advisory until further notice. Residents should boil water for 1 minute before consuming. Water does not need to be boiled for bathing or other uses. Trash collection will resume in New Orleans today, but most residents will not see their garbage picked up right away. It'll be a slow process because only about 25% of the usual workforce is currently available to work. They're only picking up what's in your city-issued garbage cans. We expect to get more information on storm debris removal in the coming days. And Jefferson Parish trash pickup resumes on Monday, also on a limited basis because they are short-staffed. They'll also start removing storm debris Monday. You'll need to place the debris on the curb and separate tree debris from construction debris. Don't worry if they only pick up some of your debris, as they should get the rest at a later time. And many other parishes' garbage collection is suspended for the rest of this week, if not longer. Garbage pickup will resume in parts of St. Charles Parish. Residents in Ormond and Willowdale should put their cans out this morning. Other areas will have their trash removed at a later date. Residents being asked to stay patient as this process may take more time than usual. Just like most of Southeast Louisiana, St. Charles Parish sustained a significant amount of damage from Hurricane Ida, and the debris from homes is scattered everywhere. Right now, a parish-wide curfew is in effect from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. That's until further notice. On Wednesday evening in Norco, families were busy putting tarps on rooftops. Other properties sat untouched with mangled pieces of metal waiting to be cleaned up. Debris removal should begin by Monday or Tuesday. Meanwhile, at the Shell Norco refinery, there's thick black smoke billowing from the plant. That happened after the plant lost power and flooded during the storm.
The site is safe. The reason you're seeing black smoke is because normally there would be steam injected into that flare, which makes it burn a lot cleaner. Right now, they don't have electricity. They need electricity for that steam generation unit.
Despite the issues at the refinery, the U.S. Department of Energy says they don't expect it to affect the nation's fuel supply.
When I came outside, peeped out, and it was lit up like a Christmas tree. Everybody outside lights was on and everything.
In times like these, everyone who lost power during the storm was waiting anxiously for the lights and the air conditioning to come back on. That's what happened for some residents in New Orleans East and Mid-City yesterday. More than 11,000 local Entergy customers got power back on by late morning, including the New Orleans Fire Department and VA Hospital. But Entergy needs more power coming from the west to create a loop to various substations. According to Entergy's online outages map, nearly 750,000 customers in Louisiana still without power this morning. Meanwhile, on the North Shore, CLECO is making progress in restoring power to St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes. Based on CLECO's website, about 73,000 customers currently without power on the North Shore. The majority of those outages being reported in Covington and Mandeville. CLECO says they found almost 200 damaged power poles and nearly 1,000 trees that fell on power poles. Meanwhile, Washington St. Tammany Electric, they're making some progress. They have about 35,000 customers without power on the North Shore. Sorry about that. Issues connected to Ida forced the Sewage and Water Board to dump untreated sewage into the Mississippi River and Bayou Bienville. That's according to our partners at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate. It happened after backup generators that were supplying power during the post-Ida blackout went down. The wastewater system also facing significant challenges at its lift stations, which are needed to pump the water from the pipes to the treatment plant. The Sewage and Water Board lost power to all 84 of those stations during Ida. Temporary pumps or generators have been installed at 15 of the stations. And the death toll from Hurricane Ida has now grown. CBS reports 2 electrical workers in Alabama were killed while repairing downed power lines. It's another reminder how dangerous downed power lines can be, and you should always keep your distance. 3 days have passed since the worst of Ida was felt here in Louisiana, and the storm still causing issues as it heads east. Ida is lashing a massive part of the eastern United States with torrential rains, powerful winds, and tornadoes. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn has the very latest.
Look at that tornado!
Storm chasers captured these images of a twister touching down in New Jersey. Ida continues its relentless march north as tornado watches and flash flood warnings were issued across large parts of the Northeast Wednesday night. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy declared a state of emergency. Here in New York City, the National Weather Service says it issued its first ever flash flood emergency for parts of the city. Floodwaters surged into this New York City apartment and turned this wide boulevard into a lake. The retractable roof at the U.S. Open Tennis Stadium wasn't enough to hold back Ida's rain and wind, forcing this match to be called off. And parts of the subway system taking on a waterfall of rain from the sidewalks above. In Pennsylvania, a Good Samaritan rescued a family in their car, carrying a child to safety.
Somebody needed help, I went for it. I've been in this situation before, nowhere near this bad.
Earlier, tornadoes touched down in Maryland, and flooding inundated large parts of the state, driving residents from this apartment building where a man died and another resident was missing.
We have about 150 people that are displaced.
In New Orleans, hundreds of thousands remain in the dark and heat after Hurricane Ida knocked out power throughout the city. Around the state, residents lack running water and are lining up for essentials like gasoline.
Everyone is being very neighborly and cordial, and we're just going to keep fighting through.
Tomorrow, President Biden is set to visit Louisiana to survey the damage. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
New York City Central Park recorded more than 3 inches of rain in 1 hour, which appears to be a new record. Authorities say a U.S. Postal Service building roof collapsed in northern New Jersey with people inside. Still to come in the Eyewitness Morning News, we're going to tell you what's going on today at Armstrong International as many residents look to fly away from New Orleans and some are trying to get back. Plus, we'll show you devastating damage that took place on Grand Isle from Ida, where a resident has shared his story of survival. And Peyton will have a full look at your forecast. Welcome back. It's now 4:43. Very few people will be able to fly out of Armstrong International today because major cancellations are taking place. Airlines like JetBlue, Southwest, Spirit, American, and United have all canceled flights for today. But Delta Airlines says limited operations are expected at MSY. It comes after all flights were canceled at the airport yesterday. Peyton?
All right, it is Thursday morning, just before 4:45. We're looking at a hot, humid day. We'll see temperatures in the low 90s again. And yeah, we'll have a chance for some showers and thunderstorms. So pretty similar to what we've been seeing for the past couple of days. That continues today in that heat advisory. It's from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. So once again, be very careful in this heat. Now we'll get a little bit of relief from the really humid air as we go into Friday and Saturday. So tomorrow and Saturday, some of that drier air in the mid-levels is going to mix on down. And you might notice it's a little bit drier in the afternoon. I think the morning and evenings and the overnight hours will still be a bit sticky and humid, but at least in the morning or the afternoon hours, there'll be a little bit of relief from the humidity and it won't feel as hot with the heat index value. So at least some good news there. Now we're also watching some good news on our rivers. The rivers continue to drop. The only one that's still up in the major flood stage is the Tangipahoa near Robert. That's going to stay pretty high through the rest of this week. But the Tchefuncte, the Boga Falaya, they are dropping. They're still flooding in a few spots, but they are dropping. The Boga Chit is dropping, although it is still seeing some flooding as well. And then down here on the Pearl River, near Pearl River, it's still pretty high. But overall, our river situation is really improving, except for a few over here in Tangipahoa and into Livingston Parish. The water is still pretty high in those spots. All right, let's talk about the tropics. We are heading into the heart of hurricane season. I know you think we're not even there yet. Well, we're really not to our peak just yet. We still got a long ways to go, and we're tracking multiple areas. That's what's left of Ida. Ida causing big time problems up in the northeast, as we just showed you, with flooding and tornadoes. Larry is now a hurricane. It's sitting off the continent of Africa here, heading out towards the west, and then Invest 91. Talk more about that in just a second. But here's the latest on Larry. It is a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane sitting way on out there near the Cape Verde, Cabo Verde Islands. It's heading west at 20 miles an hour. It's booking it, and it is expected to become our next major hurricane of this season. We do have a forecast to become a Cat 4, maybe even stronger, as it lifts off to the north and west here. So it looks like it's going to stay north of the Lesser Antilles and Puerto Rico, but the island nation of Bermuda needs to keep an eye on this in the long term. And even the U.S., we really do need to watch this in the United States kind of long term. Now, it is nowhere near being a threat for the United States. Notice it is probably over 10 days away from ever approaching the U.S. if it ever did. Right now, a lot of models curve this out to sea, but it's really too early to guarantee that it never does impact the United States. So just know it is no threat to the eastern coast right now, but I'll need to keep an eye on it long term. And we're talking over a week, so plenty of time to watch it. What we're going to be watching over the next 7 days is Invest 91. Not much to it. Not probably going to be much to it in the near term. It's a little area of low pressure that is just off the coast of Honduras here. It's going to be heading inland as we go through today and riding in this general area. So the chance that it really does anything in the near term is pretty low. I just don't think it's going to be able to do much with the land interaction. By early next week, though, so we're talking Monday, Tuesday, it's going to be here in the southwest Gulf, and it will have a little bit better chance of trying to organize some. Wind shear looks to be pretty high, so I don't think it's going to happen very quickly, but it is possible that maybe it tries to organize just a little by next week. So a lot of time to watch it. I want to show you some of our models here with the moisture associated with it. There's the moisture with it right now. As we go into the weekend, there it is moving over the Yucatan and then into the southwestern Gulf by Monday and Tuesday. And notice a lot of the moisture of it does get associated with it, does get pulled to the north. So from Texas to Louisiana, I think we'll need to keep an eye on this. Early indications, doesn't do much. A lot of wind shear, maybe some dry air keeps it from really organizing too much, but it will likely at least bring us some moisture towards the end of next week. So we're talking Thursday, Friday, Saturday time frame, so 6 to 7 days away. So we got plenty of time to watch it. Not really concerned with it right now, but we will need to keep an eye on it. And there you go. A lot of that moisture, I think it's coming our way regardless. Next name, by the way, now that we've got Larry crossed off the list, is going to be Mindy and then Nicholas. So we are already to our M storm, and there are no immediate threats to the area in the tropics, but we'll watch it, and we'll get a little bit of a break from the rainfall over the coming days. I think there'll still be a few storms around Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but the rain chances will be fairly low across the area here in southeast Louisiana. Still going to be plenty hot. Highs are going to be in the 90s here, but maybe not as humid. So overall, there's some improvements there. As we head into Monday, which by the way is Labor Day, just realize that, it is going to be hot, it is going to be humid, we'll be in the low 90s, and our rain chances will be on the increase throughout next week. April.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like we have an upcoming holiday, but let's try to make the best of it. Seeing some improvements, guys, on the roads. Very little, but we are seeing some. That is great. We got some progress going on there. Just to point out to you guys, because I've had a lot of questions about this, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to take this. No one's going to stop you and ask for identification or anything like that, but officials are asking that if you are able to stay off the roadways in this area. Again, this is basically from Loyola, the Loyola exit in Kenner until Baton Rouge. That would be great if you are able to take an alternate route and that's easy for you. That would be best, but again, technically you are able to travel in that area. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in Laplace due to flooding until further notice. Generally, even without a large storm like we had for Hurricane Ida, it takes several days, if not over a week, when we do have heavy rain, when those ramps do get flooded. Off ramps still closed. I-10 east and westbound, actually along the interstate, as well as I-55 southbound in Laplace. You can see these tiny black lines indicating that closure there. So basically, if you're trying to get to Laplace, it will be very challenging for you from the interstate, I-10 or I-55. LA-18 is not passable from St. John's Parish, and that's River Road, FYI, from the St. John Parish line to Hineville due to down power lines. And then a little bit further down the road, we do have that same closure from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street. Also due, excuse me, to down power lines. And you are able to see that long black line indicating that closure there. No issues on the twin spans. Great flow on both sides of the interstate. Things look good. Highway 11, y'all know the drill. It does still remain closed due to construction until further notice.
April, thank you. Grand Isle has been through a lot over the past year. They got hit hard by Hurricane Zeta last October, and then Hurricane Ida caused catastrophic damage this past Sunday. Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang has called the island uninhabitable, as homes have been completely torn apart. Eyewitness News spoke to one man who rode out the storm on Grand Isle and barely lived to tell the tale.
See that slab? There was a house there. See behind it, there was another house. Next to it, right over here to the right of it, there was another house. And then across the bayou, you see them pilings over there? There was another house. So they're totally gone. If I knew it was going to be that bad, I probably wouldn't have done it.
There were 10 to 12 levee breaks on the Gulf side of the island. President Cynthia Lee Shang has advised residents who evacuated not to return yet. Now to a very strange story in Metairie. A woman who tried to hit a deputy with her car yesterday was shot and killed by another deputy that was nearby. The sheriff's office says the woman was agitated. She was involved in a disturbance with parish workers. Apparently she was yelling at them. Deputies arrived in the 6400 block of Park Manor Drive. They tried to calm her down, but she drove off, actually dragging a deputy who was hanging onto her vehicle. Then later, law enforcement caught up to her and she hit a deputy with her vehicle. That's when she was shot and killed by another deputy standing nearby. The injured deputies were taken to the hospital to be treated. That woman was pronounced dead at the scene. The incident remains under investigation. A suspect has been taken into custody after one student was shot and killed at a North Carolina high school on Wednesday. Winston-Salem Police Chief Katrina Thompson says the high school went into immediate lockdown as emergency responders, sheriff's deputies, and police officers arrived to search for the suspect. The suspect is believed to be a student at the school. The injured student was taken to a local hospital yesterday where he died. The Saints are just over a week away from opening the regular season against Green Bay, but the game will not be played here in New Orleans. Coming up next, we have details on will they play their Week 1 matchup, which was supposed to be a home game. Plus, we'll have the latest on where the team is holding practice leading up to that season opener. Well, we haven't made it to the regular season yet, but the Saints already having to deal with plenty of adversity. Instead of opening the season in front of a jam-packed crowd here in New Orleans against the Packers on September 12th, they're having to play in Jacksonville. In the meantime, the Saints will temporarily conduct practices and strength and conditioning sessions at TCU in Fort Worth, Texas. Sports Director Doug Mouton has a closer look at how the black and gold is handling an uncertain time for everyone.
On the bright side, Sean Payton is unbeaten in Jacksonville, 2-0, including the Teddy Bridgewater-led win over the Jags back in 2019. Moving the game to Jacksonville was the newest situation. That's now resolved.
There's a lot of challenges. It's too hard. It's really just a mountain of things, and really the approach you have to take is, solving one problem at a time.
Of course, the Saints have been practicing in Dallas since Ida forced them to evacuate, and they will stay in Dallas leading up to that Packers season opener. Then if their Metairie facility isn't powered up and ready to go after the Packers game, they will head back to Dallas until it is. Dallas, in other words, is now the Saints' temporary base of operations until Metairie is ready. And the hope is that by home game number 2, the Caesars Superdome is powered up and ready to go. Now, home game number 2 doesn't happen until week 4 of the regular season. That is more than a month away. And Mickey Loomis was asked about playing a largely road schedule.
Look, we don't plan on playing a completely road schedule. We plan on playing a lot of games at home in the Superdome this year, and that's what we expect to do.
And playing week 1 on the road is not exactly a new thing.
I don't think there's anything really too unique about playing on the road if we have to this week 1, because look, we're going to do that week 2 and week 3, so it'll be a normal road trip.
And despite the moving around and the uncertainty, Mickey Loomis says the morale on his team is high.
One thing that happens when you have, these types of adversities is you can get really focused. And I feel like our staff and our team is really focused.
And hoping to be back in the Superdome for home game number 2. Reporting in downtown New Orleans, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News.
And the Saints' third and final preseason game against Arizona over the weekend, of course, was canceled ahead of Hurricane Ida. And due to the NFL cutting the preseason down to just 3 games, the Saints, their preseason is over. They'll continue to practice on the road until they do play the Packers in 10 days. And Jacksonville, we're just glad it's a neutral site and not at Lambeau Field. LSU football head coach Ed Ogeron reported yesterday all players and coaches along with their families are safe after Hurricane Ida. That's according to a report by ESPN, but some families did experience severe damage to their homes and have been displaced by the storm. The football team left Baton Rouge ahead of Ida. They've been staying at a hotel and practicing in Houston this week. They opened their season in just 2 days at UCLA. They play that at the Rose Bowl. Still to come at 5 o'clock. If your roof was damaged by Hurricane Ida, you're probably waiting for a temporary blue roof, those blue tarps we see. Details on how you can get one coming up after the break.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the Eyewitness Morning News on this Thursday, September 2nd. I'm Sheba Turk.
And I'm Leslie Spoon. It is now 5 o'clock. Let's get straight over to Peyton for the very latest on the forecast. Hey, Peyton.
Hey, good morning, y'all. We're looking at another hot, humid day with a few storms around, so no surprises really in the forecast today. But you might see a passing shower or a storm, so keep that in mind. If you've, got any roof damage still or working to get tarps on things, might see some storms today. Well, out there right now, we really don't have much. We've got one little shower up between Macomb and Hattiesburg. It is going to be a hot and humid day. We've got a heat advisory. And heat index values could approach about 107. That'll be on the high end, I think. But yes, be careful today. A lot of people still do not have electricity. 50% chance of rain today, 30% tomorrow, and Saturday only 20%. So we'll be looking at decreasing rain chances into the weekend. Highs staying hot in the low 90s, but we'll see some improvements on the front when you're talking about the humidity. It's not going to be as humid over the coming days, so that'll certainly be bringing some relief to the area, but it is still going to be hot. We're going to touch a lot more on the regular forecast, but also the tropics coming up in just a little bit. Notice we are tracking now Hurricane Larry, and we are watching Invest 91. It's down there in the Caribbean. We'll have a full update on those.
High water. LA 18, which is River Road, is not passable still from St. John Parish line to Hanville due to down power lines. And the same issue we're having a little bit further down from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street.
April, thank you. Governor John Bel Edwards says Southeast Louisiana needs all the help we can get to recover from Hurricane Ida. Today, the governor will continue his tour visiting parishes. He'll look at St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and Tangipahoa parishes, getting a first-hand look at some of the damage from the storm in those areas. He's also meeting with area leaders to discuss their recovery needs. Following these meetings, he's going to hold a news conference at 5:15 tonight, where you can see that you can watch that here on Channel 4, as well as our apps, our website, and our mobile app.
Well, St. John Parish, of course, took a beating in Ida. Some areas in Laplace are still flooded all these days later.
And this morning, we're going to get an update from parish officials about what's being done to help people who live there. But for now, Asha Staples is live in Laplace with more. Hey, Asha.
Hey, good morning, ladies. The parish president, Jacqueline Hodard, said that if you did evacuate, now is not the time to return home just yet. There's still so much damage. And again, as you mentioned, Leslie, still a lot of flooding even days after the hurricane made landfall here in the parish. But again, Hurricane Ida tore a path of destruction in the heart of the parish. 4 days later, you can still see all kinds of damage. More than 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds battered St. John, while 17 inches of rain fell and damaged. Storm surge pushed into Lake Pontchartrain. Residents who braved this storm say they're happy to be alive, but the damage is still so unbelievable.
Every house is gone. I mean, they all been flooded. Half the roofs are gone, and they got walls missing off of some of the houses. And everybody had to have a lot of water because we were knee deep in water.
So it's definitely going to be a lot of days, maybe even weeks of cleanup here in the parish. As far as debris removal goes, services have been activated since Monday, so that is going on. As far as power, energy crews are out and canvassing the parish, assessing damage and making repairs as they can. They confirmed that every substation in St. John was damaged, so they're going to be left in the dark for some time as well. But again, they will get through this. As far as a curfew goes, that curfew is set from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. when there is some sunlight. Again, if you do not have to be out on the roadways, just do not do so. Reporting live in St. John Parish, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right. Thank you so much, Asha. Hundreds of thousands of people across the state are, of course, still waiting to get their power restored. Entergy, Clico, and Washington St. Tammany Co-op are working to get the lights back on. This is the scene this morning from the French Quarter. Those lights came back on last night. And later this morning, we will hear from Entergy officials about work to restore the service. Power has been restored to more than 11,000 customers. Some of those areas include the French Quarter, New Orleans East, the Superdome, Araby Children's Hospital, and Oxnard Hospital on Jefferson Highway. If you see a downed power line or power pole, Entergy says you should stay away from that. And of course, Entergy, the supplier of power here in New Orleans.
Coleco is working to restore service to their customers, and today more people are expected to get their lights turned on. Crews are out assessing the damage Ida did to Coleco's equipment. They said that assessment will be done by today. The company says just under 200 poles were damaged, as well as 132 transformers, and there were nearly 1,000 trees on their wires. Right now, more than 70,000 Coleco customers in St. Tammany are without service, nearly 800 in Washington Parish, and fewer than 5 people in Tangipahoa. An update for Washington St. Tammany Co-op customers. This is a look at their outage map. About 74% of customers in St. Tammany still without power, 89% in Tangipahoa, and about 46% in Washington Parish. Full restoration is expected to take weeks to complete.
Hurricane Ida left several roofs with holes and missing shingles, and it may take time before a roofer can get to your house for the repairs. So the Army Corps of Engineers has a free program to help. It's called Operation Blue Roof, and it's available in this area. So here's what you need to do. You call or go to the website on your screen and you apply for right of entry. That will then go to an assigned contractor who will start scheduling installation parish by parish, and it won't be immediate, of course, because contractors are in the process of moving it to temporary housing. But after it's done, the Corps will come inspect it for quality control, and that should buy you some time and protection while you're waiting on a roofer to do those repairs. All right, Peyton, we're watching our local forecast, which is about heat, but I think folks also probably saw yesterday Ida wreaking havoc in New Jersey and New York.
Oh boy, yeah, big time tornadoes, lots of flooding up there. It's just the remnants of it, but still causing big problems. And you know, some of our problems are still around the lower Tangipahoa Parish area. We're right around here near the Tangipahoa River, as we're still seeing some flooding, but most of our rivers are improving on the North Shore. Notice a lot of greens here, meaning they have dropped below flood stage. There are still a few in the orange, like the Chifuncta, and parts of the Bogachita are still in flood stage, but they are dropping. So improvements everywhere along our rivers, but the water is still high in a few locations. That will continue to improve, though, over the coming days. All right, let's talk about the tropics. Just talked about this at the end of that first weather. We're tracking a couple areas. That's the remnants of Ida moving out into the Atlantic. Hurricane Larry has formed. It's way out in the Atlantic. And then Invest 91. That's an area we're going to have to keep an eye on in the long term. Hurricane Larry, though, there's the Cape Verde Islands. There's the continent of Africa. It's heading west 20 miles an hour. It's booking it 75-mile-per-hour hurricane, but it's going to be in a pretty good environment to rapidly strengthen. And yes, we do have it forecast to become a Cat 4 at some point as we go into the end of the weekend and early next week. So this thing is still 5 days away from even being north of the Lesser Antilles, but it does look like it's going to stay well to the north of Puerto Rico, the islands out here, and it'll be moving close to Bermuda. So the island nation of Bermuda, gonna have to keep an eye on this in the long term. But notice, if we kind of zoom on out, this thing is still way, way far away from the United States. A lot of models do bring this up near Bermuda and then curve it out to sea, but it's really too early to say. Do you remember Florence back in 2017? When Florence was coming on in, Florence was a big-time hurricane that was heading towards the East Coast. Initially, we thought it was going to curve out to sea, but then models changed, and it didn't make impact in the U.S. So there's no guarantee. If people are saying there's no way this is coming to the U.S., take that with a grain of salt. It's just too early to say. So it's a long ways out there. The East Coast will need to watch it long term, but I'm not terribly concerned with that one here in the Gulf of Mexico. Invest 91 is one we are going to be watching in the Gulf of Mexico by early next week. It does have a low chance as it kind of snakes its way up here in the southwestern Gulf by early next week. Not much to it right now. Probably not going to be much to it over the next couple of days because it's going to be running over the land here. But as we go into early next week and even the middle and end of next week, it'll have a little bit better chance of trying to organize. So you can see they're tracking the moisture associated with 91L. It's heading up to the Yucatan by Sunday and Monday, in the southwestern and southern Gulf by Monday, Tuesday. A lot of the moisture with it's going to get flung up in our direction. So either way, I think we're going to see increasing rain chances next week. But the question is, how much does this organize? Some models do organize it into a system. It is possible, but a lot are not overly aggressive, as there's going to be quite a bit of wind shear in the Gulf of Mexico by the end of next week. We'll watch it. It's no immediate threat, but we are still in the peak of hurricane season. We're going to be in the peak of hurricane season for the next month or so. So we will be watching that very closely for you. Now that we've got Larry, next name, Mindy and Nicholas. So we'll see if any of those form anytime soon. There's our forecast, though. Heat advisory today, watching for storms this afternoon. It will be hot. It will be a little less humid Thursday or Friday going into the weekend, so maybe some relief there. And then we're looking at higher rain chances and humidity sticking around next week.
Peyton, thank you. Hurricane Ida wiped out entire homes and businesses in Houma.
And people who live there are returning to see what's left. We'll have a look at some of the damage up next.
And in St. Bernard Parish, some communities still underwater 4 days after the storm. Why the parish president says he had to have a tense conversation with Entergy officials about getting that power turned back on.
And Ida didn't just do damage here in Louisiana. Take a look at the trouble they're facing in New York, as Peyton just mentioned.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Homa took the brunt of Ida's eye wall with hours of Category 4 winds.
Yeah, and this morning we're getting a better look at what was damaged and what survived. Here's Brendan Keefe with an aerial look at Homa.
Homa. Look in any direction and you will see what Hurricane Ida did to this city of 32,000. The signs are everywhere. Just driving down the street, you'll be stopped in your tracks. This car dealership sign stretches across multiple lanes of South Hollywood Road. The Central Business District took a big hit. The 5-story Whitney National Bank building lost several windows. You can see right into the offices. Roofs were ripped off Main Street businesses, one after the other. The corrugated steel slamming into other storefronts. This is the kind of damage blue tarps just won't cover. Roofs and walls not just damaged, but gone. You can see into attics where things were stored for safekeeping, now a total loss. Some large commercial buildings were flattened by Hurricane Ida, left unrecognizable by the destructive winds. Homeowners who evacuated are starting to return, and this is the damage that matters most. These aren't businesses, but homes. People lived here and will rebuild here. This is the hard part, picking up the pieces and starting over. This city is not about buildings, it's about people. They will put the home back in Houma. For Eyewitness News, I'm Brendan Keefe.
Wow, and Terrebonne officials are saying that residents can come back, but you're doing that at your own risk. There's no hospitals, there's water, but it's not fully functional. You can see the amount of debris that would be on the roadways, Leslie.
This is just absolutely devastating to look at. I just can't even fathom.
Yeah, there's no electricity, again, no hospitals. Is just a complicated situation to return to. And I'm sure people are eager to get back, see what damage they have to their homes, but then you get there and you have all these complications. And if you do have an emergency, there's really no help.
And just completely overwhelmed. And I'm sure not everybody evacuated. And you look at this and you wonder how there are no injuries or deaths reported out of Terrebonne.
Yeah, it's a miracle. All right, well, we hope that people are safe so they have a chance to rebuild, but definitely a long road to recovery there. St. Bernard Parish is digging out from some of the worst storm damage residents have seen in quite some time. Parts of the eastern end of the parish are still under a water advisory, and the parish installed portable pumps to get flooding from Ida off the streets. The Wyclosky Bridge will be out of commission until further notice. That was damaged by high tide and storm debris. Crews working for Entergy were busy fixing power lines. Parish President Guy McGinnis admits that he and his team had some tense words with Entergy, trying to lock down a timetable for when power can be restored. He said the best he could say is in a few weeks.
Just know that you're going to get power sooner rather than later. Know that we need you in this community, and don't worry about things that you can't control. Know that we're in that room and that we're fighting for you.
While some residents have had their power restored, and there are a few businesses starting to reopen in St. Bernard Parish, including Walmart and Home Depot. Today's Catch Seafood restaurant has also opened and is preparing meals for Entergy linemen.
And this is video from New York City. Water gushing into an apartment last night. The remnants of Ida caused flash flooding in several states. A state of emergency is in effect for New York City, and a travel ban for non-emergency vehicles was just lifted an hour ago. Peyton, is Ida out of here? What's it doing now?
Yeah, Ida, it's just the remnants of it, but it's still causing huge problems, obviously, in the New York area, heading out to the Atlantic. So yeah, Ida has been just one of those storms that is, one of the worst disasters a lot of people have seen in quite some time, all the way from here up to the New England area or the Northeast. All right, let's take a look at our current weather this morning. Notice this is our camera. It is in black and white, and we've got lights across parts of the city. Of course, most people still don't have power, but we did wake up this morning and I noticed a few more lights on our tower cam here. So just a sign that we're on our way. Hot and humid today. It will be hot and humid. You got to be careful. Heat advisory from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. Low 90s will feel like the low 100s, and there is going to be a chance for storms. About a 50% chance of rainfall through today, and it'll be mainly this afternoon. So just keep that in mind, putting blue tarps on roofs or anything like that. If you hear thunder or lightning, get off anything tall. We don't need any tragedies post-storm related with regard to weather. Hot weather, there's your heat advisory. As I mentioned, it includes every single location in southeast Louisiana that does not have power. It includes coastal Mississippi, it includes Pearl River County, and it includes going up into southwest Mississippi as well. So it doesn't matter where you're at, you need to be careful in that heat today and drink plenty of water and take breaks. Local expert forecast for around our area. New Orleans, 93. Feel closer to 100. Same thing for Houma and Thibodaux, around 91 with a few storms this afternoon. On the North Shore in Slidell, about 92 with a few storms. Hammond, 92 with a few storms. Off in the river parishes, you're probably going to see a few thunderstorms today, mainly during the afternoon, and you will also be in the low 90s, and then the same story for Mississippi. So a fairly normal summertime day across the area. A little bit of relief from this humidity is on the way. It's not going to be a lot, but it's something. We'll be looking at dew points in the mid-70s tomorrow and Saturday, and that'll be mainly during the afternoon. This is not going to be a huge push of northerly dry air like after you see with a cold front. What's going to happen here is we've got some drier air, especially in the mid levels of the atmosphere. So think 10,000 feet up, 10,000 feet up. And as you get into the afternoon hours, the atmosphere circulates. You get circulations from top to bottom right there. And the air that's 10,000 feet above us tries to circulate down to the surface. And that drier air way up there will try to make its way on down. So mostly the afternoon hours is when you're going to notice it's not as humid. The mornings and the overnight hours are still going to be on the humid side. It's really the afternoon hours. So just something that brings a little bit of relief. And you can see there, it's still going to be a little humid out there, but it's a bit of a break from that oppressiveness we so often see. I do want to mention all of our rivers are improving except for the Tangipahoa. It's going to stay pretty flooded for the rest of the work week, but the Tchefuncte, the Bogafilaya, and the Bogachita are all on their way down. We're also watching Invest 91. It's heading northwest. We'll have to watch this next week. Right now, models really aren't terribly aggressive with developing it into anything, but I think some of the moisture will get flung our way by the middle and end of next week. So the next 5 to 7 days, we could see some of that moisture. Yes, you're going to see these spaghetti plots right here moving to the northwest into the southwestern Gulf, but all this really tells us is that general moisture associated with it is heading into the Gulf. We'll watch it. A long ways out, no immediate threat, but we'll need to keep our eyes on it through next week. There's your 7-day forecast. Low 90s for the foreseeable future. Lower rain chances by tomorrow.
If only it could be a little cooler, but we are very much still in September, the beginning of it, and so it definitely is warm. In regards to traffic, guys, we still have a lot of areas that either have restrictions or are completely closed after this Hurricane Ida aftermath. So pointing this out to you guys because I've been getting a lot of questions over the last couple of days. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, so that's going to be westbound, basically from the Loyola exit in Kenner until you get to the beginning of Baton Rouge, is reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel here. No one's going to stop you, but officials are asking that if you can keep this area clear, it just makes it a whole lot easier for those emergency vehicles to travel back and forth if they need to, especially towards LaPlace, since we do still have so much damage that's there. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in LaPlace.
April, thank you. The Supreme Court weighs in on a controversial abortion law in Texas. Coming up next, we're going to tell you how the court voted on the most restrictive abortion law in the country.
We do want to take a look at some other stories making headlines this morning. Nearly 2 weeks after being shot during a robbery attempt in Houston, local businessman Dyron DJ Ricolfi has passed away.
Ricolfi had been on life support since that August 21st shooting and was taken off Tuesday. Ricolfi and NOPD Detective Everett Briscoe were members of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club that was on a guy's trip to Houston. They just went across the street to smoke cigars at a restaurant patio. Houston police say 2 men tried to rob them, and even though they complied, Ricolfi and Briscoe were both shot. Briscoe died at the scene. The 2 suspects have been arrested, and police are searching for a 3rd person.
And Councilmember J.H. Banks, who's also a Zulu member, will join us later in the show to discuss that loss. A teenager accused of shooting and killing a classmate is in police custody this morning. The shooting happened at a high school in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Right now, police do not have a motive for that shooting.
The Supreme Court has refused to stop a Texas law that bans most abortions. The court voted 5-4 to deny an emergency appeal from abortion providers to block the law. The law, which was signed in May by Governor Greg Abbott, bans abortion once a so-called fetal heartbeat is detected. That's usually around 6 weeks and before most women even know they're pregnant. It is the most restrictive anti-abortion law to go into effect in the United States. Well, tough times can bring out the best in people, and especially here in Southeast Louisiana, Sheba.
And we are definitely seeing that after this hurricane. Find out how one shelf is helping feed people who are looking for a hot meal.
And nearly every structure in St. Charles Parish was damaged by the storm. We have some important information coming up for people who are trying to clean up debris.
Also, the Saints will be opening this season in Jacksonville because of Ida, why there might be a small silver lining in this change in location.
Well, Good morning, and thank you for tuning in to the Eyewitness Morning News at 5:30. It is Thursday, September 2nd. I'm Leslie Spoon.
And I'm Sheba Turk. And of course, we're all still waiting for that power to be restored. Slowly seeing some progress across the state. We'll talk about that in just a few. Right now, let's get straight over to Peyton. The heat is still there as people wait for this power to come back on.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about, you look out over our tower cams this morning and you notice a few more lights on in the New Orleans area, but we know most people still don't have the power. So be careful. We got another heat advisory. It's going to be another hot and humid one, and that'll start at 10 a.m. and go from 5 p.m. So use caution here. Drink plenty of water, take breaks, and just be very, very careful. You remember, there's really nowhere to go to cool off if you don't have electricity or power if you start to overheat. So we'll get into the low 90s today. There will be some rain around, about a 30 to 40, perhaps up to about a 50% chance of storms, mainly this afternoon. So that's another thing to remember, is a lot of people have roof damage. If you don't have tarps yet, there might be some storms today. Also, if you're on any roofs or up anywhere elevated today and you hear thunder, get off of it and get somewhere safe. We certainly don't need any problems with thunder and lightning and people up on elevated surfaces. So 93 today, hot, humid storms around. The humidity will be a little bit lower tomorrow. Now, it's not going to be bone dry air, but I think you're going to notice it tomorrow afternoon. It's a little bit more of a drier heat. It'll still be hot, though. 92, few storms around. 92 on Saturday, still hot, but notice rain chance is not very high and humidity not unbearable. So overall, the conditions will be a little bit better over the coming days, but it's still going to be summer-like. We're tracking a couple areas in the tropics. Larry is now a hurricane, and Invest 91 is heading northwest, headed to the southern Gulf of Mexico. So we got to talk about that, and we'll do that in just a couple of minutes. But let's check on the road. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 5:32 this morning, and accident and breakdown free. We do still have several areas that have restrictions or either closed until further notice after Hurricane Ida. So I'm going to point a few of those out to you this morning. If you're going to be traveling to or from the city of New Orleans, trying to at least along the interstate, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, still reserved for emergency vehicles only. To clarify, you are able to travel on the interstate westbound headed towards Baton Rouge. Officials are asking that you don't, if at all possible, to keep that area clear for emergency vehicles for their use. Exit ramps still closed along Highway 51 in LaPlace due to flooding, of course, and then we do still have those off ramps, I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55 in LaPlace. They are closed due to flooding as well. No changes along LA-18 River Road. It is still not passable from St. John's Parish line to Hanville due to down-powered lines.
April, thank you. People are doing the best they can to survive, to try to recover after Hurricane Ida devastated parts of southeast Louisiana.
One chef is looking to provide a meal to anyone impacted who wants a free meal. Duke Carter's live in Metairie this morning, and Duke, this chef is providing hot meals in the metro area.
Hey, good morning, ladies. Well, yeah, Chef Gary LeBlanc is the founder of Mercy Chefs, and they set up shop behind me here at Celebration of Life's Church. He and a team of volunteers are going to feed as many people as possible. The goal is to try to at least get to 15 or 20,000 people who want a free meal. And so if they want to do that, they can get a meal, either one for lunch, and they can come back and get one for dinner. Now, LeBlanc started the organization in 2006 after Hurricane Katrina, and LeBlanc says he wanted to feed as many people a good meal like chicken pot pie and get them a chance to give people a small break while others are trying to get their lives together. In total, the nonprofit has served over 15 million meals, and Mercy Chefs now has 6 mobile kitchens and 4 community kitchens and can respond to any disaster across the United States.
I volunteered with a lot of other organizations, and to be frank, I didn't like the way they fed people. I thought there was a better way to feed folks that have just lost everything, and that was the birth of Mercy Chefs.
Mercy Chefs was actually out in Lake Charles for Hurricane Laura, and they were really able to make a huge difference for us out there, and so I just felt like I had to come out here and try to help the people out in the same way that they helped out us.
So coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to hear more from Chef Gary LeBlanc, who, if you haven't recognized his last name, he does actually have Louisiana roots. And so this is pretty much a homecoming for him in sorts. We're going to hear from him and some more volunteers who decided to help out. We'll have that story coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. But for now, they're reporting live here in Metairie. Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
Duke, thank you very much. Look at this, a welcome sight. Taking a live look from the French Quarter, the power was restored last night. Entergy has reported power has been restored to nearly 11,000 customers. We started seeing it yesterday when some customers in New Orleans East started getting lights back on yesterday morning during our show. Entergy crews working every day to get more and more service restored. Eyewitness investigator David Hammer maps out how Entergy will work to bring the rest of the area back on the grid. David?
When the whole metro New Orleans area south of Lake Pontchartrain was cut off from the outside electric grid at 8 access points, the hope was a new power station in New Orleans East would save the day. The New Orleans power station did not deliver its own self-generated power, but it did play a key role in delivering power Wednesday morning. A high-voltage line from Slidell was restored overnight, and the power station acted as a switching station to ration out the power 10 megawatts at a time. The power station could handle a total of 128 megawatts, representing just 10% of the city's power needs, but that was big for Entergy New Orleans CEO Deanna Rodriguez.
This morning was a significant milestone.
More than 11,000 customers in New Orleans East and Mid-City got power back by late morning, including the New Orleans Fire Department and the VA hospital. But Entergy needs more power coming from the west to create a loop to various substations.
In terms of the restoration, the way that it's working is we are moving from the New Orleans East area towards 9 Mile.
The 9 Mile Point Power Station is located here on the West Bank across from uptown New Orleans. It can feed directly to the Sewerage and Water Board power plant in Carrollton. It normally feeds power across another river crossing to Harahan, but that won't be possible because Hurricane Ida knocked the tower there into a twisted heap.
So we're trying to make a loop. We're going west around the city, and it will go from substation to substation. So we're not picking neighborhoods, we're following the flow of electricity, and the electricity has to go safely from substation to substation. There are 10 substations that are ready to serve customers.
But the challenge is to feed substations outside the city of New Orleans, too. Entergy told surrounding parishes they would get power also, which was a relief to St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis.
Entergy is not interested in getting somebody on before someone else. They want to get everybody on. We need to know that. They're working hard to get your electricity on.
The key to that will be getting one of the 7 high-voltage transmission lines working from the west. That may involve bringing power from the Waterford nuclear station. The timing of that is still unclear.
So we're not quite done with the damage assessment, and as soon as we have that information, we'll be able to, and we will, inform the public.
David Hammer, Eyewitness News.
In St. Charles Parish, Parish President Matthew Jewell says he doesn't believe there is a single structure in the parish that escaped some form of damage. In Norco, some residents have already started placing blue tarps over their damaged roofs, and then other properties set untouched, with mangled pieces of metal waiting to be cleaned up. Debris removal should begin by Monday or Tuesday. At a news conference yesterday, Matthew Jewell said that he will help to open the door for those who need to come home.
Today is only day 3 after the most devastating storm that we've had in St. Charles Parish. So I know our residents are resilient. We're a tough people. St. Charles Parish residents take care of one another. So we're asking you to check in on friends and family, help everyone out, help out your neighbors.
But those who come back will face weeks without power and a lack of basic things like groceries and gas. A wall actually collapsed on a new gym at Hanville High School. The parish school system says it won't be able to make a quick return for students because of the number of damaged buildings and displaced students. Some positive news for St. Charles residents, though. Garbage pickup is expected to resume today. Right now, it's only for people who live in the Ormond and Willowdale neighborhoods. Parish officials are asking people who live in other areas to be patient, as the process to resume service, of course, might take more time than usual.
And trash collection will resume in New Orleans today, but it's going to be a slow process with about a quarter of the usual workforce available to work. They're only picking up what's in your city-issued garbage cans. We're going to learn more about the storm debris removal in the coming days. And Jefferson Parish trash pickup resumes on Monday, also on a limited basis because they're short-staffed. They'll also start removing storm debris Monday. You pile that up at the curb and separate tree debris from construction debris. Don't put it near your mailbox. And don't worry if they only pick up some of your debris. They should get the rest on a later pass. Recycling is suspended right now just about everywhere. Peyton?
All right, it is 5:40 on your Thursday morning, September 2nd here. We're waking up. Of course, we've been keeping a really close eye on our river situation on the North Shore. The good news, most of the areas are improving and a lot of the rivers have dropped below flood stage. So anywhere in the green, so for the Bogafalaya looking okay. The Tchefuncta still high, but it's dropping, and the Bogafalaya is still high, but it's dropping as well. Excuse me. The only river that's still pretty high, the Tangipahoa, is in major flood stage still. We've still got significant flooding ongoing in lower Tangi. So think down towards Highway 22 here and south of it towards the lake. Also in Livingston Parish, we've still got quite a bit of flooding near parts of the Tickfaw River. So there is still quite a bit of flooding in some areas, but things are improving in most areas. Out in the tropics, now our weather is not going to have any impact from the tropics for the next probably 5 days or so. I can guarantee you that. But we are watching a few things. Hurricane Larry, this is a new one. It's heading west. It's out in the Atlantic, way out in the Atlantic. And then we've got Invest 91 in the Caribbean. We're going to talk a lot more about Invest 91 in just a second. But let's talk about Larry. It's heading west at 20 miles an hour. It's booking it. 987 pressure. It's sitting pretty far out here. It's no immediate threat to really anyone, but the island nation of Bermuda needs to keep an eye on this long term. We do have this forecast to become a major hurricane, Category 4 on the icon there. And this is going to stay northwest of Puerto Rico, northern of the British and U.S. Virgin Islands. But Bermuda, yeah, they'll need to keep an eye on this as we go into the middle of next week. Now, is this going to get to the U.S.? That's the big question. Right now, it's way too early to say for certain. Most models do curve this out into the Atlantic, but it's not a guarantee that it does. So if you live along the East Coast, you have a long time to keep an eye on this, but you do need to keep an eye on it kind of in the 7 to 10 day time frame. So a long, long time. No immediate threat, but it is out there, and I don't really see that being an issue for the Gulf of Mexico. Now, Invest 91 is an area of low pressure. It's a kind of broad low pressure, what you expect with these, and there's some storms near it. It's going to be heading into Central America over the next couple of days, and the chance of it developing is unlikely as we go through at least the weekend. Now, early next week, it will get into the southern Gulf and then start to lift up to the north, and that's when I think it has a little bit better chance of development. Regardless, the moisture looks like it will get into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see it traveling across the Yucatan by Sunday and Monday, in the Gulf on Monday, Tuesday, and then it'll slowly start to get pulled up to the north. So really anywhere from Texas to Louisiana needs to keep an eye on this. Models are not aggressive with it right now. That doesn't mean anything really necessarily in the long term, but we will need to keep an eye on it. You know, anytime you get a tropical wave and some moisture in the Gulf of Mexico in September, you got to keep an eye on it. Right now, not overly concerned with it, but we'll watch it for you. And then we're talking kind of the end of next week. So we got 5 to 7 days to keep an eye on that thing. Next name, by the way, now that we have Larry off the list, is going to be Mindy. And then after Mindy, we have Nicholas. So there's your 7-day forecast. Heat advisory again today. It'll be hot. It'll be humid. We'll have a chance for storms through this afternoon. Friday and Saturday will be a little less humid during the afternoon, but still hot in the low 90s. And notice our rain chances are going to be lower at about 20 to 30%. Next week, Labor Day's Monday, by the way, will still be in the low 90s. It'll be humid and hot, and we'll have a pretty good chance of storms. April.
Yeah, thanks so much, Peyton. 5:43 this morning, and we are accident and breakdown free. We had an accident yesterday that caused significant delays on the interstate over the Bonnie Curry Spillway, but the story over the last few days has been what is open and what is closed in regards to the roadways, both region and metro-wide. I do want to give you guys an update on some of those things, starting with LA 18, which is also River Road. That area is not passable, actually, in 2 different sections of River Road. It's not passable first from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street, and that is due to down power lines. We do so have a few miles down the road, some power lines that are down. So LA 18 is not passable from the St. John Parish line to Hanville. Please be careful. This may change at any moment. Again, crews are working to get that debris off of the road as soon as possible, but until further notice, those areas are not passable along River Road. Off ramps still do remain closed in LaPlace, I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55. A lot of people have been getting confused by this. This is only basically, guys, at the I-55, I-10 interchange here, not anywhere else. So again, only in LaPlace.
April, thank you. Parts of St. Tammany Parish drying out after Hurricane Ida. Yeah, the sheriff gave us a tour of the damage and the cleanup. And we're going to have an update on flights out of the airport, which has been at a standstill since the storm.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's deputies have been checking on people and property in some of the hardest hit areas of that parish.
Erica Ferrando got a chance yesterday to go along with deputies to see some of the damage Hurricane Ida left behind there.
Wednesday morning, Sergeant Devin Coulon with the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office took us along as he set out to check on conditions in the Bayou Liberty area between Slidell and Lacombe.
We had some deep water, a bunch of trees down in this area.
This area we're driving now was flooded.
This vehicle stalled out in the water.
Deputies helped clear the roads of trees and power lines.
Kind of started opening the roadway. Our guys were issued chainsaws. Came out, started cutting the trees that they can.
Many roads have been impassable until now.
We were running into issues. We would come in one way, make it as far as we can, and there'd be a huge tree laying across the road, wrapped up in power lines. You see things like this, we would call that unpassable. This roadway is impassable.
Much of St. Tammany Parish looks like this.
Some people maybe didn't realize that the water and all was going to come up quite as much as it did.
That led to calls for help.
We pulled a lot of people out of houses in this area. It was one of our main concerns as far as is patrolling for people who may need assistance. We had a lot of cars and ditches who stalled out and all.
Coulon has been with the Sheriff's Office since 2006, just after Katrina.
This was bad in a different way. This one kind of came and caught a lot of people off guard.
Closer to the bayou.
Right off Bayou Liberty. There
Water is still sitting on some roads.
With the rain and then the storm surge that came through, it was kind of like a double whammy.
Are y'all seeing a lot of uprooted trees like this?
So in areas like this, we typically see a lot.
The water is starting to recede out here in these subdivisions off Bayou Liberty, but Hurricane Ida brought in 3 to 4 feet of water that covered these streets and these yards. Now people can start to clean up.
It's almost instant. People are out cutting trees off of each other's houses, helping each other out.
As they work to recover. On the North Shore, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Very few people will be able to fly out of Armstrong International today because major cancellations are taking place. Airlines like JetBlue, Southwest, Spirit, American, and United have all canceled their flights for today. Now, Delta Airlines is saying that limited operations are expected at MSY, but you should check with your airline directly before you head to the airport. In other news, a Jefferson Parish Sheriff's deputy shot and killed a woman who tried to run down deputies who were responding to a disturbance in Metairie.
The sheriff says the woman was agitated when deputies arrived at the 6400 block of Park Manor Drive yesterday afternoon, and according to officials, deputies were called to the scene after the white woman started yelling racial slurs. They tried to calm her down, but she drove off, dragging a deputy who was hanging on her vehicle. Later, when they caught back up with her, she hit a deputy with her vehicle. That's when another deputy shot and killed her. The injured deputies were taken to the hospital to be checked out, and the incident is under investigation.
Well, the state health department is reporting the deaths of 2 more children from COVID. One death was a child under the age of 5. The other death was a child between the ages of 12 and 17. Officials did not give any other information on the deaths. That raises the number of people killed by the virus to more than 12,000. Football season is here, but this season is starting very differently for the Saints. Hurricane Ida has forced the team to practice away from home. We'll explain what the Black and Gold is planning to do over the next few weeks after the break. While the Saints are still kicking off the regular season in just 10 days.
Unfortunately, though, they'll be kicking off in Jacksonville instead of here in New Orleans, technically losing a home game. Hurricane Ida forced the team to evacuate to Texas. They've been practicing at the Cowboys Stadium in Arlington, and now they're planning to start practicing at TCU, which is in Fort Worth. This is less than ideal, but Saints general manager Mickey Loomis says the team morale is still high.
I don't think there's anything really too unique about playing on the road if we have to this week 1, because look, we're going to do that week 2 and week 3, so it'll be a normal road trip. One thing that happens when you have these types of adversities is you can get really focused, and I feel like our staff and our team is really focused.
The Saints will play the Packers in Jacksonville next Sunday. The next home game isn't scheduled until October 3rd, so hopefully they're back in New Orleans by then. And we're hearing so many stories of survival from Hurricane Ida. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from a couple in Houma who rode out the storm under a bridge because they had nowhere else to go, they say.
That's right. We'll hear from them coming up. We'll see you at 6 o'clock.
Today we'll be getting an update from one of the hardest hit parishes by Hurricane Ida. St. John officials will be giving us new information in just a few hours. Asha Staples is following the latest on the recovery there. She'll have that report coming up in a few minutes.
And a live look at the French Quarter this morning. Parts of that area have become the latest to receive power as Entergy works to get New Orleans back on the grid. We'll have the latest look at that process ahead.
And Ida's impact is being felt thousands of miles away this morning. Remnants of the storm have pushed deadly floodwater through New York City.
Yeah, and even some apartments were flooding in New York.
Unbelievable.
They had to rain out part of the U.S. Open. I mean, it's just a mess up there, and
That
it's all
water in the
from Ida.
subway is crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for joining us for a 6 o'clock hour on this Thursday morning. It was just so nice to drive in today, and I got stopped at a stoplight at Claiborne and Jefferson. I'm going, that's the nicest stoplight I've ever had.
Yeah, there you go. This is the time you want to see some stoplights. All right, guys, we have lots of top stories, as you can hear, that we're following. But first, of course, Peyton is watching a heat advisory here, which is not what people without electricity want to hear, Peyton.
Yeah, well, you know, we got a few lights on. Most people still don't have the electricity, so you got to be careful. Heat advisory for the entire area once again, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It'll feel closer to the 100s through today, so be very careful. I do think we'll see some storms today, too. Those will be mainly during the afternoon, what we normally see during the summertime here. About a 40 to maybe up to 50%, and that'll be, think, noon and going through the afternoon hours, and then this evening things will wind back down. So once again, be careful. We're going to get a little bit of relief from the humidity tomorrow. We'll be looking at highs still in the low 90s, and the lower humidity will be mainly during the afternoon. The morning, the evening, and the overnight hours are still going to be pretty humid across the area, but the afternoon still going to be hot, but not as humid. So I think you're going to notice that. And our chance of rain is going to be lower, only about a 30%. Look at Saturday, 92, still hot. Still not terribly humid, but we'll have about a 20% chance of rain. So overall, drier weather over the next couple of days. We're going to talk a lot about the tropics coming up in a bit. We now have Hurricane Larry, and we are keeping an eye on Invest 91 in the Caribbean. We'll have details on that coming up in a bit. April.
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 6:02 this morning, and we're almost to the weekend, guys. Hang tight. Traffic is slightly improving. We do have a lot of areas that still remain either closed or have restrictions due to Hurricane Ida. Excuse me. The off-ramps do remain closed east and westbound along I-10, as well as southbound along I-55 in Laplace. This is not anywhere else, guys, just in Laplace. We're still dealing with lots of flooding in that area, so be mindful of that. Exit ramps still closed along Highway 11 in Laplace as well, due to flooding. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge currently still reserved right now for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel in this area, but if you can take an alternate route, that would be best.
As we mentioned, Ida is wreaking havoc across much of the country. New video shows the effect the remnants of Ida are having in New York. Officials say at least 8 people have been killed just in the northeast part of this country. The city says Ida brought record-breaking rainfall to the area. New York's Mayor Bill de Blasio has declared a state of emergency, and all New York City subway lines are now closed.
And that weather also impacted the U.S. Open. You can see heavy wind and rain took over the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Thankfully, no one was injured there.
Unfortunately, as we mentioned, the storm's death toll has climbed in the south overnight. In addition to the deaths in the northeast, 8 other people have died from storm-related problems as the storm pushed north. Here in Louisiana, a tree fell on top of a home, killing a man in Ascension Parish. That was the first death we had heard about. Another man died in St. James Parish after his backyard shed fell on top of him. A man drowned here in New Orleans trying to drive through floodwaters, and a woman drowned in Lafitte. In Alabama, 2 electrical workers were killed while repairing downed power lines there, and 2 people died in George County in Mississippi.
And later today, we'll hear from both Governor John Bel Edwards and President Joe Biden about relief efforts. President Biden will explain what his administration is doing to help at 10:30 this morning, and then Governor Edwards will hold a news conference at 5. You can look for updates on our app and in later newscasts.
As we mentioned at the top of the hour, we also plan to hear from St. John Parish officials. St. John was hit extremely hard, and with some people they're still dealing with high water right now. Asha Staples is in St. John with more on that. And Asha, what are you seeing there?
Well, we were able to safely get off of the exit. We're going to wait till daylight to go further into the parish, but we do know that we were down here on yesterday, and there's still, as you mentioned, Eric, still a lot of debris and damage that can be seen here in the parish, as well as some flooding. And the parish president says that if you did evacuate, now is not the time to return. There's still so much debris and damage that can be seen, and so she wants, of course, everyone to be safe. But 4 days later, you can still see evidence of Hurricane Ida. More than 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds battered St. John, while 17 inches of rain fell and damaging storm surge rushed into Lake Pontchartrain. Now, residents who braved the storm say they're happy to be alive, but the damage is still unimaginable.
For many, we were thinking about going into the attic, and there is no attic. All of the attic is caved in. And the left side of the house where the attic was, all that roof is gone.
And FEMA is mobilizing Red Cross across the parish to be able to assist those that need it here in the parish. As far as debris, again, debris removal did begin on Monday, so they're asking you to sort out your damaged goods on your street, and they'll be able to pick them up. With trees and poles included, as far as furniture and stuff, that's also included as well. So just make sure you're making piles out in front of your property. As far as power, of course, energy crews continue to work to restore power across the region, and they confirmed that every substation in St. John Parish was damaged. So again, it's going to be a while before some power is restored. So they're of course asking for your patience. As far as a curfew is concerned, because again, the parish is left in the dark at this point. That parish-wide curfew runs from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. every morning from now until they do give us an update. But we are expected to hear more from the parish leaders later on this morning at 9 o'clock. We'll be at that press conference, and of course, we'll give you the latest as we do get it. Reporting live in St. John Parish, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much.
And we are slowly seeing power being restored in a few more neighborhoods. We want to take you to a live look at the French Quarter. Some lights are back on now. It is another sign of progress after days in the dark. But of course, there's still a very long way to go. Leslie's joining us with an update.
Entergy New Orleans says it's restored service to more than 100,000 customers. Definitely progress. You can see a little green spot starting to appear on the map here where the power has been restored. This is the outage map. In addition to the French Quarter, you can see lights returning in Mid-City, Araby, and neighborhoods near Jefferson Highway. New Orleans East was the first place to get power overnight Tuesday. We talked to one man who was one of the lucky few.
The dog jumped up. I didn't know what was going on, and I saw the ceiling fan spinning. I'm like, whoa, we got lights. When I came outside, peeped out, and it was lit up like a Christmas tree. Everybody outside lights was on and everything.
Entergy New Orleans says more than 21,000 workers from 28 states are on site or en route to support efforts to restore the power. Meanwhile, CLECO is working to restore power to its customers. Just over 71,000 customers still in the dark this morning through their company. CLECO says 198 power poles went down. More than 1,400 wires were down in the storm. As for the Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op, they have nearly 35,000 customers without power. All companies say they're working around the clock to restore services.
All right, thanks, Leslie. And New Orleans is working to open up a limited shelter for people who have critical medical needs. State and federal agencies are putting together a facility with 100 beds, and it will serve people who have certain medical needs, like those who require ventilators.
If you need a tarp to protect your roof on your home, there are a few places you can get one. Starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon, tarps will be given away at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. That's on North Broad. More tarps will be available from the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary on Gentilly Boulevard. That also begins at 1 o'clock. And you can get one from FEMA by signing up at blueroof.us. That's blueroof.us. There's also a phone number you can call. It's 1-888-ROOF-BLUE, 1-888-ROOF-BLUE. The tarps are reinforced, and the work is being managed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for FEMA.
We want to make sure that you and your families are safe and informed during this time. So if you have any questions about the weather, evacuations, or anything else, text those to us at 504-529-4444 and then tune into our WWL-TV Facebook Live at 1 p.m. today for those answers. The Eyewitness News will hold a Q&A for those in need.
And remember, you can always stay connected with anything going on 24 hours a day in the palm of your hand by downloading our free mobile app. It has all the news, weather, and information you need to know. It's free in your app store. You can download that right now. And Peyton, we're in for another hot one today, especially for people working outside or just trying to stay cool.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Most people don't have power. Another heat advisory today. We're looking at maybe a few storms today, but overall, no big changes. It's just going to be hot and humid. We're starting to talk, and we're continuing to watch the tropics. Larry's out here. It's a hurricane. We got Invest 91. That's the remnants of Ida. And Larry is expected to become a pretty big hurricane. It is probably going to rapidly intensify today up to a Cat 3 or Cat 4 by the end of the weekend and going into early next week. But staying way on out there, it's no immediate threat to the United States. You can see there kind of zooming out how far away it is. The East Coast needs to watch this long term, but I don't think we're going to have to worry about Larry here in the Gulf of Mexico. We're watching 91L. This is just an invest, which just means investigative area. It's just something we dub areas of disturbed weather when we want to not get them mixed up with other areas. So this is where it's at. It's just off the coast of kind of Honduras here, Central America. It's going to head into the countries here, and once it gets over land, of course, it's not going to develop once it's over land, but the moisture associated with it will get in the southern Gulf by early next week. And you can see that with our tracker here. There's the big plume of tropical moisture traveling with that tropical wave in the southern Gulf by Monday and Tuesday, and then a lot of that moisture will get pulled to the north. That's when it may try to organize some. Big thing there, may. There's no guarantee it actually does. There's some models that do develop it, there's others that don't. One thing that really doesn't look terribly favorable is there will be some wind shear. We'll see. We got about 5 to 7 days to keep an eye on that thing, but we do need to watch it as we go into the end of next week. I know it's the last thing we want to think of, but we are still in the height of hurricane season. We actually still have a lot of hurricane season left of us. So not to discourage you, but we need to be watching that. Maybe check in every other day or so as we track Invest 91. But no guarantee that it does develop. There's your forecast. Lots of 90s there. It'll be a little less humid tomorrow and going into the weekend. It'll still be in the 90s though, and our rain chances are going to be dropping as well. April.
Yeah, I think, Peyton, not seeing any major changes in traffic this morning so far. Been sharing the areas that are most important for you guys to know that they are so close or either have restrictions. So let's start with the interstate, because a lot of people are trying to travel either to or from the city of New Orleans and surrounding areas. Of course, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge still technically reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel on the interstate, guys, westbound. This particularly is in New Orleans, starting at Loyola and Kenner and then ending in Baton Rouge. So if you can keep this area clear to allow emergency vehicles to travel, that would be great, but you're not going to get stopped if you travel on I-10.
All right, thanks, April. We're learning more about the devastating impact Hurricane Ida's had on our area. In just a few minutes, we'll hear from a couple in Houma that rode out the storm under a bridge because they had nowhere else to go. Later this morning, we're hearing from U.S. Representative for Louisiana, Troy Carter. He's toured the damage with the governor, and we'll talk about recovery.
It's 6:16 right now. Footage from the air gives us a much closer look at the damage in Houma caused by Hurricane Ida, and it was horrific. Roofs have been torn off, plenty of buildings, signs knocked to the ground, shattered windows. This only shows just some of the devastation in hard-hit Houma. We're also hearing stories of survival from people like a homeless couple in Houma.
Yeah, Angelique and Wilfred Hebert said that they had to hold on to each other under a bridge during the storm to survive. The couple says before the storm hit, they walked more than 15 miles to Houma in hopes of catching an evacuation bus, but they were late. So with few other options, the couple set up a tent under a pillar and hoped for the best.
It was really scary. I was crying and upset and holding on to him, and we holding on to each other. And I kept telling him, we're gonna die here, in this hurricane. He said, no, we're not. Just hang on, baby. It's gonna be over with. And, I just hung on and prayed. It was the most terrifying thing I ever been through. I ain't never been through something like that. Never.
And Wilfred said he wanted to do more to protect his wife, but he simply couldn't. Amazing, and so glad that they survived. In Jefferson Parish, the damage is extensive.
Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang called Grand Isle uninhabitable. And if you've seen the pictures, she is exactly right. We talked to a man who rode out the storm there.
They're totally gone. The washer and dryer are actually in a bathhouse I had over here. It's totally gone. Here, look at that beam. That beam was over there. There was a whole floor in here. This is a shed. Yeah, I was in the house. I came outside and looked down. My stairs were gone. Hung around for a while thinking, well, somebody will come by. Well, nobody came by. And so I flagged down a Army helicopter. And he come over and landed over there and said, what's the problem? I go, I need a ladder. I can't get out of my house. And he said, okay, gotcha. If I knew it was going to be that bad, I probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, most of Grand Isle wiped out. Over in St. Charles Parish, the president there, Matthew Jewell, says he doesn't believe there's a single structure that escaped some damage from the storm.
To say this has been a challenge is an understatement. I know our residents are resilient. We're a tough people. St. Charles Parish residents take care of one another. So we're asking you to check in on friends and family, help everyone out, help out your neighbors.
Parish leaders say debris removal should begin by Monday or Tuesday. The parish remains under a nightly curfew from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. All right, let's get back over to Peyton and, of course, watching this heat as folks are left without power.
We sure are. And, something else we've been watching, the kind of lingering effects of Ida on our rivers on the North Shore. The good news, they're all dropping, and most are at least either at minor flood stage or below flood stage. In the green there, notice the Chifuncta's looking better, the Bogafalaya and the Bogachita, but the Tangipahoa is still pretty high down here in lower Tangipahoa Parish, and especially as you get closer to Highway 22. Looks like we still have some pretty significant flooding in Tangipahoa Parish. Also quite a bit of flooding in Livingston Parish off towards the Tickfaw River area. So we've still got some pretty high rivers here, but things are going to start to improve and have already started to improve. All right, a live look over New Orleans. There's the few spots that have power in and around the CBD. And just a few here and there, but as we mentioned, most people do not have power right now. It is going to be a hot day, heat advisory in effect. Be very careful in this heat. You're not going to be able to cool off. We'll be in the 90s across the entire area, so find your city. You can see your temperature in the low 90s, and yeah, there will be a few storms today. About a 40 to 50% chance of some afternoon showers and storms. So those will pop up, could bring some heavy rainfall and maybe some lightning and thunder. Dew points, this is how humid it feels. It's going to be humid today, but look at this. Tomorrow, we're actually going to get a little drier air, and I use the word dry here. It's still going to be a little humid, but it's going to be noticeable, I think, during the afternoon. Mornings and overnight, not so much, but during the afternoon, while it's 90 degrees, it's not going to feel like 110, it doesn't look like. And then the humidity does return by next week. So we get about 24 hours, or at least Friday and Saturday, of some slightly drier air just during the afternoon hours. So there's your 7-day forecast. As that dry air moves in tomorrow and through the weekend, our rain chances are going to drop to about a 20 to maybe 30% chance. Still going to be hot in the low 90s, but not as oppressive with the humidity being a hair lower. Next week, Labor Day is Monday, by the way. And we'll be hot, humid, low 90s, and we'll be watching for some of that tropical moisture by the middle and end of next week. April.
Yeah, thank you, Peyton, for that update. 6:20, an update on traffic. We do have some improvements, actually drastic improvements, but many areas are still closed or have restrictions in the region and metro area due to Hurricane Ida, and that might be the case for quite some time, depending on where you're going to be traveling to. So many parts of the LA 18, also known as River Road, are not passable, mostly due to down power lines or either down trees. First, that's going to be at Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street. That area, has some downed power lines, so you won't be able to travel there. And then a little bit down the road from St. John Parish line to Hanville, they also have some down power lines in the roadways, and you are not able to pass there. Jordan stops for the break. More Eyewitness Morning News.
And we are following some of the news aside from Hurricane Ida this morning.
Yeah, here's what you need to know. A woman who tried to hit a Jefferson Parish deputy with her car yesterday was then shot and killed by another deputy who was nearby. The sheriff's office says that woman was agitated when deputies arrived in the 6400 block of Park Manor Drive. She was allegedly talking to parish workers. She even called them the N-word. They tried to calm her down, but she drove off, dragging a deputy who was hanging onto her car. When law enforcement caught up with her, she hit a deputy with her car. That's when she was shot and killed by another deputy at the scene. The injured deputies were taken to the hospital for treatment.
And some very sad news. A local businessman who was shot in Houston has died. Dyron Ricolfi and New Orleans Police Detective Everett Briscoe were both shot nearly 2 weeks ago during an attempted robbery. They were there on vacation. Briscoe died at the scene. Ricolfi had been on life support, but he was taken off on Tuesday. The men were with other members of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club on a guy's trip to Houston. 2 suspects have been arrested in that case. Police are still searching for a third.
The most restrictive abortion law in the country will remain in place for now. The U.S. Supreme Court decided by a vote of 5-4 to deny an emergency appeal to block it. The governor of Texas had just signed the bill into law. It bans abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected, which is usually around 6 weeks. Opponents argued that's before many women know that they're pregnant. The court did not rule on the merits of the law, though, so it is expected to face more legal challenges. All right, we'll have more local headlines in just a few minutes.
Yeah, long lines for gas are a very common sight these days, but New Orleans officials say that they have reached out for help. Hopefully, it'll be on the way.
And a chef from New Orleans returning home to help those in need. Duke Carter has the story coming up at 6:30. Now at 6:30, that's water rushing into a New York City subway as the city sees record flooding overnight.
Yeah, that's all part of the remnants of Hurricane Ida. The death toll is climbing across the country from what's left of Ida.
New York City officials are warning people to stay inside. The mayor has already declared a state of emergency.
Remnants of Ida also spawned this tornado in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. The storm soaked much of the western and central parts of that state. Countless schools and buildings were forced to close because of Ida.
All right, it is 6:30 now on this Thursday, September 2nd.
Yeah, it's barely daylight, and already people are lined up for gas. On my way into work this morning on Claiborne, I saw another gas line before the station had opened, probably almost a mile long. Yeah, people are desperate waiting for gas. As we said, waiting for hours on end to get more gas. New Orleans Mayor Cantrell says that she's reached out to FEMA to help with the gas shortage.
Yeah, she says the city is still waiting on a response.
In terms of a need, one that is a reoccurring need is the access to commercial fuel. We have made this request to FEMA that would provide residents an opportunity to get fuel. That continues to be an issue, and we're pushing that every step of the way, and hopefully we will see that on the ground sooner rather than later.
So we'll let you know when the city provides an update on this.
With every day that passes, we're seeing a few more lights flicker on across the metro area. Entergy says more than 100,000 people now have power. Leslie's here with an update on that. And right here outside the station, Rampart Street is all lit up.
Isn't it so nice to see it lit up? Oh my gosh, a glimmer of hope. Any progress is good news, but according to Entergy, more than 700,000 people are still in the dark. The green on the outage map shows the few neighborhoods where power has been restored. In addition to the French Quarter, you can see lights returning in New Orleans East, Mid-City, Araby, and neighborhoods near Jefferson Highway. A big help getting the first power turned back on was a new power station in New Orleans East. It didn't necessarily do what it was intended to do, which is deliver its own self-generated power, but it did play a key role. A high voltage line from Slidell was restored, and the power station acted as a switching station to ration out the power 10 megawatts at a time, but there is still a long way to go.
This morning was a significant milestone. We're not quite done with the damage assessment, and as soon as we have that information, we'll be able to, and we will, inform the public.
Entergy New Orleans tweeted they've also restored power to Oxnard Main Campus in New Orleans and Women's Hospital.
CLECO is also trying to restore the power to its thousands of customers. Just over 71 customers with CLECO still without power this morning. The Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op reports nearly 35,000 customers without power.
In less than 3 hours, we'll receive an update on recovery efforts in St. John Parish. Parish President Jacqueline Hotard is holding a news conference at 9 this morning. We'll air that live right here on Channel 4, so stick around after the morning show. We'll also have it available online. St. John was one of the many parishes devastated by the storm, with some homes seeing several feet of water. Officials say water service is slowly being restored parish-wide, but a boil water advisory is still in effect. We spoke with some neighbors cleaning up.
It's a pretty big mess around here. I feel bad for my dad because it took him a while to get here, and the way it is, and now it's just all gone, so he has to start from scratch again.
While the parish is giving out tarps, water, and MREs for those in need, you can get them at the Wallace Fire Station in Vacherie or the Regala Gym in Reserve from noon until 5. St. John is also under a nightly curfew from 7 p.m. to 8 a.m.
In Jefferson Parish, the efforts continue to fully restore their water service. That's been a big problem there, but the parish is still under a boil water advisory. The director of Jefferson's water system says the East Bank of the parish is having more challenges because it had a higher concentration of water lines that were damaged by trees during the height of the hurricane. And just assessing how many water lines are broken is a difficult job in itself. The water system in Jefferson is operating at about 90%. Water pressure is still the biggest issue for now. They say people should conserve water if they can.
We have another update from Louis Armstrong International Airport. A very limited amount of flights are supposed to resume today. According to the airport, a few Delta Airlines flights will fly as scheduled. JetBlue, Spirit, and Southwest Airlines resume limited operations on Saturday.
And the New Orleans Lakefront Airport has reopened. It got a major hit from flooding during Ida, but now the waters receded and work crews have removed all the debris from the runways.
A chef with ties to Louisiana is helping anyone who needs a hot meal as they recover from Ida. Duke Carter is live in Metairie with this story. And Duke, this chef is planning to feed thousands of people.
Hey, good morning, Sheba. Well, yeah, the chef plans to stay here as long as possible to make sure people can get something to eat. The goal is to make sure people really don't have to worry about a lunch or dinner. This group of people are working, volunteering to help others who are in need. In this case, they're bagging food.
Let's do 3 in a bag.
They want to make sure people who are waiting in line
It's great, but I wish I need to get some powder soon.
at least have one good meal while trying to deal with Ida's aftermath.
It feels really good to be able to come out here and make a difference for the people in Metairie and the New Orleans greater area. Hey, how are y'all doing today?
Daniel Rochester is a volunteer from Lake Charles. He's doing what he can to make sure people get all the meals they need for the day.
Mercy Chefs was actually out in Lake Charles for Hurricane Laura, and they were really able to make a huge difference for us out there. And so I just felt like I had to come out here and try to help the people out in the same way that they helped out us.
Lord, I just pray that every meal that goes out today would touch somebody's life.
Chef Gary LeBlanc is the founder of Mercy Chef. That's a nonprofit organization that helps people in need after natural disasters in impacted area. LeBlanc started the organization in 2006, surprisingly after Hurricane Katrina.
I volunteered with a lot of other organizations, and to be frank, I didn't like the way they fed people. I thought there was a better way to feed folks that have just lost everything, and that was the birth of Mercy Chefs.
LeBlanc says he wanted to feed people good meals like chicken pot pie while trying to get their lives together. In total, the nonprofit has served over 15 million meals.
Well, we want to do the most meals that we can possibly do, but for us, it's always to do the very best meal that we can possibly do under the circumstances we find.
So that people who are in need can have a hot meal while trying to recover.
Shout out to everybody else. Thank you so much for the help that everybody's been bringing, and stay safe, everybody.
So again, the Chef Gary LeBlanc plans to stay here as long as possible, at least until power is restored in the area. Now, that last name, LeBlanc, you're probably wondering, okay, he has to have some Louisiana roots, and you're right, he's actually from New Orleans, and so for him to come back and help out people in the metro area is fulfilling for him because, of course, that's how he got into the cooking game, just being around the kitchen. And so to help people, he's going to make sure he can stay here as long as possible here at Celebration Church in Metairie. Again, that's across the street from the Leisure Way toy store, if you don't know where that's at, but again, he's just trying to make sure people have lunch and dinner. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
All right, thanks, Duke. Love this story.
And if you're looking for places that are open, we have a list of a lot of businesses that are open on our website. That includes grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, and even community charging stations. If you want the list, just text the word open to 504-529-4444. We'll send you the list right to your phone. And trash collection will pick up again here in New Orleans today, but most people will not see their garbage picked up right away. It will be a slow process because only about a quarter of the usual workforce is available to work right now. Crews will only empty the 95-gallon city-issued trash cans. We expect to get more information on storm debris removal in the coming days, and there is tons of it if you've driven around the city. Trash services also resume in St. Charles Parish today for residents in Ormond and Willowdale, and in Jefferson, trash pickup starts again on Monday on a limited basis because they are short-staffed. Jefferson will start removing storm debris Monday as well. In many other parishes, garbage collection is still on hold for the rest of this week, if not longer, because they had such severe damage. And we've made it easier for you to find information on your parish. Take a look at the screen. You can find the number next to your parish. Once you find it, you need to text that number to 504-529-4444. We'll respond with a link to specific information on road conditions and power status in your parish. So just look at this screen. You can see all the parishes. They all have a specific number. When you text us at 529-4444, just text in that number for your parish. This information is also available on our app and our website, WWL-TV.com. Right now, we're coming up on 7:40, and Peyton's checking out the forecast for us.
Yeah, going to be another hot, humid one. We've been also keeping an eye on those rivers on the North Shore. This was one of the more lingering impacts from Ida. Fortunately, a lot of them are dropping. We're in the green, which means below flood stage for most of the Bogafalia. The Tchefuncta is still a little high, but it is dropping, and the Bogafalia is still high, but it is the Bogachitta, excuse me, is still high, but it is dropping as well. The only one that is still seeing major flooding, the Tangipahoa River, especially in lower Tangipahoa Parish. Once you get south of the interstate towards Highway 22 and towards the lake, it looks like we still have some pretty significant flooding in and around that area. That will stay pretty high through the rest of this week. Probably not going to really improve until this weekend. Same thing for Livingston Parish. For some of our rivers out here, we've still got some high water. So we have seen a lot of flooding in and around the Ponchatoula area. I've been seeing pictures of just horrific flooding. The river is still very, very high, but it will start to improve soon. So the next 3 days, we're not going to see a lot of rain, but we will see some storms today. Hot and humid, heat advisory in effect. 92 tomorrow, lower rain chances. Also a little less humid and a little less humid on Saturday, but still in the 90s. So we're going to be in the 90s for the foreseeable future, but we'll see that drop in humidity Friday and Saturday afternoon. The overnight, in the morning and the evening hours are still going to be a little humid. The afternoons, though, the humidity will drop just a little bit. So maybe a little relief there, but it's still going to be hot. You still got to be careful. A lot of people don't have power. You're probably not going to have power through the weekend either. So those 90s, you're going to have to watch them. Also, what we're watching this, we're not worrying. It's a couple things out in the tropics. Larry is out here. It's a Category 1 this morning. We've also got the remnants of Ida heading out into the Atlantic and Invest 91. More on Invest 91 in a second. But there's Larry, 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. It's starting to look like it's going to rapidly intensify later today and over the next couple of days. And then there it is, Category 4 possible by the beginning of next week. This will stay well to the north of Puerto Rico, kind of the British Virgin Island area, and it's going to be moving up towards Bermuda. So they're going to have to watch this maybe by the middle of next week. Now, the east coast of the United States, notice how far away it is. There's a lot that could happen between here and where the storm's at right now. So it's too early to say if it's going to ever get to the U.S. Most models do curve it out to the northeast and to the Atlantic, but it's too soon to say. So they'll need to watch that long term. What we're going to be watching, not worrying. Tropical wave, Invest 91, whatever you want to call it, just an area of showers and storms and a broad low pressure. It's going to be moving inland here into the Central America and Yucatan area as we go into the weekend. By early next week, we're talking Monday, Tuesday, it's going to be getting close to the southern Gulf of Mexico and kind of just getting pulled to the north eventually in the Gulf of Mexico. There are some models that try to wrap this up into a tropical system by the end of next week, up into Texas, Louisiana. It's too soon to say if that happens for sure. We're not really worried about it right now, but we do need to watch it. And we'll be watching it for you, maybe check in every day, every other day as we get closer and closer. But I don't want to worry you right now, but we do need to keep an eye on this. It is the peak of hurricane season through September. So we'll be watching it for you. But in the meantime, no tropical impacts for the next 7 days. It'll be a little drier tomorrow, a little less humid. Still going to be hot, though, in the low 90s. April.
Yeah, thanks, Peyton, for that update. 6:42 this morning, and so accident and breakdown free. We do have several areas that remain closed or either have restrictions due to the Hurricane Ida aftermath. So I do want to point those out to you guys. We have a lot of people that are still traveling in this area, but if you can avoid it, that would make it a whole lot better for emergency vehicles. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge currently is reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel in this area. You're not going to get stopped or pulled over or anything like that, but we want to keep that area as clear as possible for those emergency vehicles that's westbound headed towards Baton Rouge.
All right, thanks, April. We are hearing from our representatives in Washington, D.C. when it comes to Ida recovery. Stick around. We're speaking with Representative Troy Carter in just a few minutes.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
And we are speaking with more members of the Louisiana congressional delegation about the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Freshman Congressman Troy Carter from Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District is with us now via Zoom. Congressman Carter, thank you for joining us. First of all, and I know you toured some of the state with the governor and have seen some of the destruction. You were on the ground yesterday, I believe, in St. John or St. Charles Parish?
I actually covered the entire district from West Jefferson all the way up to Baton Rouge, all the river parishes in between. It's quite devastating to view from an aerial view and see the damage and the devastation throughout the state.
And one of the biggest complaints I'm hearing from people is, where's all the FEMA help? You know, when you see miles long lines and hours wait for gas station, why couldn't gas trucks have been put into place and just gotten down here and help out, or generators to get stores up and running so people don't have to search for food?
You know, ordinarily, Eric, we would have a lot more time to prepare for a hurricane. As you know, as it leads up, we typically have time to study the various models to determine where it might go. We have a little bit of ramp up time. Ida didn't give us that opportunity. It came a lot faster than anyone expected. So getting ready and getting those kind of provisions in place, we're challenged. We're working, I've been in communication with the White House, and they're working on having fuel trucks expedited into Louisiana to kind of ease that pain. But we know that it is an incredible strain on people right now. Well, we did know, and not to argue the point, but we did know a few days before that Ida was going to be a big one. The National Hurricane Center said it was likely going to be a Category 4. It was, in fact, a Category 4. And they knew that days in advance. I'm just wondering, are you happy with the FEMA response so far? No, well, I'm not happy about not having gasoline. I mean, no one could be possibly happy about any of the things that aren't perfect. Unfortunately, some things are kind of beyond your control. You've still got to get the fuel into Louisiana. So that has been about the challenge as well, as people were trying to get out of Louisiana. Listen, at the end of the day, making sure that we have power, making sure that people have fuel, it's easy enough to be angry about that, but it's also easy enough to recognize that sometimes things happen so fast that you have to work within the confines that you have. Yeah, and the other thing people are wondering is, why can't buses be brought in to help people who want to get out, because people who do want to leave are having a hard time finding a way to get out of this town or any other parish. The problem with getting out right now is getting out and going where? The danger of, at this point, the reason I think the stay-at-home order now has been to stay in to be safe. They're down wires, there's still standing water. There are a lot of issues down trees that make leaving New Orleans right now challenging. So that's why the order has been to ask people to just stay put. We know it's hot, we know it's difficult, we know it's challenging, but the reality is many of those wires, although the transmission isn't going to your house, many of those wires that are down could be live, could be activated, which could obviously cause electrocution. There's still standing water in some areas. There's trees that make it impassable. It's responsible for us to make sure that those pathways are clear enough before we can mount the kind of exit that might be more appropriate. But then we also have to have somewhere for people to go. Yeah. With the pandemic and all the other issues, it really makes this whole hurricane season and this event that much more difficult, dealing with a Hurricane 4, the largest that we've had since 1850, coupled with a resurgence of Delta variant and COVID, really makes for a unprecedented issue of difficulty to manage. And as far as the electrical problems, the workers who are out there are doing magnificent yeoman's work. They're working around the clock to try and get it going. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nunguster said that even though it's a private company, why can't the federal government pour some money in, to help out, because eventually the cost of this is going to be borne by the customers. Well, let me tell you, at the end of the day, what I propose is that You know, we know we have hurricanes every year. This isn't something new. Every year we have hurricanes, and we know that with climate change and the hotter it gets, the warmer the water gets, the more intense the hurricanes are. So we know next year we'll face this again, yet we keep putting good money after bad, putting our power lines back up above ground. Now, while we're going through an infrastructure discussion in Congress, I'm suggesting that while we're doing it, let's build back better instead of building back, doing the same mistakes over and over again.
All right, Troy.
Let's bury our lines underground and make sure that we don't have these issues going forward.
All right, that's got to be, I'm up against a hard out, so that's where we got to go. Thank you, Troy. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Opener. All right, guys, welcome back. We know that this can be a terrible time as many of you deal with the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, but you can take comfort in the fact that help is arriving from all across the country. This includes the Oklahoma National Guard, which has members that were also here 16 years ago to help out after Katrina, and they didn't hesitate to come back and help again.
It is a great opportunity. I've served in 3 combat tours, and like I said, the Adjutant General and I were both in Katrina together, and that remains one of the highlights of my military career, was the ability to assist people in Katrina.
Yesterday, this group of National Guard troops helped give food and water to nearly 100 families. The troops say they'll also be helping with road clearance so emergency responders can get where they're needed. Oklahoma's governor has already authorized more National Guard help for relief efforts here in Louisiana, and we are so thankful for people like them.
Yeah, we are so glad to see the National Guard pouring in because, you know, you need help with all kinds of stuff. And when it comes down to getting the tarps on roofs, FEMA will supply a lot of those tarps. I know during Katrina, when I got back to my house, the Corps had put up a tarp on the roof.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so and they did it for thousands of people. So we need to do that. Also, when we were talking to Congressman Carter, you know, getting gasoline and some of the, you know, generators to get stores open and help feed people, it just seems like it's a no-brainer that FEMA should be, you know, heading down with tons of stuff.
Yeah, it is quite unbelievable right now watching people in gas lines with no gas.
Yeah, all right. If you're watching us on Channel 4 and want to keep up with the Eyewitness Morning News, you need to switch over to WUPL. That's Channel 54 on regular, direct, and Dish TV. On Channel 2, on Cox rather, it's Channel 2. If you're on Spectrum or Charter, it's Channel 16. Here's what we're following when you make the switch over to WUPL. A number of people across the state are beginning to see their power restored. It's not a lot, but at least it is a glimmer of hope. But the rest of us are still going to take a lot of time to get it up. We'll have a power update and more coming up on WUPL. Good morning once again. Thanks for joining us for the next couple of hours here on WUPL. It is the second day of September. We are all still dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
That's right, and thank you guys for joining us. We continue to follow the progress of this storm. So we are following power outage restoration efforts, and people across the viewing area slowly are starting to see power again. Now, to be clear, most people still do not have power, but as you can see here, some landmarks we showed you, Louis Armstrong Park, the Superdome now have lights along with the French Quarter right in front of our station, and of course parts of New Orleans East saw power yesterday. So each sign is a step in the right direction.
I did see the Smoothie King Center had lights.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is right there.
And the Superdome, yeah, and part of the French Quarter, and down Rampart Street. I know on my way in today, I was never so happy to be stopped at a stoplight when I when I got to Claiborne and Jefferson.
Yeah.
But then after that, it was just complete darkness.
Yeah, and then you're always hoping like to see something in your area light back up. But I was reading that Entergy tweeted out, you know, sometimes you're on a different grid literally than the house across the street from you, so it doesn't necessarily mean your power is coming back. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Again, most people are still in the dark, but each light that comes on is one step closer.
Yeah, and it is tough. I mean, with this weather and so many people without power, you know, a friend of mine waited for 3.5 hours to get gasoline yesterday.
They were already lined up on Rampart this morning at 3:15.
Yeah, they were lined up on Claiborne. They're lined up everywhere for get gas. When I drove by the Costco yesterday, the line went up onto Airline Drive, up onto the interstate overpass.
Unbelievable.
It was just, it was crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's get over to Peyton and check out the forecast. Hot is the word.
Hot and humid. Yeah, it is going to be another one. We're looking at a heat advisory for the area. The entire area is included in this. So once again, we've been preaching this for days. Be very, very careful. If you are out of town watching us and wanting to come back, you better make sure you have power before you come back. My house was on the green little grid there. I didn't have power yet, so just be aware of that. We're in the low 90s today. It'll feel like the triple digits. Yes, we will have some showers and thunderstorms here and there, and that'll be the case through the afternoon hours. So there might be a few storms if you're putting tarps on roofs and things like that. Be careful. If you hear thunder, please get off of anything that's elevated. Tomorrow, 92 with a 30% chance of rain. Not as humid tomorrow. The humidity will be a little bit lower tomorrow afternoon. Nothing too dramatic, but you may notice it. And same thing on Saturday as we go into parts of the weekend. Will be hot and mostly dry. The tropics are still active. We don't have anything to worry about right now, but we are watching a few things, and we're going to have a breakdown on these coming up in just a bit. Good morning, April.
Yeah, good morning, Peyton. Happy Thursday, everyone. Look, I know we've been struggling, y'all. We've been struggling for the last several days, especially in regards to not having electricity. And then, of course, the roadways. We do saw many roads that are closed or either have restrictions. So I'm going to share a few of those with you, at least right now. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, still technically reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel in this area, but officials are asking if you can keep it clear and take an alternate route. That would be better.
All right, thanks very much. The death toll from Hurricane Ida has gone up again. Officials have confirmed the deaths of 2 electrical workers in Alabama who were repairing the power grid damage in that state caused by the storm. 4 of those deaths happened closer to home in Louisiana. We're learning that a man died in St. James Parish when his backyard shed fell on top of him. It happened in Vacherie. Deputies say the man's relatives couldn't get in touch with him after the storm. They found him yesterday when they finally were able to reach his house. Investigators believe the man was trying to secure the shed when it collapsed onto him in the storm. Some people here in New Orleans East were the first to experience that wonderful moment when the lights came back on. Mike Pearlstein has that story.
The Entergy New Orleans map was showing a few lines of green amid a sea of red power outages, but when we visited those areas today, most were still without power. But somebody had to be the first, and we found him.
The dog jumped up. I didn't know what was going on, and I saw the ceiling fan spinning. I'm like, whoa, we got lights.
What was your reaction? What do you think?
I just said, thank God, we got it. Hope everybody else can, be able to experience it.
Reverend Elijah McCarty, along with his extended family, were the only ones on his block off of Curran Road who didn't evacuate. So they were the only ones to experience the relief when the lights and air conditioning flicked on.
When I came outside, peeped out, and it was lit up like a Christmas tree. Everybody outside lights was on and everything.
One possible reason for that is that this block gets its power from underground lines coming up rather than overhead distribution lines on utility poles.
All around this block, we found no electricity. Just 2 blocks away, one family was grilling food and sweating, hoping the power would soon extend just a little further.
I'm desperate. We're desperate. We need them. We need the lights.
Nicole Lawrence heard that power was turned on near her home, but when that didn't happen to her, she started thinking of a plan B.
But when we heard that the lights were on 2 blocks away, we had hope that maybe today will be our day too. And if they're not on by tomorrow morning, we have to leave.
I would like to come back on so she cook on the stove and we could see better and take warm baths.
We're gonna make it. We made it 16 years ago. We're going to make it again.
And power is slowly being restored to other parts across the state. It is expected to take a lot of time for everybody to get it. Leslie is here with more on the timeline for the power restoration. And these are glimmers of hope, but they're only small glimmers of hope right now.
That's right. I first saw power back in Slidell on my way in. I believe that was Tuesday morning. And then yesterday morning, we reported some people in New Orleans East had started to see it. And some lucky people across the state are starting to see power restored. Still a long way to go, as Eric just mentioned. About 150,000 Entergy customers have had their power restored. Those include Oxnard and other hospitals, sewage and backup power for the Sewage and Water Board, and isolated areas around the CBD, the French Quarter, Central City, New Orleans East, Uptown, Jefferson, and St. Bernard. Calico also making progress in St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes. They say they found almost 200 damaged power poles and nearly 1,000 trees falling onto power lines. There's still over 72,000 Calico customers without power. Roughly 73% of those customers are in St. Tammany Parish. Washington St. Tammany Electric Co-op is reporting nearly 35,000 people without lights this morning. That's roughly 67% of their customers affected. And that is my power company, Eric, and I did get power late last night.
Oh, well, good for you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. St. Tammany Sheriff's Office is checking on people and property in some of the hardest hit areas of that parish.
That's right. On Wednesday, they took Erica Ferrando along to show us what Hurricane Ida left behind.
Wednesday morning, Sergeant Devin Coulon with the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office took us along as he set out to check on conditions in the Bayou Liberty area between Slidell and Lacombe.
We had some deep water, a bunch of trees down in this area.
This area we're driving now was flooded.
This vehicle
stalled out in the water.
Deputies helped clear the roads of trees and power lines.
Kind of started opening the roadway. Our guys were issued chainsaws, came out, started cutting the trees that they can.
Many roads have been impassable until now.
We were running into issues. We would come in one way, make it as far as we can, and there'd be a huge tree laying across the road wrapped up in power lines. You see things like this, we would call that unpassable. This roadway is impassable.
Much of St. Tammany Parish looks like this.
Some people maybe didn't realize that the water and all was going to come up quite as much as it did.
That led to calls for help.
We pulled a lot of people out of houses in this area. It was one of our main concerns as far as is patrolling for people who may need assistance. We had a lot of cars and ditches. We stalled out and all.
Coulon has been with the sheriff's office since 2006, just after Katrina.
This was bad in a different way. This one kind of came and caught a lot of people off guard.
Closer to the bayou.
Right off Bayou Liberty. There
Water is still sitting on some roads.
With the rain and then the storm surge that came through, it was kind of like a double whammy.
Are y'all seeing a lot of uprooted trees like this?
So in areas like this, we typically see a lot.
The water is starting to recede out here in these subdivisions off Bayou Liberty, but Hurricane Ida brought in 3 to 4 feet of water that covered these streets and these yards. Now people can start to clean up.
It's almost instant. People are out cutting trees off of each other's houses, helping each other out.
As they work to recover. On the North Shore, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
In St. John Parish, that parish took a beating from Ida. Some places in La Place are still flooded 4 days after the storm hit. This morning, we'll be getting an update from parish officials about what's being done to help people who live there. As for now, Asha Staples is in La Place, which was really hard hit from this storm, and has the latest from there. Asha?
That is right, Eric. Hurricane Ida tore a path of destruction through the heart of this parish. You can still see evidence of the damage that she did come through with in this parish. You can see right behind me here at this auto and transmission shop, the windows just completely blown out. Debris is just everywhere. And this is just what can be seen, a little part of what can be seen here in this parish. The parish president is asking and encouraging residents that have evacuated not to return home just yet. There's still serious damage across the region, flooded homes and toppled power lines and trees. Again, as we mentioned, 4 days later, you can still see all kinds of damage. More than 100 mile per hour sustained winds battered St. John with 17 inches of rain, and damaging storm surge rushed into Lake Pontchartrain. Residents who braved the storm say they're happy to be alive, but the damage is still unimaginable. We do know that Governor John Bell Edwards flew over the parish on yesterday to check out the damage. He was amongst those parish officials who were giving an update of the storm and their recovery efforts. This is what they had to say.
It was not just surge, but you got plenty of surge. It was not just wind, but you got plenty of that. But also some of the heaviest rains that fell anywhere in the state of Louisiana fell on St. John the Baptist Parish. 80% of all the rescues done in the state of Louisiana were done in St. John the Baptist Parish.
This is going to be very difficult. Worst disaster that we've all seen in St. John Parish. And it's going to take a long time.
FEMA is mobilizing, Red Cross is mobilizing, and they're working to get residents the assistance that they need now with points of distribution sites set with MREs, water, and ice. As far as debris goes, debris removal did begin in the parish on Monday. Residents should separate their debris and place the debris piles at the curb away from trees and poles. As far as power is concerned, energy crews, of course, are out and canvassing St. John Parish, assessing damaging and making the repairs as they can. They did confirm that every substation in St. John was damaged. Now, of course, with the power restoration, that folks need to have a lot of patience, of course, with this. It's going to take a lot of time. And again, they do have that curfew activated from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. And how long that will last, they are not sure just yet. But again, that press conference happening at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll be there and we'll let you know what happens later on today. Reporting live in St. John Parish, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
The schools in Lafourche Parish, Lafourche was really hit hard, got the brunt of the storm. Superintendent Jared Martin says that the parish is currently assessing the damage to all their school facilities. They do not have a timeline for when students will be able to get back into the classroom. There will be no virtual lessons during this time, so the community has time to recover from the aftermath of Ida. We'll be getting updates from them on social media, and the Lafourche Parish School District will have more on that as they learn more about the condition of their schools.
Governor John Bel Edwards will be in southeast Louisiana today to tour the damage caused by Ida. He's visiting 3 local parishes, St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and Tangipahoa. The governor will be meeting with local officials before holding a press briefing in Tangipahoa Parish this afternoon that's scheduled for 5:15. And President Joe Biden will visit Louisiana Friday to survey the damage caused by Hurricane Ida. President Biden has been in contact with Louisiana officials throughout the storm and said that any and all resources would be available to the Gulf Coast to help with recovery. President Biden has already declared a major disaster declaration for Louisiana when Ida struck as a hurricane, a Category 4. It was one of the strongest on record to ever hit the U.S. coast. Governor Edwards says he greatly appreciates the president's visit and that seeing the damage in person will have a bigger impact.
I do appreciate the fact that he's going to come because there's nothing quite like visiting in person. Much like Cynthia just told you, when you see it for yourself, it is just so much more compelling than when you hear about it or read about it or maybe even you just see it on TV. Our people have taken a pretty good lick here from Hurricane Ida. But our people are very resilient and strong as well. Having said that, we need all the help that we can get.
All right, and let's get over to Peyton now and talk about this weather. And I think the governor makes a great point there. You have to be here to see what we're going through.
Yeah, it's hot, it's humid, electricity out, so it's going to be another one of those you got to be careful days if you're going to be out in it. And even if you're not out in it, if you're in your home, you're still kind of in it because it's hot and humid. So heat advisory has been issued again for today. It'll be hot, 93 degrees, 50% chance of rain. So that's something that might bring you relief or something you don't want, depending on kind of your roof situation. So watch out for some storms today. Tomorrow, it'll be a little less humid, and then that kind of lower humidity in the afternoon will continue on Saturday, but it's not going to feel amazing outside. It's still going to be in the 90s. You're still going to be careful if you're going to be out in it, and it's just going to be not as oppressive Friday and Saturday, and rain chances will be a little bit lower. So that's how it's looking as we head into the weekend. Tropical tracker tracking a couple things. Remnants of Ida, that's what's left of it. It's low pressure heading up into the northeast and out of the northeast now moving up into the Atlantic. Larry is a hurricane as of this morning. And Invest 91 is an area we are watching. Not worrying about it, but we are watching it. Here's Larry. Larry, Cat 1, 75-mile-per-hour winds moving west pretty fast at 20 miles per hour. It'll continue to strengthen pretty quickly, and we do have it up to a major hurricane as we go into this weekend. And then there it is, Cat 4 perhaps by early next week. This will stay northeast of Puerto Rico and the Lesser Antilles Islands, but the island of Bermuda, we'll have to keep an eye on this by the middle of next week. Could bring them impacts. The big question on how close does this get to the U.S.? It does look like it'll curve, but this is a long ways out in the forecast world. A lot can change between where it's at and by the time it gets here. So if you are on the East Coast, you do need to watch this, but I wouldn't be worrying about it right now, but be watching it. We're going to be watching Invest 91. Now, this is in the southern Caribbean. It's had a burst of storms overnight, and it's going to be moving inland pretty soon. So the development chances are pretty low with this. Doesn't look like it's really going to do much in the near term, but by this early in the middle part of next week, it'll be in the southern Gulf of Mexico here, and then try to lift up to the north perhaps. That's when it does have a little bit better shot of trying to organize into something, maybe a depression or something like that. So here's what we're tracking here. You can see the moisture associated with that tropical wave in those kind of purples. That's what's going to be heading towards the northwest in the southern Gulf by Sunday and Monday. And then by Tuesday, it tries to get pulled to the north. And then models have it trying to organize some here in the western part of the Gulf of Mexico. So anywhere from Texas to Louisiana, we will be keeping an eye on this. It's a week out. A lot can change. There's a lot of unknowns. Right now, it doesn't look like a big deal. Looks like there's going to be some wind shear, but it is something we need to watch pretty closely. We're into the peak of hurricane season here, and anytime there's a tropical wave in the Gulf of Mexico, we definitely follow it pretty closely. So not worrying about it right now, but we are watching it. Make sure you're checking in maybe every day, every other day, if you can, as we watch that wave get into the Gulf by next week. So I can give you at least 7 days of no tropical impacts here. The next 7 days are going to be hot, a little less humid though tomorrow, and our rain chances are pretty low through the weekend. But by next week, the humidity's back and our rain chances are higher. April.
Well, that's good. That's a little bit of positive news. In regards to traffic, guys, we have a few more areas that are open, but many areas that are still closed. So I do just want to give you an update on everything. And then we have some areas that are restricted as well. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is still technically reserved for emergency vehicles only. You are able to travel here, but officials are asking if you are able to take an alternate route. That would be a whole lot better, just to keep this area clear and away from a lot of congestion, accidents, or breakdowns for those emergency vehicles, especially traveling towards Laplace. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in Laplace. The off ramps, also east and westbound along I-10 and southbound along I-55, are closed in Laplace due to flooding.
Lafourche Parish officials say they've received an overwhelming number of requests for the best way to donate to Hurricane Ida relief efforts, and they say they're working with local nonprofits to help funnel donations to the community. Bless Your Heart Nonprofit Corporation will be accepting monetary donations as well as items such as cleaning supplies, non-perishable food, water, and toiletries. If you'd like to donate items, you're asked to submit information on your donation using the link you see there on your screen. Monetary donations can be made on Venmo at Bless Your Heart Nonprofit, or you can use PayPal.
Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Oklahoma-Thibodeau is also coordinating donations of food, supplies, and money, as well as volunteers. You can sign up to donate or volunteer at catholiccharities.ht.org/Ida. Other avenues for donations and volunteers are Volunteer Louisiana, the American Red Cross of Louisiana, United Way of Southeast Louisiana, and the Second Harvest Food Bank. Lafourche Parish President Archie Chasson made a statement in regards to the donations. This is what he said: "Thank you to everyone for their effort over the last few days. The community has come together in the most fantastic way to help with the recovery throughout Lafourche Parish. The residents of Lafourche are second to none." And we found that out when we were down in Lafourche Parish, Peyton.
I'm telling you, we love Lafourche Parish.
Yeah, it's a great community,
Parish.
and boy, did they get hit.
They did get hit hard. I mean, our hardest hit areas are down there, and I was just looking over aerial pictures that we're getting in, and you know, a lot of destruction down here, a lot of structural damage across large areas from the bayou parishes up through the river parishes, and even North Shore and New Orleans Metro, we have some structure damage. Now, radar, of course, our radar has gone out. The Weather Service here in Slidell has actually lost their backup generator, so they're going to start to be backed up by other offices at this point. Jacksonville, and I believe Mobile is going to be backing them up. So our radar has gone out here. We'll be able to use other radars, though, because I do think we'll see some storms today. So that's why it's not showing anything. We do have some storms on the radar right now, but they're very small and isolated. Low 90s as we go through the weekend, but humidity will be a little bit lower tomorrow. So we have a heat advisory today. It is going to be hot. It's going to be humid. Be very careful, and we'll have a few storms as well. Now, the 90s are here to stay. I really don't have any cooler weather anytime soon, but maybe a little bit of relief tomorrow afternoon with regard to that heat index value, how stuffy it feels. The rain chances are also going to drop tomorrow and through the weekend as we do get that drier air building in, but there still could probably be a few storms. But yeah, watch out for a few storms today. I know a lot of roofs don't have tarps on them yet, so if you do have roof damage, just keep that in mind. Or if you're on the roofs doing anything with tarps, or if you're up high holding a chainsaw, I don't know, anything outside, if you hear thunder or lightning or see lightning, make sure you get somewhere safe as the storms do pass on through. Next week, we're looking at a few storms here and there, but the next 7 days, I can guarantee you no tropical impacts, but we will be watching the tropics towards the end of next week. But right now, no immediate threats. April.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peyton, for that update. Exit ramps, are still closed along Highway 51 in Laplace due to flooding. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. If you are able to take an alternate route that's westbound headed towards Baton Rouge, please do. We want to keep this area as clear as possible for emergency vehicles, but of course you can take it. You will not get stopped. We just don't want any congestion on the roadways, if at all possible. Still seeing a lot of flooding in Laplace, and in turn, the off ramps are closed there due to flooding I-10 east and westbound, actually, and then southbound along I-55. Basically, at the I-55 I-10 merge, that's where you're going to see that closure due to flooding. Possibly will last for the next few days.
Thank you, April. We do want to make it easier for you to find information for your area. Take a look at the screen and find the number next to your parish, and then you just text that number to 504-529-4444, and you can get specific information like road conditions, power status, and school closing. So if you're in New Orleans, there's a 1 next to Orleans, so you'll text the number 1 to 529-4444. Jefferson would text the number 2, and so on.
If you rode out the storm and are still in the area and don't have any power, there are cooling centers around the city. Here's a list of the shelters at recreation centers that'll be open today to go in and cool off. There is one in Tremay, Cutoff, Gurn and Brown, Milne, Stallings, John P. Lyons, Joe W. Brown, and Rosenwald. You can find a complete list of all the cooling stations on our website at WWL-TV.com.
Verizon is also setting up mobile charging stations for anyone who needs to charge their devices, and here's a look at those stations. There are also 3 more charging stations set up by Verizon. One is in Hammond at the Seekers Point Church. That's at 14145 West University Avenue.
Yeah, and because we depend so much on the phones, I mean, if you want to get help from FEMA or anything else, make calls, check on loved ones, the phone is vital.
Yeah, there's so many things you need that for right now. And especially as people are cleaning up their homes, you never know what you run into that you need help with. So very important.
And again, because we have so many lists on our mobile app and website, you know, it is important to find cooling stations, charging stations, where gas stations are open, stores that are open, all kinds of information.
And it's just very telling of the essentials that people don't have right now.
And it just seems like there's no excuse for it.
Yeah. All right, guys, it's coming up at 7:30. We have lots more after a hurricane. Looting can be a problem for those who who evacuated and are ready to return home. We'll be joined by Orleans Parish Sheriff Marlon Guzman to talk about that. I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. The Lafourche Parish Superintendent says that there is no timeline for when students will be able to go back to school there. Right now, they're assessing the damage caused by Hurricane Ida. There will be no virtual lessons during this time, and they'll continue to provide updates on social media and the Lafourche Parish School District. Governor John Bel Edwards will be in southeast Louisiana today to tour the damage caused by Ida. He's visiting 3 parishes, St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and Tangipahoa. The governor will also be meeting with local officials before holding a briefing in Tangipahoa Parish this afternoon, which is scheduled for 5:15. Peyton?
All right, another heat advisory for the area today, and we'll also be watching for a few storms throughout the day as well. Already a few popping up, but the best chance will be this afternoon. High temperatures, low 90s, but it's going to feel like the triple digits. All right, tomorrow a little less humid, but still hot in the low 90s. Lower chances for rain all the way through the weekend, but we are going to stay hot in the low 90s. Humidity and some rain around as we go into next week.
.27 this morning, and so accident install free. The story of the morning and actually the past few days has been wood roads are open and wood closures we do have. Off ramps are still closed east and westbound along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55 in Laplace only. As you can see here, people are trying to travel in that area and they are unable to pass. Of course, you can always take I-10, but you will not be able to exit on or off in Laplace as of right now. Not seeing any changes, unfortunately, on River Road. LA-18 is not passable in 2 different areas. One of those is going to be along the St. John Parish line to Hanville.
All right, thanks, April. If you're sticking with us on WUPL, here's what's coming up. If you're not tuned in, here's what you'll miss. Many people are doing what they can to help people recover from Ida. After the break, our Duke Carter shows us a chef who's looking to provide meals to anyone in need.
Good morning once again, and thanks for joining us on this second day of September for our 7:30 half hour on this continuing coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, and there's lots to talk about. We're tracking power outages and where you can get resources that you need until the essentials are back up and running. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Also, the death toll has gone up. You know, we've had a number of a few more deaths here in the south. Up in New York and New Jersey, at least 9 people have died. 8 of those drowned in an apartment. I mean, the storm up there from the remnants of Ida has just been devastating.
It has been horrific. And Peyton, looking at it there, I know you guys have probably heard this every time we have a storm. People are like, I could never live in Louisiana, right? You guys are always dealing with this, and you see these terrible impacts all the way up north.
Yeah, you know, Ida will be remembered as one of the worst storms we've ever seen here, not only because of our impacts, but the impacts it's brought to the Northeast, whether it be tornadoes or the significant flooding up in the New York area. Now, Today, we're going to be watching for more heat, more humidity. No surprise there, but a few storms. We have a few showers and storms down in kind of the lower Terrebonne, just off of south of St. Mary Parish. And the sounds there are near the barrier islands. We've also got a few showers up into South Mississippi, but not a lot going on right now. I do think we'll see some showers and storms today, though. So watch out for that. They'll produce lightning and thunder more than likely. And it's going to be hot. We'll be around 92 to 93. Factor in the humidity, it's going to feel closer to the 100s. So that's why we have the heat advisory. The only good news I have is tomorrow, not as humid during the afternoon. The morning and evening hours are still going to be humid, but the afternoon hours, a little less humidity around. This will be hot in the 90s, and you can see they're still in the 90s with just a few showers around on Saturday. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 7:31. Not seeing any major changes on the roads the last couple of days. We've still had some flooding in La Place that has caused some fairly major road closures, as well as parts of River Road. Right now, LA 18, which is also River Road, not passable from St. John's Parish line to Hanville, and that's going to be due to downed power lines. A little bit down the road, we do still have the exact same issue from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street, and that is also due to down power lines.
All right, April, thank you very much. New this morning, aerial survey imagery released by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shows what appears to be, I don't think that's there you go, miles-long oil slick near an offshore oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico after the hurricane. Additional photos show Louisiana port facilities, oil refineries, and shipyards in the storm's path. It was awful for anybody along the coast or even out in the Gulf.
In less than 2 hours, we'll be getting an update on recovery efforts in St. John Parish. Parish President Jacqueline Hotard is holding a news conference at 9 o'clock this morning, and we are going to stay on after our morning show to air that live here on, actually over on WWL. We'll also be online.
Water is slowly being restored to St. John Parish on the east and the west bank, and all water customers will be under a boil water advisory until further notice. Residents in St. John are being asked to boil their water for a full minute before using it for drinking, brushing teeth, anything like that. The water does not need to be boiled for bathing. Officials say that you should expect water pressure to be low while the water lines are being repaired in St. John. Lots of people are doing their best to try and recover after the hurricane. It devastated much of southeast Louisiana. A chef is trying to provide meals for people who are affected and need something to eat. Duke Carter is live in Metairie this morning, and Duke, the chef who is from here, is trying to help as many people as possible.
Yeah, we're talking about maybe 15 to 20,000 people. In fact, we just spoke with someone who came all the way from the West Bank, Harvey area, to come here just to get something to eat. And he's already in line because, like many other places, they're not open at this time. And so he's just trying to get a fresh, hot meal, which is what Chef Gary LeBlanc, like you said, Eric, has roots. That is what he wants to do, to try to ease people's burdens as much as possible so that they're not worried and carrying all that weight while they're trying to rebuild their lives. And so they're going to be here behind me here at Metairie at Celebration Church. That is across the street from Leisure Toy Store here in Metairie. I want to show you all some video of how of the group that's volunteering at this time. So LeBlanc started the organization in 2006 after Hurricane Katrina, and Chef LeBlanc says, again, he wanted to feed people good meals like chicken pot pie. This is a chance that people can get a small break while others are trying to get their lives together. In total, the nonprofit Mercy Chefs have served over 15 million meals, and LeBlanc has 6 mobile kitchens and 4 community kitchens and can respond to pretty much any disaster across the United States.
I volunteered with a lot of other organizations, and to be frank, I didn't like the way they fed people. I thought there was a better way to feed folks that have just lost everything, and that was the birth of Mercy Chefs.
Mercy Chefs was actually out in Lake Charles for Hurricane Laura, and they were really able to make a huge difference for us out there, and so I just felt like I had to come out here and try to help the people out in the same way that they helped out us.
So coming up in the 8 o'clock hour of the show, we're going to hear more from Chef Gary LeBlanc, as well as people volunteering to help those people who just need a fresh, hot meal at this time. Again, they're going to start doing that later today around 11:30, and it's across the street from the Leisure Toy Store here in Metairie. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
Duke, it's always great to see people step up to help others during times like these. Thank you, Duke.
It is definitely good.
And as people recover from the storm, beware of scammers that might be posing as legitimate contractors. Leslie is in the studio this morning with more details on that.
It's sad you have to think about this stuff, but you do. The Home Builders Association of Greater New Orleans is encouraging residents to research their contractors to avoid paying for substandard home repairs. The president of the organization says after a storm, he sees a lot of dishonest contractors show up to take advantage of homeowners, getting them to pay for below average work and sometimes getting them to pay and then not even showing up. But there are ways to protect yourself from this kind of scam. Before hiring anyone, do your homework. The Home Builders Association says to find out if the firm has a permanent business address. Check to see if they have a good reputation. Verify a contractor's license with the Louisiana State Contractor's Office. Insist on a complete and clearly written out contract. Ask for references and do not pay cash up front. You can also visit the Home Builders Association website for a list of local contractors within their membership. Time's now 7:36. Peyton?
All right, going to be a hot day for any people out there working in this. We'll be looking at the low 90s, feeling like the 100s. Heat advisory again, and we will need to watch for some storms today. There is going to be about a 50% chance of those pop-up afternoon storms. Heading into tomorrow and Saturday, about the same, low 90s, 20 to 30% chance of a few showers and storms. And it's not going to be as humid. It'll still be hot, but the humidity is not going to be as bad tomorrow during the afternoon hours. I think you'll notice it if you're out and about. All right, out in the tropics, keeping you up to date on this as we head through the peak of hurricane season. Hurricane Larry has formed. Notice it's way on out there. We don't have to worry about it right now on Invest 91. A little bit closer to home. A little bit more, many more details on that in just a second. But here's Larry heading west at 20. Winds are 75. That's at least what they're sustained at, gusting to 90. It is expected to rapidly intensify, and we'll have a major hurricane more than likely by the time we get into this weekend. You can see they're up to maybe a Category 4 at some point, and then making that northwesterly turn. The big question with this one for the East Coast is going to be, does it make this west turn or northwest turn in time to not bring any impacts to the United States? It's a long ways out, and right now most models do curve this out into the Atlantic and really don't cause any problems for the U.S. But with it being so far out, things could certainly change. So don't write this one off just yet on the East Coast. Just something to watch. Wouldn't be worried about it over there, but it is something you need to pay attention to over the next 7 to 10 days. So it'll be out there for quite some time. Here closer to home, we're watching Invest 91. It's just a broad area of low pressure, a tropical wave, and it's heading towards the Central America area here towards Honduras. That's where it'll likely move inland over the next day or so. And the chance of it developing with it being so close to land is pretty low. It will get in the southern Gulf by early next week, and that's when it might have a better chance of trying to organize some. And some models do have it trying to organize in the Gulf of Mexico. So we'll be watching the moisture associated with this there in that circle. You see the bright pinks or bright purples there. Those are going to be moving into the Gulf. That's Monday, Tuesday. And then it should start to get pulled to the north here, wrapping around high pressure. So Texas to Louisiana, regardless of organization, looks like we'll get some moisture from this towards the end of next week. But then the big question becomes, how much does it organize? Does it become a depression or a storm? That is a possibility. It is a peak of hurricane season, and any tropical system that tries to get in the Gulf of Mexico, you got to watch it. Right now, though, not worrying about it. We're just watching. The concern level is very, very low. We have 5 to 7 plus days to keep an eye on it, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're just going to keep an eye on it to make sure it doesn't get too rowdy. But either way, if you're in Texas or Louisiana, I would definitely be checking in, maybe every day, every other day for the time being. And then by next week, we'll have a really good idea on what it's going to do, or if it's just going to bring us a little bit of moisture. We'll see. But there's your 7-day forecast. No tropical impacts for the next 7 days. Looks like I can guarantee you that. It'll be hot, though. It will be humid today. Less humid tomorrow, same thing through the weekend. Next week, we're in the low 90s. It will be humid, and we'll have a better chance for storms on Monday and going through much of next week. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 7:40 this morning. Still not seeing any major accidents or breakdowns. The story of the morning does remain roads that are either closed or we do have restrictions from Hurricane Ida. And right now, we have a lot of closures along River Road. LA 18 right now is not passable from Sugar House Road to the Grand Mill elevator near Anna Street, and that's due to down power lines. A little bit further down the road, a few miles actually, that is also not passable from St. John's Parish line to Hanville. So if you'll be traveling along River River Road. Please be mindful of that. Still not seeing any changes, unfortunately, in LaPlace in regards to the off-ramps. They do so remain closed, I-10 east and westbound actually, and southbound along I-55 due to flooding. Honestly, anytime that this area floods, because it is a bit lower with those exit ramps, it does take several days, even over a week sometimes, to clear. And of course, you know, LaPlace got a lot of rain from Hurricane Ida. Those exit ramps are still closed along Highway 51 as well in LaPlace due to flooding, and kind of the same story. Maybe several days until those are able to be reopened. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, officials are asking if you can clear it. We want to keep that area open for emergency vehicles only, but if you do travel in the area, you will not be stopped.
All right, thank you, April. It's 7:41 now after the break. After a hurricane, looting can be a problem as those who evacuated are waiting to return home. We'll be joined by Orleans Parish Sheriff Marlon Guzman to talk about that.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
According to the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, a number of arrests have been made since Saturday, including some arrests for looting. Orleans Parish Sheriff Marlon Guzman is joining us to discuss that and efforts to keep the city safe right now in the aftermath of this storm. Sheriff Guzman, always good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Sheba.
And we do want to have a discussion about looting. This is something people worry about after the storm. Is this something you're seeing a major issue with in the past few days after Ida?
Well, you know, since about noon on the 28th, we've had about 50, 55 arrests, and most of those arrests have been for looting. The good news is that we have seen a drop-off. So there's a tremendous drop-off. I think with the implementation of the curfew, as well as with, you know, the presence out there, things are really a lot calmer now. What we're seeing now is more of the domestic violence. Glad to say that, glad to say that the looting is really abated.
Yeah, that is definitely a good thing to hear. Those arrested for looting, looting is a felony, correct?
It is, 1462.
Yes, so they're looking at very serious punishment if that's something you decide to do after a storm.
Awful, horrible to take advantage of the people that aren't there, businesses that aren't there. Working with the police department, we've been posting up around some of the more, you know, visible businesses, as well as doing some patrolling in the neighborhood. With the courts closed and with the inmates still evacuated, thankfully we had the resources to
Sure. And I'm sure that you heard that NOPD Chief Sean Ferguson mentioned that some arrests had been made for looting. He didn't want to give exact numbers because he was afraid of people, the media, he said specifically, painting a false narrative about the city. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, look, I agree with him. You know, this is not something that's widespread. It was isolated. I think in a lot of situations when people see an opportunity, they go for it. That opportunity, that window has vanished. We're there. The police department is there in force, along with the National Guard and state police. So small window of opportunity that they took advantage of, and now
Yeah, and so, of course, we are the media. We like to report the facts, get the numbers right, not paint a false narrative. So can we be more specific about the number of arrests specifically for looting? I know you said 55 arrests since the 28th, most for looting. So if we were to go with a specific number, what would that be?
I don't have a specific number. You know, I think it's in the neighborhood of about, from what my numbers are, somewhere around 40 arrests for looting. You know, and I get back to you after we look at the data a little bit better, but it's probably about 40.
All right.
And again, that's from the 28th of September and then going on.
Gotcha. And then we had a period right after the storm, which was scary, when 911 services were not up and running. We're glad to say that that has been restored.
They actually had just a small window. I think it was less than an hour when they're kicked in. So, you know, they do have a redundant system over there, and things are very much under control now. Actually, I think they're on commercial power now.
All right, glad to hear that's back up and running. There's lots more to talk to you about, and we appreciate you joining us, but we're having some audio issues with you, Sheriff Guzman, so I'll follow up later via email to get more details. Thank you so much for being with us, and stay safe. Hayden?
All right, thanks, Sheba. We've been keeping a very close eye on our rivers on the North Shore, and the problem on the North Shore has kind of been the lingering effects of the lake trying to go down and all the water running off. But we have seen pretty big improvements in most of our rivers. Now, the Tangipahoa, especially down in Lower Tangi, you're talking south of the interstate and getting down towards Highway 22 down here, is still pretty high. We've got it in major flood stage, and it's going to stay pretty high. There will be some improvements, but overall, still seeing some flooding there. Now, the Chafuncta is still seeing a little bit high. It is still a little bit high, but it has been dropping. So improvements are happening there. And then the Bogafalaya, no matter where you're at, it's in the green, which means it's now below flood stage. Still elevated, but it has dropped. And the Bogachita, whether you're up in Washington Parish or St. Tammany, is dropping, but it's still high in a few places. So overall, our river situation is improving, except for it's still pretty high over in Tangipahoa Parish and in Livingston Parish. We've seen I tell you, I've seen some pictures out of here in Tangipahoa and towards Ponchatoula and going over towards the Livingston Parish area. Significant flooding for a lot of those areas. So 7-day forecast looks like this. We'll see a few storms today, but they won't be widespread, but you could definitely get a downpour or two. It will be hot and humid. That's why we have the heat advisory today. Tomorrow will be a little less humid, but it's still going to be hot. We'll be in the low 90s. That'll be the case through the weekend. And notice our rain chances fairly low, about 20 to 30%. April.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peyton. Not seeing any major changes. We do still have many areas that remain closed due to flooding or either restrictions such as down power lines or either down trees. So be careful, guys, just in general in the metro area as well as region-wide. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in Laplace until further notice due to flooding. I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, if you can refrain from using this area, so that's basically traveling westbound from Loyola to Baton Rouge, to keep that open for emergency vehicles only, that would be great.
And we do want to make sure you and your family are safe and informed during this troubling time after Hurricane Ida. If you have any questions about the weather, evacuations, or anything else, you can always text them to us at 504-529-4444. Then tune into our WWL-TV Facebook Live at 1 o'clock today. We'll be giving a lot of answers to a lot of questions people have. The Eyewitness News will host a Q&A for people in need at that time on Facebook.
And remember, you can stay connected to weather changes and everything developing in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida with our WWL-TV app. It's free to download in your phone's app store. 7:51 now, and still to come, St. John Parish took a beating during Hurricane Ida. Some areas in Laplace are still flooded 4 days later. Asha Staples will join us live in Laplace with an update. I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. Very few people will be able to fly out of Armstrong International today because major cancellations are still taking place. Airlines like JetBlue, Southwest, Spirit, American, and United have all canceled flights for today. But Delta Airlines says some limited operations are expected at MSY. You should always check with your airline directly before coming to the airport. And we'll get an update on conditions in St. John Parish today. It comes as all residents in the parish are under a boil water advisory until further notice. Remember to boil the water for a minute before consuming it. Water does not need to be boiled for bathing. St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard will be holding a press conference at 9 a.m. and we will follow that. Peyton?
Thanks, Sheba. It's going to be another hot day. Heat advisory in effect, and we'll be watching for some strong storms this afternoon. Storm Prediction Center is highlighting at least a low risk for maybe some storms that produce some straight line winds. Those are those strong winds you see in some storms. So we'll be watching that today. It will be hot. It will be humid. Same thing tomorrow and Saturday, but a little less humid actually. Friday and Saturday, the humidity will be a little lower during the afternoon. Still hot though in the low 90s, and notice our rain chances are going to be lower too.
Traveling on the roadways may be a bit of an issue for you in certain parts of the region and metro area. Taking a closer look of those road closures that we have and just restrictions in general. Exit ramps do remain closed along Highway 51 in LaPlace. If you are able to keep the westbound lanes clear on the interstate from New Orleans until Baton Rouge for emergency vehicles, that would be great. You are able to travel there, but officials are asking if you can take an alternate route. That would be better. Off ramps remain closed east and westbound along I-10 and southbound along I-55 in LaPlace due to flooding.
All right, because we have lots more coming up. Representative Troy Carter joined us to discuss Ida's aftermath. We'll have that on WUPL. Well, an hour from now, we'll be getting an update on one of the areas hardest hit by Hurricane Ida. St. John the Baptist Parish took on several feet of water, leaving many residents who evacuated without a home to return to. Parish President Jacqueline Hotard will bring us an update at 9 a.m.
Also, this is the most green we've seen since the storm began on the energy outage map. Most places still without power, but you can see a few little spots of green there that give us hope that more and more power is going to be restored to people all across the metro area.
And welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News. Thanks for joining us at 8 o'clock on this Thursday, September 2nd. And those are just a couple of the updates we're following today.
Yeah, we have got so much news we want to get to. First of all, we want to look at the weather. It's affecting, everything around us right now, whether you're outside working, cleaning up, or inside trying to keep cool.
Yeah, it is going to be another hot and humid day. Probably going to see some storms later today as well. Not a lot on radar right now, but storms will develop this afternoon. A few could bring some strong gusty winds, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And as you mentioned, it's just going to be hot and humid if you're not getting rain. Low 90s will feel like the triple digits. Heat advisory in effect through 10 a.m. from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And yeah, a few storms around today. Tomorrow and Saturday, the humidity is going to be a hair lower, not a whole lot lower, but I think you'll at least notice it during the afternoon hours. But if you're in the sunshine, it's just going to be hot. 92 degrees for your highs tomorrow and Saturday. And the rain chances are also going to be a little bit lower, only about 20 to 30%, guys.
So far, there have been at least 17 deaths related to Hurricane Ida. That does include 8 people who were killed in the south, and now at least 9 deaths reported in New York and New Jersey. And today, St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard will provide an update on recovery efforts. We have tried to get her on the show the past couple of days. We've had scheduling conflicts. We're going to hear from her in less than an hour. And right now, Asha Staples is live in her parish with more on the devastation there. And Asha, it was so bad there, President Biden actually tried to get Jacqueline Hotard on the phone early after the storm and wasn't even able to get through to her.
Yeah, cell service is still pretty spotty here in the parish, and we've been talking about since after the storm about it's just like experiencing a hurricane for, a tornado for 12 hours, and you can definitely see that here off of West Airline Highway, where devastation is just meets you right when you get to the parish. And we know that the parish president is asking residents not to return to their homes unless they absolutely have to, because Hurricane Ida just really did a number on the parish. You can still see so much damage around the region, flooded homes and toppled trees. And even 4 days later, you still see all of this damage. So it's a very eye-opener when you get down here. More than 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds battered the parish, while 17 inches of rain fell and damaged storm surge. And residents who braved the storm say that they're happy to be alive, but the damage is just still unimaginable.
Every house is gone. I mean, you know, they all been flooded. Half the roofs are gone, and they got walls missing off of some of the houses. And everybody had to have a lot of water because we were knee deep in water.
And there are plenty of assistant agencies out here. We know that FEMA is mobilizing. Red Cross is out here assisting folks as they need it with MREs, water as well as ice. And they're already trying to do debris removal and reconstruction here. That started on Monday. So they're asking residents to separate their debris outside of their homes. As far as power is concerned, of course, we're all waiting for power to be restored in most parts of the region. Energy crews are out canvassing the area and assessing damage as they can. Again, there is a curfew here in the parish from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. When that will be lifted, that is not decided just yet, but I assume that that will be decided once power is restored to most parts of the parish. Now, again, Parish President Jacqueline Hotard is supposed to have a press conference later on this morning at 9 o'clock. We will be there, so we'll let you know about any updates that we do find out about. Reporting live in St. John Parish, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
Asha, thank you. And we're actually going to stream that live so you can stay right here at 9 o'clock to watch that press conference yourself. Starting today, the convention center will be available to residents who are still without power or have medical needs. Mayor LaToya Cantrell made that announcement yesterday. She said the center will prioritize those with serious medical issues and people who are vulnerable to high heat. Just moments ago, we spoke with U.S. Representative Troy Carter about federal relief efforts from Hurricane Ida. Here's what he had to say.
We did know a few days before that Ida was going to be a big one. The National Hurricane Center said it was likely going to be a Category 4. It was, in fact, a Category 4. And they knew that days in advance. I'm just wondering, are you happy with the FEMA response so far?
No, well, I'm not happy about not having gasoline. I mean, no one can be possibly happy about any of the things that aren't perfect. Unfortunately, some things are kind of beyond your control. You've still got to get the fuel into Louisiana. So that has been about the challenge as well, as people were trying to get out of Louisiana. Listen, at the end of the day, making sure that we have power, making sure that people have fuel, it's easy enough to be angry about that, but it's also easy enough to recognize that sometimes things happen so fast that you have to work within the confines that you have.
Soon we'll also hear from New Orleans City Council member J.H. Banks about the efforts the council is making. He's going to join us in just a few minutes. And Peyton, I just mentioned that St. John press conference at 9 o'clock we would have on air. That's going to be on Channel 4. We're also streaming it on our website, WWL-TV.com, and you can watch it on your app.
Yeah, good deal. Definitely waiting to hear that. All right, for the next 3 days, here's what we're going to be dealing with. We are going to have plenty of heat and humidity today. We'll have some storms around, about a 50% chance. And so we'll need to watch out for that. Some of those storms could produce some strong gusty winds across the area. So just be mindful of that if you are out and about or on the roof doing anything with blue tarps. Just be watching for some storms later today. Of course, our tower cams are going in and out still, but here's your local expert forecast for today across the area. And we'll be looking at temperatures in the 90s pretty much everywhere. It's when you factor in the humidity that you've got the hotter conditions, feeling like the low 100s, even up to 105, 7 in a few spots. And as you can mention, there's our tower cam up and off. We'll have temperatures low 90s, some storms around, and that'll be about a 50% chance. So any storms that do pop up, lightning, thunder, and maybe some of those strong wind gusts. So we'll really need to watch that through today, as we just don't need any significant winds anywhere. If there's a lot of debris, things can fly around very easily. So you want to stay tuned for that for any storms that do develop. Now, one thing we'll be looking for tomorrow and Saturday is a little bit drier air. This is looking at your dew point, that humidity, what it feels like. And anytime you have dew points in the 70s, it's pretty humid. But in the summertime in southeast Louisiana, the lower 70s feel a lot better than the upper 70s with your dew points. So it will be humid today. But look at tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, our dew points will be a bit lower in the afternoon. Now in the morning and overnight periods, the humidity is still going to be pretty high. Your dew points will be high. But in the afternoon, they typically drop a little bit because the dry air that's above us, thousands of feet above us, mixes down to the surface. And so some of that drier air will make it feel more manageable during the afternoon, but it's still not going to be beautiful. And then there you can see dew points back in the mid to upper 70s later next week. So overall, we're not going to see huge improvements with our humidity, but it'll feel a little bit better. And as I mentioned, it'll be mainly during the afternoon hours. Now, something else we're going to be watching are the tropics here, and we're looking at this is Invest 91, and it's just a tropical wave. There's nothing really to it right now. It's sitting down here just off the coast of Mexico, or excuse me, off the coast of Honduras. It'll be heading into the Central America and Yucatan, Mexico area as we go into the weekend. And then by early next week, it will be in the southern Gulf here. And then that's when it has a little bit better chance of development. The chances don't look all that great right now. It looks like there's going to be some wind shear, and that'll probably keep it fairly unorganized. So overall, just doesn't look like we're going to see any significant development with it. Now, the moisture with it will move into the southern Gulf, and then models do have that moisture moving up to either Texas or Louisiana. There are a few models that do spin this up into maybe a depression, even a storm as it gets into the northern Gulf here a week away. And you know how quickly a forecast can change, or a forecast can change 7 days out. So nothing's written in stone. We're not worrying about this. We're just watching it. Check in daily, maybe check in every other day at this point. We got a lot of other things on our mind, but we got to remember we are in the heart of hurricane season. I do want to briefly mention really quick, our rivers are improving on the North Shore. They're all dropping. The Tangipahoa, though, river, that one's still pretty high. It was in major flood stage, and it is going to continue to see flooding probably for the next couple of days. So there's your 7-day forecast. Hot and humid today with a few storms around. Some of them could be strong. Tomorrow, lower chances of rain, a little less humid, and that'll continue into the weekend. April?
Yeah, thank you, Peyton. 8:09, and we really haven't had any changes, at least throughout the morning, for road closures, both region and metro-wide. We haven't had any accidents or breakdowns either, so that is great news. We do still have a lot of areas that are either flooded, there's down power lines, down trees, or just debris in general in the road or on the roadway. So please be mindful of that. If you're just going to be traveling, even on very small surface streets, guys, it is still very dangerous until crews are able to clear everything. But LA 18 River Road is not passable from Sugar House Road to Grand Mill Elevator near Ann Street. Anna Street, due to down power lines. A little bit down the road, actually a few miles down the road, the area is still not passable along St. John Parish line to Hanville. So please be careful if you're going to be traveling along River Road in these areas.
Friends and family are mourning the loss of Dyron Ricolfi, the second victim in a double shooting that also claimed the life of NOPD Detective Everett Briscoe. Ricolfi passed away yesterday at a Houston hospital. They were both vacationing in Houston when two men shot them during what was believed to be a botched armed robbery. Accused gang members, 21-year-old Anthony Jenkins and 19-year-old Frederick Jackson, have been arrested in connection with that fatal shooting. They are both charged with capital murder. The news of Dyron Rocolfi's passing hits home to many people here in New Orleans. City Council member J.H. Banks knew both victims. They were all Zulu members. He's joining us on the phone this morning to discuss. Thank you so much for being with us. I can't imagine how hard this is for you.
Good morning. No, this is definitely not the easiest time for any of us. This is actually surreal, and this nightmare continues, and it is just so horrific what happened, and it continues to happen. There's a cancer of violence across this nation, and it is consuming too many people, too many lives, and just too much sorrow that I'm prayerful that at some point we figure out how to stop this, because this is just crazy.
It really is. I truly am sorry for your loss, and I know we spoke about loss during this pandemic. You lost so many Zulu members then.
You know, Zulu has been hit hard, and I don't know which of us threw a brick in the church or something, but I sure hope they don't pick up any more bricks, because we have just been surrounded by death from COVID and now to this, and we just don't seem to be able to catch a break. But we are relying on each other. Zulu is strong. Our heads are bloodied but unbowed. But let me tell you, this is not easy, and it just continues that it looks like every time we see a little bit of light at the tunnel, it turns out to be a train coming. So, but hopefully we will all get through this. But please know that Zulu is strong. Our commitment to this community will never waver. Matter of fact, I'm giving a distribution this afternoon with supplies, with water and cleaning supplies, and there'll be Zulu members out there helping me to do that today. We're doing that at 1 o'clock at the Israelite Baptist Church, and Zulu's commitment to New Orleans will never go away, even though we are definitely in mourning and have been in a perpetual mourning since all of this craziness started.
Yeah, we recognize that. Appreciate you guys so much in this community. You mean so much to New Orleans and the surrounding areas. Let's talk about the storm. Where did you ride that storm out? What did you experience, and how's your family doing?
Alrighty, well, I was here. I mean, I stayed. I evacuated my entire family. I was the only person named Banks in New Orleans in this family. My family all went to Florida. Leadership has its obligations, and as a leader in this community, I felt obligated to stay. I actually rolled it out in my house. It was not fun. We have some damage that is more of an inconvenience than an irritant. Some shingles blew off, and some of the siding blew off. Water came through. Rainwater came through several of the windows. But again, other than inconvenience, we've got sheetrock to change and insulation to get rid of, and then obviously got to put new gutters up and new roofing stuff up. But we fared out pretty well. And when you compare this to what happened to Katrina, I'm doing cartwheels. I mean, I had 7 feet of water in my house for Katrina. That one I did not ride out. We went to Houston for that one. But no, New Orleans fared out well with this, and my family as well. We are all just grateful that the loss of life was absolutely at a minimum, that the loss of property was at a minimum. New Orleans is going to bounce back quickly. I am very, very proud of both of our utility companies that have stood up. We had a Category 4 hurricane and a complete loss of power, yet Sewage and Water Board functioned exemplary. There was no massive flooding. That is surreal in this world, and I'm excited that they did that. And I want to publicly commend all of them. And then Entergy has just been phenomenal in getting the lights back on. There has never been a catastrophic outage like this where the transmission line collapsed. But we've got lights coming on right now. So both of those folks, both of those entities, and all of those very committed, hardworking employees need to be commended. And I know that folks like to take shots at both of them, and many times those shots are justified. Mm-hmm. But in this case, everybody ought to be clapping and cheering them because they have done an exemplary job.
Yeah, for those things that are going well, there's also, you see the gas lines. I know you've seen that. We all are. You've seen people who just can't get the essentials that they need right now. Do you think there's anything that needs to be done on a greater effort to make sure people have basic things like gas?
Well, obviously, I mean, we have been in conversations working on getting generators to open more gas stations. The power coming up will alleviate some of that. That'll help more gas stations come online. And then basic stuff. I'm sending a letter today to the insurance commissioner to ask him to please put pressure on these insurance companies that are refusing to acknowledge loss of use. Now, the fact that an emergency What happened is indisputable. The fact that a mandatory evacuation was not called, there wasn't time to do that. That technicality should not penalize the citizens or the insured people that pay their insurances every month or every year. We ought to be able to get those benefits. And right now we've got a whole community that is displaced because of the power outage caused by the storm. And then when you layer that into the fact that we're in a heat crisis, this is just crazy that the insurance companies are not willing to help with this loss of use. And I'm hoping that the insurance commissioner can put enough pressure on them to make them have some changes to that. We've got to get what we need along all lines, from gas to being able to get people resources to making sure that we can get people food and water while they do the cleanup. This is going to be a comprehensive effort. And so far, we've done okay, but we've got a lot more to go, and I'm going to keep pressing until we get there.
All right, definitely glad to hear you reaching out to the insurance commissioner about that. When you get an update, you hear word, because as you said, based on a technicality, because we didn't have a mandatory evacuation, because Mayor Cantrell says there wasn't time for that, a lot of people missing out on some insurance benefits. So Jay, please keep us updated.
I will do that. And again, the 72 hours is the threshold. We didn't have 72 hours. This storm moved incredibly fast. So we're going to do all we can do to get it fixed up.
All right, J.H. Banks, again, so sorry for the loss that you're dealing with right now. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And everybody out there in New Orleans, please be safe. And don't forget, we're still in a pandemic. So please continue to wear your mask. If you haven't gotten a vaccination, get that. We got a lot of crises. This is like a Gambino's Dobash cake. This has a lot of layers, but we got to address all of them. So please make sure you all are being COVID conscious, because that problem hadn't gone away either.
All right, and thanks for bringing up cake. We need something to look forward to. Appreciate talking to you, Jay.
There you go.
All right, take
care. See you later. Bye-bye.
Peyton?
All right, thanks, Sheba. And today we're going to be watching for some storms. I think a few of these storms could be on the strong side. Not everyone's going to see a severe thunderstorm, but we could see some that produce some strong gusty winds. So the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted parts of our area for some stronger storms as we go through the afternoon hours. 50% chance of rain. That means not everyone, but you know, a few people could certainly see some heavy storms later on. It will be hot and humid. Heat advisory in effect through the afternoon. It'll feel closer to the 100s. And as we go into tomorrow, we'll have a few storms around, I think, but for the most part, our rain chances are lower, and the humidity will be a little bit lower too. So notice our temperatures in the low 90s, but with lower humidity, might not feel as hot. We'll only probably feel like the upper 90s tomorrow. And then that'll continue into Saturday and Sunday. Still pretty low rain chances, and then rain chances increasing next week.
Peyton, thank you. With so much devastation from Hurricane Ida, there are people who want to help, but for those trying to donate money, there's always a chance that those funds aren't going to make it to the people in need. So GoFundMe is verifying fundraisers on their website. For more information, GoFundMe Senior Communications Manager Monica Corbett joins us. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks so much for having us, Leslie.
Of course. Now, there's so many GoFundMe fundraisers set up for Hurricane Ida relief. So how do you guys go about verifying them, and how can people check to see if a fundraiser they're looking to donate to is verified through you?
Great question. So we've seen thousands of fundraisers launched over the past several days. And immediately following the storm, our crisis team sprung into action to begin monitoring the platform and looking for fundraisers related to the storm. And so what that means is our trust and safety team looks at who is setting up the fundraiser and then identifies who is the ultimate beneficiary of each fundraiser, making sure that we have a clear connection between the two, and that if there is any additional information that we need in order to verify it, we're able to receive it. Some of that information might include details like banking information and personal identification. We've made it really easy for folks to know which fundraisers have been verified. If you go to our website, GoFundMe.com, on our homepage, we have a banner related to Hurricane Ida relief and recovery. If you click on that banner, all of the fundraisers that have been verified are listed there. And so it's very easy to see which ones have been verified and go to the right place.
Great. If for some reason you find one that's definitely not legit, do you just go ahead and deactivate it?
Yes, so our team has several ways that folks can share with us information if they think that a fundraiser is not valid. And so there are two crucial features. One is a report fundraiser flag that's on each fundraiser. You can click on that and immediately be connected with one of our trust and safety specialists in order to report anything that you may feel like is suspicious with the fundraiser. The other way is that you can contact campaign organizers directly if you have questions about a campaign or a fundraiser. Click on the contact button and that will connect you directly to them via messaging.
And if someone has set one up and wants it to be verified, how can they get in touch with you to speed up the process? Because you mentioned how many are popping up all the time.
Yes, there are thousands of fundraisers and over $1 million has been raised. Obviously, we have a donor community that's standing by and ready to support anyone who is in need. So if you want your fundraiser to be verified, you are welcome to reach out to our team, press@gofundme.com. And our team is happy to connect you with a member of our team to get more information.
All right, thank you so very much. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, we have lots more coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest Eye on Your Morning. Trash collection will resume in New Orleans today, but most residents will not see their garbage picked up right away. It will be a slow process, which is unfortunate. They were already dealing with delays because only about 25% of the usual workforce is currently available. They're only picking up what's in a city-issued garbage can. We expect to get more information on storm debris removal in the next couple of days. In Jefferson Parish, trash pickup will resume Monday, also on a limited basis. They're short-staffed as well. They'll also start removing storm debris on Monday. You need to place the debris on the curb and separate tree debris from construction debris. And don't worry if crews only pick up some of it, they'll get the rest at a later time. Trash services also resume in St. Charles Parish for residents in Ormond and Willowdale. Other areas of the parish will have their trash removed at a later date. Residents are being asked to stay patient as this process may take more time than usual. In many other parishes, garbage collection is suspended for the rest of the week, if not longer. Governor John Bel Edwards will be in Southeast Louisiana today to tour the damage caused by Ida. He's visiting St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and Tangipahoa parishes. The governor will also be meeting with local officials before holding a press briefing in Tangipahoa Parish at 5:15 this afternoon. For those of you who had homes or property damaged by Hurricane Ida, you can start applying for FEMA assistance. You can apply online at disasterassistance.gov, or you can call the number on your screen, 800-621-3362. You need to have a few items on hand to apply. This includes your Social Security number, a general list of damage and losses, as well as your address at the time of the disaster and the address where you're currently staying. You also need to provide a current phone number where you can be contacted by FEMA. Peyton?
All right, 8:26 here. We are going to be watching for some storms today. The Storm Prediction Center out of Oklahoma has highlighted parts of our area under a marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, meaning we could see some storms that could produce some gusty winds today. If you're not getting rain today, it will be hot and humid. We do have a heat advisory for the area. So once again, be careful in the heat, but also be careful with any thunderstorms that produce lightning and thunder and maybe some strong wind gusts. So you'll want to stay tuned for that throughout the day. There's your 7-day forecast. A little drier tomorrow and less humid, but notice the 90s, they are here to stay.
$827 and still accident and stall free. The story of the morning does remain that we do have some road closures or either some restrictions on the roadways. LA 18 River Road has not been passable for the last 2 days from St. John Parish line to Hanville, and that's due to down power lines. So please be careful, guys. We have a lot of down power lines as well as trees or just debris in general that are still on the roadways. On and off ramps, unfortunately, still closed in LaPlace, I-10 east and westbound, as well as southbound along I-55.
All right, coming up on WUPL, we are speaking with Representative Steve Scalise. He'll join us to talk about Hurricane Ida and its aftermath. Well, if you need to get gas, plan on extended wait times. Welcome back to the Eyewitness Morning News at 8:30. I'm Sheba Turk.
And I'm Eric Paulson. In a few minutes, we will be talking with Congressman Steve Scalise. In the meantime, let's get over to Peyton, checking out the forecast. Another hot one today for people working outside or sweating it out.
Yeah. Or waiting in those lines. Oh my gosh, it's just going to be hot and humid. And we're going to be watching for some storms today. We do have some showers and storms down towards Vermilion Bay and south of St. Mary and into lower Terrebonne Parish, but not a whole lot going on right now. The chance of rain will be there. We'll be looking at temperatures in the 90s, and our camera keeps going in and out on our West Bank Tower. But there you can see 90s across the area. It'll feel like the 100s, and there will be about a 50% chance of rainfall, mainly this afternoon. So there you have it. Heat advisory again today. Tomorrow will be in the low 90s with only about a 30% chance of storms. So rain chances will be lower on Friday and Saturday. That's thanks to some drier air getting in here, and some of that drier air you'll feel at the surface. So it'll be a little less humid tomorrow. It's still going to be hot, but maybe not as oppressive with the humidity, and that'll continue into the weekend, guys.
Peyton, thank you very much. We want to call now with House Minority Whip Steve Scalise to get his thoughts about the federal recovery efforts following Hurricane Ida. He is joining us on the phone. Congressman, thank you very much. We appreciate the call this morning. First of all, it does seem like FEMA has not come through with what a lot of people expected. You know, the biggest complaint I've heard from people is, why are there not trucks loaded with gasoline coming down here to help out, feeding stations, all kinds of things?
Yeah, Eric, that's a question we've been asking. We've been pressing FEMA. In fact, as I was pressing FEMA a few days ago for getting generators in, we started getting calls from people in the private sector, and we're able to get some very large generators from companies who just said, look, we'll get you generators, and they're helping people. But, you know, and this is going to be an issue we're going to raise with President Biden. There needs to be real generator capacity brought in.
Well, and it should be, because so many people are stuck here now. You can't get out. A lot of people, we have a very high poverty rate here in New Orleans and all around the metro area. And a lot of these people are just stuck at home in sweltering heat, no help. I mean, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's going to cause bigger problems. And look, the flood protection system held. That's something that thank goodness is holding allowing people to stay home, but with no power, it's becoming a bigger health issue. And we're seeing with these heat indexes, people are going to be having other concerns and issues, and people with health needs. We've got to get the power back up. We've got to get fuel back in. And I was on a call with Cedric Richmond last night and some of the heads of the refineries, and we're trying to get fuel in from other parts of the country. But again, this is a different issue, but we've got to find ways to get fuel in. You see the lines. If there's one station in a 5-mile radius, everybody knows about it, and the line's probably 4 hours long.
Yeah.
And it runs out of fuel. I mean, we've got to get fuel down. We've got to get generators to some of these large fueling stations. So we're going to just continue to press for this, but it's something that's got to happen now.
And again, it's not just for this storm, but for other disasters around the country. There was enough warning to where they could have mobilized, fuel trucks, generators, things like that, and staged those outside the area, because we knew 2 days before the hurricane hit that the National Hurricane Center had said this was going to be a Cat 4 storm, and in fact it was, and it did massive damage.
Right. It was no surprise that this storm was going to hit hard. And frankly, I was out yesterday. We went to Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, and they had a gauge out in Port Fourchon that said it registered close to 190 mile-an-hour winds. So I think this is going to ultimately be upgraded to a Category 5 where it hit ground. And you could see the devastation in Fourchon and Grand Isle. And of course, the path that went all the way up. I mean, St. Charles Parish is still devastated too, and it's just a lot of wind damage, a lot of massive problems that FEMA's got to be focused on addressing.
And I said this to your colleague Senator John Kennedy the other day. You all in Congress, you have power. It just seems like the entire delegation, whether Democrat or Republican, would come together and start raising hell that this has got to change.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the top topics of conversation with President Biden tomorrow, is to find ways to make this happen now. It's been too long. We've got to get generators. We've got to get fuel. And the power grid. I mean, obviously here locally, That effort needs to continue to ramp up. But, for the federal resources, those are the top priorities right now, and getting some more food pod sites set up. And,
yeah.
Look, faith-based groups are already coming in, Eric. I mean, we saw this after Katrina. It seemed like the faith-based community, they can mobilize. Well, then shouldn't FEMA be able to do the same thing? But we're getting those kind of relief sites set up by a lot of faith-based groups now too. But when they say, well, there's a site in Alexandria, Louisiana, that's great, but a lot of people aren't in Alexandria; they're here.
Yeah.
That need the relief.
And they could have brought buses in, all kinds of things, and it's great that faith-based organizations are doing that. It is good that the president is coming down here tomorrow, because he does need to see firsthand, some of the suffering that people are going through.
Right, and that's going to be something that we like them to see, some of the hard hit areas. Hopefully they'll do an aerial tour where they can go over some of the really hard hit areas, and then we got to sit down and talk through the complicated issues of how you get power back up, how we can move whatever red tape needs to be moved to get fuel in, to get more generators in, to get those kind of relief supplies going right now.
And because when you look at Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. John, St. Charles, this was their Katrina. I mean, they got slammed so hard in this.
Right, and Katrina, it came in around St. Bernard Parish and went east and, hit Mississippi, but it was the winds that pushed Lake Pontchartrain through the levees that collapsed that really did the devastating damage that caused lives. This is different. This storm, it's scheduled to go to Baton Rouge, and you can look around, really kind of around north of Fouchon, where it took an eastern turn instead of going west. And then once it did that, that's where we got the devastating winds that caused so much damage.
Well, will you actually be meeting with the president when he comes down?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Well, then I'm sure you'll have a lot to tell him. So thank you for joining us, Congressman. We really appreciate it.
Great being with you, Eric. Thank you. Take care.
All right. Leslie?
Eric, thank you. A chef with local ties to Louisiana is helping anyone who needs a hot meal as they recover from Hurricane Ida. Duke Carter is live in Metairie this morning. Duke, the chef plans to feed thousands.
Good morning, Leslie. Yeah, the chef, Gary LeBlanc with Mercy Chefs, plans to feed as many people as possible. We were just talking to some people inside, some volunteers who said yesterday they fed about 10,000 people. Today's goal is about 15,000 people. So Chef Gary LeBlanc, who is the founder of Mercy Chefs, again, wants to feed people as many people as possible to reduce their stress in the midst of trying to recover from Ida. This group of people are working, volunteering to help others who are in need. In this case, they're bagging food.
Let's do 3 in a bag.
They want to make sure people who are waiting in line
It's great, but I wish I needed to get some powder soon.
at least have one good meal while trying to deal with Ida's aftermath.
It feels really good to be able to come out here and make a difference for the people in Metairie and the New Orleans greater area. Hey, how y'all doing today?
Daniel Rochester is a volunteer from Lake Charles. He's doing what he can to make sure people get all the meals they need for the day.
Mercy Chefs was actually out in Lake Charles for Hurricane Laura, and they were really able to make a huge difference for us out there. And so I just felt like I had to come out here and try to help the people out in the same way that they helped out us.
Lord, I just pray that every meal that goes out today would touch somebody's life.
Chef Gary LeBlanc is the founder of Mercy Chef. That's a nonprofit organization that helps people in need after natural disasters in impacted area. LeBlanc started the organization in 2006, surprisingly after Hurricane Katrina.
I volunteered with a lot of other organizations, and to be frank, I didn't like the way they fed people. I thought there was a better way to feed folks that have just lost everything, and that was the birth of Mercy Chefs.
LeBlanc says he wanted to feed people good meals like chicken pot pie while trying to get their lives together. In total, the nonprofit has served over 15 million meals.
Well, we want to do the most meals that we can possibly do, but for us, it's always to do the very best meal that we can possibly do under the circumstances we find.
So that people who are in need can have a hot meal while trying to recover.
Shout out to everybody else. Thank you so much for the help that everybody's been bringing, and stay safe, everybody.
And so again, Chef Gary LeBlanc has ties to Louisiana. He's actually from New Orleans, which is how he got into that whole, kitchen of what we do here in New Orleans, of course, chefs being with the kitchen. And so he plans to stay here as long as possible, at least until the power is restored. And again, people who would like to get a free meal, they can come here to Celebration Church here in Metairie. That's across the street from the Leisure Toy Store. For now, though, reporting, Duke Carter, Eyewitness News.
We are so thankful for that, Duke. Thank you very much. We do have a list of several other businesses that are open on our website. It includes grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, even community charging stations. To get that list, you can text the word open to 529-4444. We'll send you that list right to your phone. Trash collection will back up in New Orleans today, but most people will not see their garbage picked up right away. It's going to be a slow process because only about 25% of the usual workforce is available to work. Crews will only empty 95-gallon city-issued trash cans. We expect to get more information on storm debris removal in the coming days. Trash services also resume in St. Charles Parish today for residents in Ormond and Willowdale. And Jefferson Parish trash pickup resumes Monday on a limited basis because they're also short-staffed. JP will start removing storm debris Monday as well. And many other parishes' garbage collection is suspended for the rest of this week, if not longer. We've made it easier to find information on your parish. Take a look at the screen. Find the number next to your parish, and once you find it, you can text that number to 529-4444. Again, that number 529-4444 will respond with a link to specific information like road conditions, power status, and more. This information also available on our app and our website, WWL-TV.com. Peyton?
Thanks, Leslie. A lot of great information there. I want to give you an update on our rivers on the North Shore because that was one of our most lingering effects from Ida. Great news is all the rivers are now dropping, all of them except for the Tangipahoa is still in major flood stage. The rest are back to either normal or they're going to get there pretty soon through today. So yeah, Tangipahoa River is still very high in major flood stage, but it is dropping. It is not rising anymore. Same thing for the Tickfall River over in Livingston Parish. It is dropping, but it is still in major flood stage. 7-day forecast. There you go. Hot and humid today with a few storms around. Some of those storms today could be strong with some high wind gusts. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Drier and a little less humid on Friday, and that'll continue through the weekend. And then next week, plenty of humidity, heat, and the chance for rain sticks around. We'll be right back.
Traffic is looking okay this morning, but we do have a new accident on the roadways I-10 eastbound at the I-55 merge. Keep in mind that this is also where the off-ramps are closed still in LaPlace, I-10 eastbound and westbound and southbound along I-55. So I'm sure that's part of the reason why individuals have gotten into an accident. This is brand new. We don't have any word of if there's specific lane blockage or not, but of course you can see that that area actually just turned from red to yellow, which means that congestion is getting a little bit better in the area, but please be mindful of that. LA 18, which is also River Road, is not passable from Sugar House Road to the grain mill, elevator near Anna Street, and that is due to down power lines. So again, please be careful if you'll be traveling in the area. Continuing to look at the roadways, as I mentioned before, guys, we do have those off ramps that are closed. I-10 east and westbound and southbound along I-55 that is closed in LaPlace due to flooding. Still monitoring that accident. I-10 eastbound at the I-55 merge. Not getting reports of that specific lane blockage. LA 18 also not passable in St. John's Parish at the line, at the parish line to Hanville, and that is due to those down power lines as well. If you're going to be traveling or trying to travel to or from the North Shore, taking I-55 is fine, but Highway 51 is closed at the exit ramps in LaPlace due to flooding. Again, I-10 between New Orleans and Baton Rouge is reserved for emergency vehicles only. If you have to travel in that area, they are asking you to please monitor your speed, making sure you're not getting into accidents or any breakdowns. We want to keep that area as clear as possible, basically leaving from Kenner, starting at Loyola, until Baton Rouge for those emergency vehicles.
April, thank you. Houma took the brunt of the storm, and we're getting a better look at the damage and what survived. Here's Brandon Keefe with an aerial look at Houma.
Houma. Look in any direction and you will see what Hurricane Ida did to this city of 32,000. The signs are everywhere. Just driving down the street, you'll be stopped in your tracks. This car dealership sign stretches across multiple lanes of South Hollywood Road. The Central Business District took a big hit. The 5-story Whitney National Bank building lost several windows. You can see right into the offices. Roofs were ripped off Main Street businesses, one after the other. The corrugated steel slamming into other storefronts. This is the kind of damage blue tarps just won't cover. Roofs and walls not just damaged, but gone. You can see into attics where things were stored for safekeeping, now a total loss. Some large commercial buildings were flattened by Hurricane Ida, left unrecognizable by the destructive winds. Homeowners who evacuated are starting to return, and this is the damage that matters most. These aren't businesses, but homes. People lived here and will rebuild here. This is the hard part. Picking up the pieces and starting over. This city is not about buildings, it's about people. They will put the home back in Houma. For Eyewitness News, I'm Brendan Keefe.
And Terrebonne officials say residents can come back, but you will be doing so at your own risk.
Yeah, and I've got lots of friends who live in Houma, and it's just been really tough. You know, a lot of people looking for food, things like that. We're trying to get places that are open. I did get a text from a friend. Chris's Specialty Foods at West End Boulevard, 6251 West End. They have boiled bag gumbo that you can get, all kinds of stuff. They have all kinds of discounts. But best of all, there are no lines out there right now. So if you're looking for a place to go get some food, that might be a great option.
Yeah, that's definitely great. And you know, in Terrebonne, they're saying come back at your own risk because there's no power. Water services are disrupted. Cell service in so many of these areas that have been badly damaged is still not working. You know, we dealt with some of that in New Orleans the day of the storm. It hasn't been restored for many of those areas yet.
Yeah, and you know, and we did say for Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. Charles, St. John, this was their Katrina.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the suffering they're going through is just, I mean, we can imagine because we've been through it, but this was their Katrina.
So many people lost homes and businesses. I just did that story where we talked to Bayou Terrebonne distillers. You know, the whiskey business, the great-grandmother was a bootlegger, and they carried on the business, just really getting started, really flourishing. And their little business was real close to that Whitney Bank that we saw just completely destroyed. So just, your heart breaks for all those people there, and especially people, you know, just getting on their feet and just getting into what they really love, and
Yeah.
have so many setbacks.
And when we talked to Congressman Scalise today, you know, I hope he is able to convey to the president just how much, you know, that federal help is needed here. Why, you know, gasoline trucks, buses to get people out, all that stuff has not come here from FEMA when there was time to get that ready. As you mentioned, some faith-based groups have been able to get together and get supplies down here. Why the federal government has not done more, I mean, it has a lot of us scratching our heads.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And looking at just in the aftermath, people struggling to have basic things like gas, food, water, all those things, you wonder why things weren't coordinated so that people could have that kind of stuff already.
And just send generators to get gas stations and stores up and running. That's why I mentioned this, Chris's specialty foods, because, you know, people are looking for food, you know, and a lot of times you go to stores, there's long lines. And, you know, some of the basic necessities people are just dying to get.
Some of the Rouses were open yesterday, and ice, I mean, people were running over
that
to
would
ice.
like that, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we got to go.
I'm Sheba Turk. Thank you to our WUPL viewers for sticking with us. For our Channel 4 viewers just joining us, here is the latest on your morning. Most locals are still waiting for power to be restored, but some progress is being made. Parts of New Orleans saw lights come back on last night, including the French Quarter, the New Orleans Fire Department, and the VA hospital. According to Entergy's map online. Nearly 747,000 customers in Louisiana still don't have power, though. Jefferson Parish has the most customers affected, with more than 200,000 without power. Meanwhile, on the North Shore, Clico is making progress on restoring power to St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes. Now, based on Clico's website, about 72,000 customers are currently without power on the North Shore. The majority of those outages are being reported in Covington and Mandeville. And an update for customers of Washington St. Tammany Co-op. About 34,000 customers are without power this morning. More than 23,000 of those customers live in St. Tammany. Peyton?
We'll be watching for some storms today, about a 40 to 50% chance, and a few could produce some strong wind gusts, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. But really, if you're not getting rain, it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid. You guessed it, we got another heat advisory for the area, as many people still do not have power. There's your 7-day forecast, staying in the low 90s through the end of the work week, into the weekend. 20 to 30% chance of rain, and it'll be a little less humid starting tomorrow. April.
Yeah, thanks so much, Peyton. 8:56, and we do still have an accident over the interstate, over the Bonnie Carter Spillway on the interstate. That's going to be I-10 eastbound at the I-55 merge. Do keep in mind that we also have exit ramps that are out, and apologies, we got some issues with our slides, but we do also have exit ramps that are down east and westbound along I-10 as well as southbound along I-55 due to flooding in LaPlace.
All right, April, thank you very much. We are waiting on an update from St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. We'll have that on Channel 4 in just a few.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
All right, thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. St. John Parish, of course, took a beating from Hurricane Ida. Some areas of that parish still dealing with water days after the storm.
And this morning, parish officials will be holding a news conference to talk about the recovery efforts there. We're still waiting for that to get started. Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president there, will be speaking to the media about this. And I'll tell you what, it's been a hard time getting information out of there because they have been so devastated. Even the president of the United States couldn't get through to the parish president.
Yeah, they had 30 hours where they actually couldn't communicate with anyone, and cell service still isn't great there. Jacqueline Hotard has been saying that when she goes out into the parish to assess damage, to help with things, she doesn't necessarily have good cell service.
You know, and as we mentioned on our program on the Eyewitness Morning News a few minutes ago, you know, for parishes like St. John, St. Charles, Lafourche, Terrebonne, this was their Katrina. I mean, they took the brunt of this storm. The destruction in Laplace was just unprecedented. For a while, they were cut off from everybody.
Yeah, and I saw Jacqueline Hotard saying in an interview that she talked about the people who went through Isaac in the parish, which was terrible for them as well. They had 7,000 homes that flooded during Hurricane Isaac, and she was saying, but back then the damage wasn't as widespread and there wasn't as much damage to infrastructure. So you got to think about the people who went through Katrina, who went through this in 2012, and then just went through Ida a few days ago.
Well, and they got a triple whammy. They got the intense winds, they got the heavy rains, and they got the storm surge. So, I mean, they were hit with all angles of this, and you can see the destruction as we take a look at these aerial shots. I mean, it was massive. There's still places in St. John Parish that are underwater.
It's true. They got about 17 inches of rain, 5 feet of storm surge, and 100-mile-per-hour winds. All of that leading to this devastation that we're seeing here. And you see so much different damage. You see roofs completely torn off of homes. You had homes that were flooded, and also the roof came off. So remember, the parish is still in the process of assessing exactly how much damage is there.
And you know, for us here in New Orleans and Jefferson, we're seeing some glimmers of hope that some power is coming back. We don't know how long that the power, the water system, everything in a parish like St. John is going to be out. But it's going to be a while. When you have this kind of devastation, it takes a long time. I remember for Katrina, when we had massive flooding in the city, the storm was on August 29th, the same as Ida, but 16 years ago. I did not get power in my house till November 4th. That was 2 months later.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. She even mentioned that there's damage to an Entergy substation that serves the area. I checked about an hour ago. St. John Parish has 19,000 outages this morning. And then there's the water issue, which we're seeing in several parishes as well. Eric, you've either got boil water advisories, you've got some parishes with no water pressure at all.
And again, it's good that President Biden is coming down to see this firsthand tomorrow, but we have been questioning congressmen for the past several days about why there seems to be so, and I don't want to say a lack of help from FEMA, but not the kind of response that a lot of people expected from FEMA. You know, where are the trucks that are bringing down fuel for people, food, the tarps, everything else that are so desperately needed now, and maybe buses to get people out of here. And we talked to Congressman Troy Carter this morning. He was saying the problem with getting people into buses and getting out is then where do you take them? Because the devastation was so wide.
It is. It's very widespread. And, you know, Governor Edwards made a great point when he said that the president was coming. He says you have to come down here and see the damage yourself. Of course, Governor John Bel Edwards toured St. John Parish on Tuesday, looking at this devastation that we're seeing here in person, because it does make a difference. It shows what people have to go through to recover. And remember, St. John had, I think, the most rescues of any parish in our state. 800 people had to be rescued from St. John Parish.
Yeah, and you know, we watched the rescues going on in Lafitte, and that was dwarfed by what was going on in Laplace. And for the longest time, we tried to get Meg Ferris after well, here we go. Here's the news conference right now, getting ready to start.
I feel like a giant standing next to you.
I know, and typically I have one. Thanks, Mike. Usually I have heels on, but these are the only clothes I have, you know. I have.
And that is St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard preparing for this press conference, and she might not realize those mics are hot.
Yeah, she's talking to Congressman Troy Carter right there. So
she says she's wearing the only clothes she has right now.
And you know, and a lot of folks are going through the same thing.
Oh, certainly.
And you know, these folks have probably been working around the clock, at the parish office building, and they're getting ready to deliver stuff to their people and to let the news media and the entire metro area and the world know what's going on in St. John Parish.
Sure, you do feel for these parish officials too. A lot of these people, of course, live in these areas, and so they're dealing with a lot of the devastation that they're trying to help other folks with.
And that's what sometimes we do forget. When you were talking to Councilman Jay Banks this morning, you know, he's not able to go and take care of his house. He's busy taking care of New Orleans, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
A lot of them are like that, and they have lives too, families too, and you know, they've got to give up so much to do what they're doing.
Yeah, and our parish officials have done a great job keeping us up to date on what's happening in their parishes since the storm, but you can sense just the exhaustion in their voices. For a lot of them we've spoken to, you could just hear how tired they are.
Yeah. And then the anguish, because every complaint that comes from their constituents comes right to their offices. I think she's ready to start now.
Good, usually. All right, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you to all of the elected officials and first responders who have joined me here today. Sheriff, congressmen, members of the council, Pontchartrain Levee District is represented, our EOC, FEMA's represented. We have a lot of resources on the ground right now, so I thank everyone for being here with us today. I'll give a quick update. I'll allow the sheriff to give a quick update, and then we'll have some questions at that moment. Right now, communications are still very limited. I'd like the public to know, and even for media to know, we're still struggling through those challenges. As I've said before, our backup systems failed and the backups to the backups failed. And so we have been severely limited with communication. It has gotten better, but we are sometimes unable to communicate as quickly as we would like to. We have already set up distribution sites for water, ice, and MREs. We had 2 sites open yesterday, 72 hours after a Cat 4 storm hit St. John. So we are really doing well. However, we know there is so much more to do. Those sites are open, one on the East Bank at Regala Gymnasium, and the other one is at the Wallace Fire Station. Yesterday, we had 1,000 setups of water, ice, and MREs distributed, and on the West Bank, there were 300. Also, FEMA assistance is available right now. Please register at disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. FEMA is also going to be mobilizing teams to go into the neighborhoods, because we know just as we are challenged from a communication perspective, so are our residents who don't have electricity. Another question, water. Some of our residents have seen water be restored and then they lost it. And when I say restored, I mean a slow trickle. As we begin to build pressure in our water systems, we are finding leaks that we knew would be there with a storm like this. And so you may get a trickle, it goes down. Our last report was that we did have better water pressure on the West Bank. There were a little bit water pressure in Reserve and Garyville. Some areas don't have it. In Laplace, once they restored a little bit of that system, the leaks were found. We have 2 additional motors at some of our bigger facilities to help us get that back online. But I want to be very honest and frank about this. Electricity, every substation, every transmission unit, every piece of critical infrastructure as it relates to electricity has been damaged in St. John. And so it will be a lengthy amount of time before we can get that restored. Our water systems, the same thing. We are slowly getting them restored, but as water comes through and leaks are identified, we may continue to lose water in and out. We have our fire department and National Guard here and other first responders going into neighborhoods to distribute water, and we will continue to ramp up those resources because we know right now the need is greater than our availability. As far as roads, all of our interstate systems are open. Highway 51 on and off ramps remain closed. We still have a curfew in place from 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. We are receiving a lot of calls from residents that want to know, can they just come in to check on their homes at any point? Absolutely. We're not closed, and especially we're not closed to our residents. Please come and do those assessments. The curfew is in place, one, because there are still many low power lines throughout the parish. So if you're traveling at night especially, and there's a low power line, we don't want anyone to get injured just traveling at night. It's very dark. And secondly, and the sheriff will get into that. We want to make sure that we protect people's homes as much as possible from any individuals with bad intentions. Contractor fraud, we know, is going to be at an all-time high. We're already seeing some of the scams come up. People are receiving messages saying, you know, this is FEMA, we're going to process a gift card or anything like that. We just need your social security number. That's a scam. FEMA will not ask you through a text message for your social security number. If you get any type of email or text that looks suspicious, it probably is. Same thing with contractors. Please make sure that the contractor you are dealing with is licensed. Take pictures of license plates, licenses, anything that you can so that you don't get scammed. Unfortunately, in an emergency, people take advantage of individuals in an emergency. So we want to make sure that our residents are on high alert. And I'll let Sheriff talk a little bit about that, and then we'll come back and open it for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Start off with a little bit of bad news. We had a person last night who we found him deceased this morning. We don't have the immediate cause of death, but as of this time, it appears to be because of a generator. He had it outside of his window, but somehow it appears the fumes may have gone into his bedroom while he was asleep. I'm asking residents to follow all safety precautions when it comes to emergency generators. Everybody's trying to get them, but after many, many storms, a lot of deaths happen because of generators. To now on to more positive things, I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies, the Louisiana Sheriff's Office Task Force, for coming out and help us right now. My troops were exhausted and depleted. They have come in here and given us great amount of presence. I want to thank the Louisiana State Police for coming out here too. Colonel Davis has been extraordinarily helpful. And now I'm going to get into another phase of having outside law enforcement agencies from across the country come in and help us maintain a presence. We caught 3 looters. They're in our jail right now. I heard they had looters caught in another parish. The bond was set, I'm hearing, at $1 million. In St. John Parish, the bond was at $25,000. My magistrate, my judges, $25,000 for some criminals who are trying to take advantage of citizens at their lowest points. Their bonds need to be higher. I wish I could set those bonds. They're being there till Christmas. Keeping them in jail and send a message. You're taking advantage of people at a time when they're suffering. That we got to send a message. So I'm going to maintain and increase efforts of visibility, deterrency, whatever I have to do to keep my people, citizens who have evacuated. We're going to do our very best to protect your home and your assets. Looting is anticipated and expected. I know it's not accepted, but it's just something that we have to deal with. So, residents, you see something suspicious, call 911. Y'all been doing a good job out there. Watch each other's back. We had one person last night that thought it was a looter. It was a homeowner at night with a flashlight. We don't mind that, but we're going to come out and check it. So, we're going to continue with the presence. We're going to continue working hard. St. John residents, again, if you're evacuated, come in, get your things like the president said, and try to go back where you were, where you got comfort. If you're going to come out here, you're going to rough it. The gas lines are extremely long. We've had many fights, and I anticipate more of that today. So the parish president and her team has been asking the gas stations to try to limit a person who is trying to come here and load up your car, but you can't load up 25 plastic containers in the back of your truck with a big old drum to try to get fuel. The other motorists are getting antsy, seeing you take more fuel than you probably need. So we're asking everybody, look, be courteous of everybody. We're in this together. The fights, you don't want to come and stay with me, okay? But I'm not here to arrest anybody, especially people that need help. I'm looking for the other people that's here to hurt us. So with that, I'll be around. Everybody needs to talk to me after this about the looters. I want to give you pictures. I want to help you. I want you to help me media make them famous, all right? I'm going to give you pictures of them and all the information as soon as this press conference is over. Thank you all. Appreciate y'all.
like to say a few words?
Hi, I'm Congressman Troy Carter. We're just here to demonstrate the full faith and credit of the federal government. The president has hit the deck hard, signed the declaration early, federal dollars are flowing, and we know that there are a lot of people throughout the state that are really hurting, and we're desperately trying to get resources to them. We know gasoline lines are long. We're working desperately to get more fuel into the state to make sure that people have access to fuel for their vehicles or fuel for their generators. But as the sheriff indicated, you've got to be very, very careful with generators. Carbon monoxide poisoning is quite common if they're not done properly. They should be outside with all fumes going out, nothing allowed to come back inside. We also want to emphasize to people, I know it's hot, and we know the month of August is horrible, and now the beginning of September. We are desperately working with Entergy to get power restored. Go outside, sit in your backyards, try to avoid being in the heat. But right now, unless you have a direct plan, we're asking people to, the safest place is to stay in your communities. There are power lines that are down, and although transmission is not going into your homes, some of those power lines could be live and could be very, very dangerous. There's still standing water in some areas, and we ask that everyone be vigilant and remain careful. The President of the United States will be in Louisiana tomorrow to see firsthand the devastation. And that's demonstrative of what the President has said. His commitment is not only to build back, but to build back better. Let's make sure that we stand tight, stand strong, take care of each other. In Louisiana, we will get through this.
Thank you, Troy.
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you, Sheriff. And he's right, the president will be here tomorrow, and not only in our region, but right here in St. John Parish. We were one of the hardest hit communities of our entire region with rain, storm surge, and wind. So we had destruction on all three levels. Both our president and our governor have called this one of America's great disasters. But with prayers and unity, and you see us all unified, there's nothing that we can't collectively get through. Let me assure you that every decision that was made was not in isolation, but at the consultation and with consultation of all of our experts. Hurricane Ida took a dangerous turn and stalled over St. John Parish for 6 to 8 hours that we were in this eye wall, an extensive amount of time that was unpredictable. I will continue to be here for the residents of St. John, and as Sheriff said, these are very tough conditions. Even in this building, there's no running water like anyone else. Many of us have also not bathed, our homes have flooded, our cars have flooded, so we share with the struggle right now of all of our residents. And I want to make that assurance known that the team that you see here, we are committed to this community, have been and always will be. And I'll open the floor up to any questions at this time. Good question as it relates to COVID-19. COVID-19 is still real. It's still out there. So not only are we dealing with this one disaster, we have to do that with attempting as best as we can all of our mitigation efforts. When we opened our shelter in St. John, that was a concern that was brought up, and I can't thank our staff at Department of Health and Human Services enough. We quickly stood up. We had wipes, sanitizers, plexiglass, all in place so that when our residents who wanted to come and evacuate at that shelter, also those mitigation measures were put into place. We kept families separate. We know that that's a real concern with COVID-19, and so I can't thank them enough for really assisting us when we had to evacuate people, at least at the shelter, that we were able to put those mitigation measures in place. But I would ask our residents as much as possible to attempt and try to do those same mitigation measures that we've had in place, knowing that these are brutal conditions right now and everything may not be possible, but please do the best that you can. We want to keep everybody as safe as possible. Yes, we have seen more resources increase as it relates to gas and just everything. We are quickly ramping up all of our resources to our residents. I want them to know it's hard to say be patient. It really is. When you're in your home, and many people are still in a home that was flooded or damaged, and there's no electricity and there's no water, it is very hard to say be patient. But I can assure you, we have resources out there now. We're distributing many, many things, and we're going to continue to ramp up those efforts as much as possible because we know that our residents are suffering and hurting right now because of these conditions.
I wanted to ask, some of the neighborhoods around here, particularly we were here a couple days ago, like River Forest, there was some of those neighborhoods, some of the homes are so devastated, the damage is so great, and if there are any of these residents, some of these homes are uninhabitable. If anybody doesn't have anywhere to go, what would you recommend for them? And you may have already touched on it, but what would you recommend them do? And could you highlight just something you would recommend for them just to keep themselves safe? A lot of them don't know what to do.
In the immediate, please call 911. If you are in an emergent situation, thank God, even when all of our communication systems failed, 911 was still there. So please, if you are in that situation, I would encourage residents to call 911, and we are still working with our DHS department and GOSEP to make sure that we get people to safety, because we know that as conditions, each day that goes by, people are hanging on for electricity and water, and as that's not happening, we are slowly receiving phone calls from people who want to leave. As it relates to electricity, I said it before, I will be honest. Our reps have said this is going to be the long road as it relates to electricity restoration. So I would encourage those residents, if you have an emergency situation, please call 911.
Okay.
Any other questions? I just want to thank you all for coming here. As I've stated, we are severely challenged with communication, so any opportunity that we can to speak directly with the residents and let them know we are here, our entire teams, officials, everyone, we are here doing all that we can for the residents of St. John. The communication has been challenged, and we will continue to put information out on our website, through Facebook, all of those means of communication, and continue to send people out into the neighborhoods to assist those who may not even be receiving the information or able to watch our press conferences. But I do thank you for coming out. Thank you.
All right, guys, and that was St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard giving us an update there. Also, Sheriff Mike Treg and Representative Troy Carter. The biggest news we got out of that press conference and update was from Sheriff Treg, who told us that a man was found dead in St. John Parish. They believe that it is appear to be connected to generator misuse, unfortunately. And then they talked about people trying to return to the parish, which of course they've been stressing people not return. And it's because, Leslie, we talked about the situation there with water and electricity. She actually said that every piece of critical infrastructure relating to electricity is destroyed. So there's really no timeline yet on when water or power will be back in the parish. But she did say if you're a resident, you can come back in, check out your property, but they stressed you will probably want to go back to somewhere right where it's quiet and safe.
That's right. A lot of people don't realize that curfew is for their safety because it is pitch black everywhere. And just driving down the streets, there's trees still in roads and power lines down, and it's just not safe. So they do have that curfew from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Is that right, Sheba?
That's it. Yes.
7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We just heard her say a second ago, Jacqueline Hotard, a long road ahead to get electricity back. They just have a trickle of water right now.
Definitely. And Sheriff Mike Treg also talked about looting, something we talked about with Orleans Parish Sheriff Marlon Guzman earlier this morning. In Orleans Parish, we had about 40 arrests for looting. In St. John Parish, they have 3 looters they put in jail, but Sheriff Mike Treg wanted to send a very strong message that it would not be tolerated there. He said that those looters had a $25,000 bond, but he wishes he could set it even higher. He said he would be sending the media's pictures. He said he does not want that happening. And they also have law enforcement coming in from all around the country, he said, to make sure that things stay safe, because you can only imagine how long people will be not in their homes, how many of those homes are easy to enter right now because of damage. So he's stressing that he's doing his best to keep the parish safe.
And I did want to also remind remind people that looting is a felony in the state of Louisiana. And we just heard President Hotard talk about the spotty communications. Even President Biden, St. John was hit so hard, President Biden tried to get in touch with her early on, and she couldn't even get a line out to talk to him. She mentioned her own home was flooded. I read in an article from The Advocate that she lost her car as well. So she stressed to the people, we're in this with you, we're in the same conditions, and we're fighting for you.
Yeah, they actually had 30 hours, Leslie, where they couldn't communicate with anyone outside of the parish. And we've had some issues trying to get updates from her on the morning show several times this week. And that's what she said. She wants everyone to know she's trying her best, but sometimes the communication still is just not there.
And we did want to let you guys know several roofs with holes and missing shingles. I mean, that's a good day for St. John Parish residents right now. So it's going to take time before a roofer can get around the area for repairs. So the Army Corps of Engineers has a free program to help. It's called Operation Blue Roof. It is available in our area. Here's what you need to do. Call or go to the website on your screen and apply for right of entry. Let's see where that website is. Actually, I don't even see the
It's blueroof.us, and I tried it out earlier. It leads to a larger link, but they're trying to make it easy for us to share with folks. So just type in blueroof.us and that website will come up.
And that'll get you to an assigned contractor who will start scheduling installation parish by parish. We want to stress it's not going to be immediate because contractors are in the process, of course, of moving into temporary housing. After it's done, the Corps will inspect it for quality control. That's going to buy you some time and protection while you're waiting on a roofer. And if you need a tarp over your home, there's a few places you can go.
That's right. Starting at 1 o'clock, tarps are being given away at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club on North Broad. More tarps will be available at the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary on Gentilly Boulevard. That's also at 1 o'clock.
And we've, of course, made it easier for you to find information for your particular parish. So take a look at the screen and find the number next to your parish. For instance, if you live in Orleans, you're going to take 1 and you're going to text that to this number, 504-529-4444. Once you text it, you're going to get an immediate response with a link to specific information like road conditions, power status, and more for your specific area. If you're interested in all the other areas, you can text as many times as you need. But we have a lot of people calling in saying we're not getting enough information on our particular area. For instance, Plaquemines. If you live there, just text in 10 and you're only going to get the information you absolutely need. This information also available on our app and our website. And when you go to our website, you just look down and there's a bar that you can scroll through to find your particular parish. It is really, really easy to find, and that's such a great resource. And Sheba, we're also letting people know what's open in your area. Unfortunately, I'm sure there's not a lot of places in St. John, though we did just hear President Hotard say they're working on getting some resources such as gas as quickly as possible. But you can, I think you can also text OPEN to 504-529-4444, and that's going to send you a link of places around town that's open for food, gas, charging stations, things you need to know right now.
Yeah, we've been keeping a track of those gas lines and, of course, trying to keep on our website when we see gas stations that are open. But Leslie, we've seen the lines. If you do find one that's open, the line is so long. Sheriff Mike Trigg actually mentioned they've seen many fights at gas stations. That's been one of the big issues in this days following the storm, because you see some people not only trying to fill up their car, he says people are out there with 4 and 5 tanks of gas, trying to take that as well, not thinking of the cars coming behind them that still need gas. So that is definitely a major issue. We talked about distribution sites. We should mention the ones for St. John Parish. Parish President Jacqueline Hotard brought these up as well. They have one at the Wallace Fire Station, one at the Regala Gym, and yesterday between the two sites, she said they gave out about 1,300 kits of supplies. They're giving out water, ice, and MREs, so they're keeping those distribution sites for people who need things in St. John Parish.
That's right, one's in Vacherie and one's in Reserve, so hopefully you guys can get to one of them. And of course, be careful, because as they say, it's still a very fluid situation in St. John. This is a parish, all the river parishes, it's almost like we knew it was going to be bad, but they got the trifecta. They got the heavy, relentless rain, the strong winds, and then the storm surge coming off Lake Pontchartrain. It's just, you know, they were scrolling those pictures as we're watching the presser, and it's just absolutely devastating to see.
Oh, it's devastating. But when you look at the numbers, I mean, it just makes sense with what we're seeing. 17 inches of rain for St. John Parish, 5 feet of storm surge, and they had 100-mile-per-hour winds. And it's why when we look at the video there, we see so much devastation. You have homes that are completely level. They're sitting on the ground. You have homes where the roofs were ripped off. Some people, unfortunately, still inside of those. Remember, St. John Parish had 800 rescues. That is an unbelievable amount of people to be left behind and dealing with floodwaters, wind, and rain.
And I think we are waiting on an energy press conference right now, of course. Actually, Lafourche Parish, okay?
Yeah, we're going to get several updates throughout the morning, and we're staying on to make sure that you guys get that information. We know a lot of people are watching us online. We appreciate if you're joining us there, and we're trying to keep our social media pages and website up to date with all of this information.
That's right. And we take a look at the screen. Let's throw that graphic back up so you can write down the number of your parish. We're making it easier. All you have to do is text 504-529-4444 and the number of your parish next to it.
Yeah, and there's that graphic right there. So you just text the number of your parish. So if you're in Orleans, you're going to text 1. Jefferson, you'll text 2 to 504-529-4444. We're trying to keep that information by each parish so that you can go specifically to the area that you live in. And there's so much information that we're following in these days after the storm. We spoke with New Orleans City Council member J.H. Banks earlier this morning. And Leslie, he was saying that he was reaching out to Insurance Commissioner Jim Donilon to talk about some of the technicalities that people are going to run into with insurance, because Orleans Parish, for instance, didn't have a mandatory evacuation. But that's because we didn't have the 72 hours by the time that officials thought we should have an evacuation for that to be issued. So he said he was going to write to Insurance Commissioner Jim Donilon to see if they could waive that specific technicality that's going to prevent people from getting help in some areas because we were not under a mandatory evacuation.
Yeah, we so desperately need that. Entergy crews are working every day, guys, to get more and more service restored. We're starting to see glimmers of hope in the outage map. A little green here, a little green there. New Orleans East. Yesterday morning during the morning show, we saw some lights come back on. And eyewitness investigator David Hammer maps out how Entergy will work to bring the rest of the area back on grid.
When the whole metro New Orleans area south of Lake Pontchartrain was cut off from the outside electric grid at 8 access points, the hope was a new power station in New Orleans East would save the day. The New Orleans power station did not deliver its own self-generated power, but it did play a key role in delivering power Wednesday morning. A high-voltage line from Slidell was restored overnight, and the power station acted as a switching station to ration out the power 10 megawatts at a time. The power station could handle a total of 128 megawatts, representing just 10% of the city's power needs, but that was big for Entergy New Orleans CEO Deanna Rodriguez.
This morning was a significant milestone.
More than 11,000 customers in New Orleans East and Mid-City got power back by late morning, including the New Orleans Fire Department and the VA hospital. But Entergy needs more power coming from the west to create a loop to various substations.
In terms of the restoration, the way that it's working is we are moving from the New Orleans East area towards 9 Mile.
The 9 Mile Point Power Station is located here on the West Bank across from uptown New Orleans. It can feed directly to the Sewerage and Water Board power plant in Carrollton. It normally feeds power across another river crossing to Harahan, but that won't be possible because Hurricane Ida knocked the tower there into a twisted heap.
So we're trying to make a loop. We're going west around the city, and it will go from substation to substation. So we're not picking neighborhoods, we're following the flow of electricity, and the electricity has to go safely from substation to substation. There are 10 substations that are ready to serve customers.
But the challenge is to feed substations outside the city of New Orleans, too. Entergy told surrounding parishes they would get power also, which was a relief to St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis.
Entergy is not interested in getting somebody on before someone else. They want to get everybody on. We need to know that. They're working hard to get your electricity on.
The key to that will be getting one of the 7 high-voltage transmission lines working from the west. That may involve bringing power from the Waterford nuclear station. The timing of that is still unclear.
So we're not quite done with the damage assessment, and as soon as we have that information, we'll be able to, and we will, inform the public.
David Hammer, Eyewitness News.
David, go ahead.
Thank you, David. As we follow the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, we are looking at its impacts now in New York and New Jersey, having a lot of flooding and devastation there.
So far, 9 deaths reported in New York and New Jersey. I believe 8 people got trapped in an apartment complex or in apartments. We don't really know more of the details, but we did see videos this morning. People opening up their apartment door to just water gushing in. It looks like they're at the ocean. It's absolutely unbelievable. Water flooding into subways. So let's get over to Peyton and see where Ida is now. Has it made its way through New Jersey?
Yeah, it's really just the remnants of Ida, and it's pretty much wrapped up there. You can see there on our satellite that the worst of it, all the heavy rainfall, has been kind of combined with a cool front that's up here. It's actually really chilly up here in upstate New York right now. Some of that northerly flow getting pulled down, but boy, do they see some just unimaginable flooding in these areas, flooding that they've never seen. So Ida's one of those storms, I can tell you, that's going to be talked about for many, many decades, not only because of the impact here, but because of the impacts they've seen elsewhere in the United States. So this was a very significant storm for many, many, many people as Ida lifts off towards the north. And it's just the remnants at this point. There's not much left to it. Now, our weather here, you know, we keep kind of preaching on this because we do have to be careful. It's hot, it is humid. We know more people now are getting those generators and they're setting them up near their bedroom windows. They're setting them up close to where they're sleeping. And these people are going to sleep and they're not waking up because they're getting carbon monoxide poisoning. This is always a problem after significant storms like after this. We saw it with Laura last year. More people died after the storm from carbon monoxide than what you actually see directly with the storm. So it's a big, big problem. And, you know, we just see it so often and we always talk about it because it's so incredibly important. And we put up information on our website in many, many different languages that are spoken across the Southeast Louisiana region to make sure that people understand the risk with these generators. We're talking about the carbon monoxide poisoning. And remember, carbon monoxide is odorless. You can't smell it. And so you're ingesting this carbon monoxide, you're poisoning yourself, and your body, you know, if you're asleep, you just won't wake up. Now, there are sometimes you can start to tell that you feel sick if you're awake and these types of things, and that's when you've got to run outside basically or go get yourself to the ER immediately if you are starting to feel those conditions and you do have a generator in the vicinity of you. So these are important messages that we've been hearing all across Southeast Louisiana and even in South Mississippi, that you've got to take the generator safety very seriously so you don't get that carbon monoxide poisoning. The generator has to be outside, far away from any place where you're sitting down. You cannot have it outside your window. The carbon monoxide can come inside. It can be pulled in through the vents of the air conditioner if it's near it. So you got to think of all these things and place it correctly. You've also got to make sure you're reading. There's all these warning labels on these generators as well. So it's just such a tragedy when we hear of these deaths, you know, not only during the storm, but afterwards, where they could have been prevented, people just trying to stay cool because it is so incredibly hot and humid down here in Southeast Louisiana on any given summer day. Yeah, it's September, but you know, it is still technically summertime here in Southeast Louisiana. Now, if there's any kind of relief in sight weather-wise, it's going to be tomorrow and Saturday, and I don't want to give you false hope here and you think it's going to be a beautiful fall day. It's not. It's still going to be hot in the 90s tomorrow, but our dew points are actually going to drop a little bit on Friday and Saturday. We'll be looking at, instead of the upper 70s with the dew points, the mid 70s, and that'll feel a little bit better during the afternoon. So just to give you an idea, it might feel a little better tomorrow afternoon, but in the evening and the overnight hours, it's still going to be pretty muggy across the area. And our temperatures are still going to be in the 90s. You can see there the next 3 days, we're going to be at around 93 to 92 to 92. So there's not going to be any big fluctuations in the temperatures. It's just our humidity is going to be a little lower tomorrow. I also want to mention we do have a chance of storms today, and we could see these storms pop up this afternoon. There's about a 50% chance of it. These will be your classic summertime storms, but sometimes these summertime storms can produce some pretty strong winds, and we do have some of those ingredients in the atmosphere today that could produce some straight line wind gust. And typically, you know, we could handle a 40, 50, 60 mile per hour wind in most locations, but there's a lot of infrastructure right now that is already damaged and it cannot hold up to the same level as something that is not damaged. So think about roofs, all these things that are just flying debris basically. If a storm does pop up and start to produce some strong winds, that can pose somewhat of another risk that you wouldn't have on, you know, a normal setting down here. So we'll be watching that today. I do want to take a live look at radar real quick to give you an idea. We've been having issues with our Slidell radar because the National Weather Service in Slidell, their backup generator has gone down. So the communication from them has been a bit spotty with regard to the radar information. So we're having to use our mobile radar and you can see all the radar scanning across the region there, and we don't have our Slidell, but showing a few storms mainly down south of the coast and south to the lake. We got a little shower that's popping up kind of near Triumph and Venice. That's a little brief downpour, but not a whole lot going on right now. But I do think as we get into the afternoon hours, we will start to see some pop-up storms, about a 50% chance. And yes, we are looking at a very low wind severe weather threat. You can see the Storm Prediction Center out of Oklahoma. They're like the branch, the National Hurricane Center, but they do severe weather. They have issued a marginal risk for severe weather across our area, and that's where you could see some of those strong wind gusts of maybe 60 miles per hour. So that's something we'll certainly have to watch. And then, of course, you're talking about heavy rainfall with any of these downpours. It's summertime. There's a ton of moisture in the atmosphere. It doesn't take much to get a heavy downpour with lightning and thunder. So start thinking about, do you have a roof that is open? A lot of people have roof damage, and they're trying to get them covered. There could be some rain around the area today. And you don't want to be standing on the roof, putting on blue tarps or standing on ladders, cutting trees or things like that with thunderstorms around. So these are just all those secondary things that maybe you don't think of that, but can honestly be a big problem for people. So not only these post-storm related issues are something that a lot of people often forget about. We're stressed, we're wanting to get things done, but it is really important you're mindful of these things, not only with the weather, but I'm just telling you, that carbon monoxide thing, it's just such a tragedy. And we really want people to understand the messaging. If you know someone, maybe you're watching us on YouTube right now, we're streaming all over the world for this, and maybe you know someone who has a generator, family, friends that are still down here, and you've been chatting with them and they have a generator. Maybe they just text you and said, we finally got that generator, we went to the store, bought it, we're firing it up, we've got some AC. Remind them, it cannot be anywhere near the house, in the house, it cannot be in the garage, it cannot even be near the window where you are at, because you can get carbon monoxide poisoning, and if you go to sleep, you might not wake up. So this is just some serious stuff, guys, that we've heard of a few deaths now from carbon monoxide.
Peyton, yeah, we just learned of a new death in St. John Parish that Sheriff Mike Treg said he believes is going to be related to generator use and carbon monoxide poisoning, unfortunately. Such sad things to hear right now. And Peyton did talk about the remnants of Ida, which just caused a massive destruction in New York and in New Jersey this morning. I think we have some video of that now, and it is just crazy to see that water rushing into the subway in New York. They actually had people who were trapped in the subway and had to be rescued off trains. I was just reading a New York Times report that said 200 people had to be rescued from a train near the Newark airport. And Leslie, they were trapped in there for 3.5 hours. Could you imagine?
No, must have been so terrifying. And just look at these intersections. They look like lakes. And it looks like people are still in their cars. And that's how people die in floodwaters. But they probably, you know, really didn't see this coming. I just read a Fox News article. It said 8 people dead in New York, including a 2-year-old that was at a home in Queens, storm-related. New Jersey, a 70-year-old man was reported dead, and a 19-year-old man dead in Maryland, all due to this storm in the Northeast. So they're getting the remnants of Ida.
Definitely, and just devastating to watch there. And you know, it's whenever we have storms like this, you see people posting on social media because we're posting devastation down here. They always go, oh, I could never live in Louisiana because you guys deal with that flooding and the hurricanes. And now we're seeing it all the way up north, right?
I know they don't expect it to come and be so severe.
Yeah, so of course our thoughts and prayers are with everyone in our area affected, but now our friends in the north and northeast dealing with this storm as well. We'll continue to monitor the impacts there as well. Well, we got an update earlier this morning from St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard and Sheriff Mike Treg. And again, the biggest news there, they did find one person dead that they believe is going to be connected to generator use.
And Asha Staples has been reporting live in St. John Parish all morning long. She was just at the press conference and she has more for us. Hey, Asha.
Hey, good afternoon, ladies, or excuse me, morning, ladies. We did have quite a bit of an update from the parish here. You guys just mentioned that, the sheriff mentioning that they did have one fatality, and they do believe that it was generator related. So again, echoing what we've been saying all morning, what Peyton just kind of ran through about the safety measures when it comes to using those generators. He also talked about looting. He was very strong in his message, saying that they would not be tolerated as they try to protect the parish as well as people's property who may not be at home. So there were 3 arrests made overnight. He said he's going to share those mugshots with us, so we'll hopefully have them in the next couple of minutes. They are in a meeting right now, but he says that they are thankful for outside law enforcement helping them with their presence here on the streets, because again, they are under curfew from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. Now, as far as the parish president is concerned, she did speak for a while about the destruction, saying that they've reached it on all 3 levels: rain, wind, and flooding as Ida passed through the heart of their parish. The need is actually greater, of course, than the parish's availability at this point, but there are a lot of resources on the ground right now. She mentioned 2 different distribution sites for MREs, water and ice, and those were all available 72 hours after the storm, but there's still so much to do, she says. There is FEMA assistance available, and they're asking residents to register right now, whether that's online or by telephone. They do have mobilized teams that are out going to neighborhoods to help people that may have communication disturbance, and communication again is still very limited right now. They're struggling through those challenges, but one thing that she did mention is that 911 is working, so if you do need immediate help, you are asked to call 911. Also giving an update, the water system is off and on right now. She said that sometimes residents will report that their water's back on and then their pressure will be low, but then it'll be cut off, so they are working through those issues as well. She mentioned every piece of critical infrastructure was damaged from the storm, so it's going to be a lengthy amount of time before everything is restored. So she's asking for patience, which is obviously a hard thing to ask residents right now, but there's just little that they can do right now. She also warned about contractor fraud. There's a lot of people that are being taken advantage of. Those calls and those messages to residents are going out right now, and it's a time where people are very vulnerable. So if you have any questions about contractors that are reaching out to you on FEMA's behalf, as if they say on FEMA's behalf, or if they're just going around their neighborhoods asking to help you, make sure you're asking for their licensing. And if you have any questions, you're always encouraged to call law enforcement. One thing that they did say as well, wrapping up the press conference, is that the president will be here sometime tomorrow to see firsthand the damage that Hurricane Ida did on the parish. And his message isn't just to build back, but to build back better. And he stands on that promise. So again, we'll have more coming up from St. John Parish as we do get that information. Again, that curfew runs from 7 p.m. until 8 a.m. So please do not be out if you do not have to. For now, reporting live in St. John Parish, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
And Asha, you've been doing a great job painting the conditions there for us. Asha, you still with us?
I am, yes.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that you could hear me. You've been doing a great job painting the conditions down there. Just do that for folks who are watching this. They're trying to figure out if they want to come back home. And Parish President Jacqueline Holtart stressing, come back home and check on your property, but you're not going to want to stay there in these conditions. Talk about the water, the electricity, the debris that you're seeing that's going to make people say, listen, I don't want to be here right now if I don't have to be.
Listen, I'm just standing out here just doing my job, and I'm sweating profusely. So, of course, there is no power. She just says if you can, stay where you are, where you evacuated to. It's the best thing because, again, there's no power. We've been talking about it being still summertime here in the South, so it's just conditions you don't want to have to go through. They do have gas coming in around the clock to try to help those who are needing to fuel up their vehicles as well as their generators. But, again, we talked about throughout the week how this was really just a storm, kind of like a tornado for 12 hours that people experienced. And she talked about how the hurricane took a turn for the worse and just sat on top of this parish for about 6 to 8 hours. So heavy flooding, and even 4 days later, they're still seeing the aftermath of that storm with flooding in some neighborhoods and down power poles that are just literally snapped in half. I was talking with my photographer on the drive down here, and there are the traffic signal lights completely completely turned opposite directions. So sometimes you don't even know where you're going and that it is a traffic light at that intersection. So again, it's just dangerous conditions. If you don't have to be here, please stay where you are, where you evacuated to. Of course, come during the day where there is plenty of sunlight to see your property and get an idea of what you're coming home to. But stay home, or stay, where you evacuated to for as long as possible.
Yeah, and the parish gave us a lot of updates. Sheriff Mike Treg, of course, paying attention to safety in the parish, which people are always concerned about in situations like these. It was interesting to hear him say how many fights they were monitoring at gas stations, of course, because that's a tense situation, but we see long lines at gas stations all across the area.
Yeah, and we're going to continue to see that as gas stations are still limited. Luckily, they seem to have a pretty good system with getting people in and out of the pumps. But again, it is going to be something that people have to just kind of have patience and bear through and wait in those long lines. People are waiting up to 3 hours here in this parish. So it seems to be pretty good, but there's still plenty of traffic on the roadways. So again, it's just something that you don't want to have to sit through if you don't have to.
And Asha, you mentioned sweating. So many people don't have electricity. It is so hot in your house. When you're driving around town, have you seen people taking shelter, like maybe in their front yard under whatever trees they have left or sitting out on the porch? And I was also wondering, they talked about structural damage to almost every single building. Are you seeing that? Like, just how devastating was it just looking around on your drive-in?
Well, on our drive-in, we were actually on West Airline Highway, and the destruction is pretty unimaginable. We see these things on TV screens, as we've been mentioning, but it's just nothing to see it in person. I've shared pictures on social media, and I'm telling my friends that aren't even here, back home in Atlanta and even in parts of Alabama, it just doesn't, the pictures don't compare, and it's just unbelievable. We haven't even made it into town, really. They were telling, some folks are telling us, saying that there's even worse damage, and one person was talking about the living conditions. Homes are completely just unlivable. So it's really just hard to believe people even coming back home to get rid of everything that may be in their homes to salvage what they can. I know some people we were talking to yesterday doing a story, they were working on getting their flooring out and their baseboards and hoping to be able to save some part of their life. But a lot of folks just left without anything at this point.
And some of the people you've talked to, does it seem like everybody's going to rebuild, or are some people just like, we're just going to move?
Honestly, it seems like people are still in shock. We spoke to an elderly woman. She was about 80 years old, and she was driving around, and she kind of chatted with us for a little bit. And she said that she's just trying to find ways to stay happy. We were talking to her, and she kind of just did a little dance, saying, "I just got to find a way to stay happy and be at peace." And I saw something on social media earlier today, and it said you have two choices in life. You have a chance and a choice. And so that's something that's kind of resonated with me with these folks as well, saying that they have a choice to kind of just be upbeat if they can, because this is devastating to live through, and of course come back home and witness if you did happen to evacuate. So again, people are trying the best that they can and not really knowing where they're going to go, but taking it day by day at this point.
Wow. It is interesting to see the different attitudes that you see come in a time like this, a devastation. We had our Duke Carter this morning showing us a chef who's returned to the area to cook and help people affected by this storm. And then you have folks who, as Leslie asked, you would think the sensible thing would be, right, I'm not going to live here anymore, I'm going to move. And so many of us weather storm after storm and want to come back. It's just the spirits of resiliency that no one wants to have, because it's exhausting, but it does seem to be in us. Folks in that area, I was reading earlier, Jacqueline Hotard was saying they were devastated, many of them, by Hurricane Isaac. That was back in 2012. They had 7,000 homes flood back then. She says the damage now, not even compared to that. It wasn't as widespread, and the infrastructure wasn't as damaged. So yeah, a lot of the people that you're talking to, a lot of those homes you're seeing damage, Asha, are people who are fixing up their homes for a third and fourth time in their lifetime.
Yeah, and like I always say, you guys, I'm from Atlanta, so I don't really experience hurricanes. So it's, talking to people who are from Louisiana, I'm always like, why are you guys staying? But like you mentioned, Sheba, this is home for people, and they just want to stay home. I get it. It is very interesting to hear that, being an outsider, being now in this city or this area. But it's very heartwarming to hear people say that they don't want to leave home and they're just going to have to rebuild if that's what they have to do. So again, it is a lot of different attitudes when it comes to these types of storms. You see people getting frustrated in these gas lines. I believe that there was one grocery store opening up earlier this morning and there was people lined up. So, you know, there's that desperation, but also a lot of people appreciative that they're just still alive and that they have something, even though they don't know where to turn or where to get assistance. It is very frustrating, but again, you got to take it day by day and just see what happens. Luckily, the resources are pouring in. Of course, people may be a little bit impatient, wondering, you know, when more relief is going to come. But like the parish president said, their entire, you know, infrastructure system is completely gone. So having to rebuild on that and supply for the folks, the thousands of people that are in this area is just, you don't even know what the timestamp to even put on that. I can't even think of the words to say, but it's crazy that people are going to have to live through this. But again, as she mentioned, if you can get out, just get out for a little bit, come home here and there. It is hot outside, so you just don't want to have to live in these conditions if you don't have to.
Yeah, just the unknown. We heard President Hotard say it's going to be a long road in terms of getting electricity back. No timetable out there. It's so frustrating for so many people, and it just speaks volumes on how bad St. John was hit. That is going to be one of the stops President Biden's going to make tomorrow, to come out here and see this firsthand.
That's right. And she also mentioned that, you know, we always think that, you know, the officials have it made easy. They're probably in their buildings with air conditioning and, you know, a bathroom that they can use. She mentioned that they're living the same reality that these folks are living as well. So she wants to reassure people that help is on the way, that it's just going to take some time. And she said that it's hard to ask people to be patient in these type of circumstances, but they're living it too. I actually asked to use the restroom thinking maybe that they would have a backup generator, but their backup and their backup failed as well. And so they're using, you know, porta potties in the back of their building. So they're living this with their residents, and again, wanting to reassure them that help is on the way and that federal dollars and federal help is actually coming in. It may be trickling in slower than we want to, but of course, things you can't snap your finger and it be there. But help is on the way and it's going to get here. We just got to be a little bit patient.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just seconds before that press conference started, I don't even know if Parish President Jacqueline Hotard realized that the mics were already hot. She was saying, these are the only clothes I have, pointing to the clothes she had on. She was speaking to Representative Troy Carter. And as you just mentioned there, these parish officials we've been speaking to, Asha, are experiencing a lot of the same things that the people in their parish are. They've lost their property, their homes, their car, their families are evacuated, and they're trying to communicate with them. They're dealing with all of that stress and trying to make sure that the parish gets on the road to recovery.
On top of a pandemic.
That is right, and they do have mitigations in place when it comes to the pandemic. She mentioned that at the shelters that they have here in town, before the storm even hit, they had their hand sanitizers, their wipes, their plexiglass, and all of that set up for folks to be comfortable if they were going to seek shelter. As far as room still left at the shelter, I'm not sure about that, but she does say that if you need any help, do not hesitate to call 911 and live in any type of unlivable conditions if you can. But noting back to what the parish president said, she mentioned that, you know, some of them have not showered in days and they're repeating clothes. So again, they're standing there with you and they're doing everything that they can, her team behind her, to do everything that they can to bring a little bit relief, even if it's for a couple of minutes, to these residents, and trying to get the word out even if they're not able to stream their press conferences or attend them. They're trying to go to neighborhoods to make sure that everyone knows what they're working on and what resources are available to them. So it's touching to see that they're in this with them, and they're trying to do what they can as fast as they can.
All right, and Asha, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for giving us that update. So hopefully you can find somewhere to get cool, maybe in the car for a second. Before we stop talking about St. John Parish, though, I do want to remind you guys, 2 distribution sites there, the Wallace Fire Station and the Regala Gym. And as Asha mentioned, passing so many homes that are damaged, we should tell people Governor John Bel Edwards did announce that the Blue Roof program has begun in Louisiana. So several parishes in our area are eligible for that. What they do is put that tarp over your home to make sure there's no more damage. You do have to qualify. If you do, it's free. But Governor Edwards stressed yesterday that your house has to be habitable once they put that tarp over it. This program is not for homes to just tarp and then leave. These are for homes that once they put that tarp on, you will be able to live in your home. So make sure you head over to blueroof.us to see if you're eligible for that program. So many people in need right now.
And another area hit so hard is Houma, and we can sit here and tell you how bad it is all day, but you really need to see the aerial views for yourself. Brendan Keefe has that for us to just paint the picture for you.
Houma, Look in any direction and you will see what Hurricane Ida did to this city of 32,000. The signs are everywhere. Just driving down the street, you'll be stopped in your tracks. This car dealership sign stretches across multiple lanes of South Hollywood Road. The Central Business District took a big hit. The 5-story Whitney National Bank building lost several windows. You can see right into the offices. Roofs were ripped off Main Street businesses, one after the other. The corrugated steel slamming into other storefronts. This is the kind of damage blue tarps just won't cover. Roofs and walls not just damaged, but gone. You can see into attics where things were stored for safekeeping, now a total loss. Some large commercial buildings were flattened by Hurricane Ida, left unrecognizable by the destructive winds. Homeowners who evacuated are starting to return, and this is the damage that matters most. These aren't businesses, but homes. People lived here and will rebuild here. This is the hard part. Picking up the pieces and starting over. This city is not about buildings, it's about people. They will put the home back in Houma. For Eyewitness News, I'm Brendan Keefe.
Wow, and that's again why Governor John Bel Edwards says that the president and other officials need to come down here and see that damage. It's one thing for us to tell numbers, to tell you how many homes have been impacted, how many people, how high the water was. You really need to see it. Here's some more views in Houma. We're starting with a look at the hospital there. Remember, there are no hospitals in operation right now in Terrebonne Parish, and that's why they're telling residents you can come back. We know people are eager to come back. They want that sense of home that we were talking about, but you're coming back at your own risk, especially in parishes like this where there's no electricity and water's not fully functional.
That's right. Fallen trees everywhere you look. You're already seeing blue tarps on roofs. I'm just reading it. Once again, we told you our website is amazing. We have parish by parish updates, things you need to know. So I'm on the Terrebonne Parish website, of course. Widespread damage, the fallen trees, roofs blown off homes, down power lines. Residents will be allowed back in on a tiered basis, with businesses allowed back first. Checkpoints, of course, set up, and that's pretty much everywhere you want to go right now. No medical care, because as Sheba just mentioned, no operating hospitals in Terrebonne Parish right now. Cell service is still spotty. It's going to bring time. It's going to take a lot of time to bring those mobile data towers back. Of course, electricity and more functional water than they have right now are the priorities. About 40 people were picked up by sheriff's officials after their homes were said to be uninhabitable. Parish levees reportedly held up with no issues, but as we've seen, it's just the strong winds. It just sat on top and dumped torrential rain and, of course, storm surge. Huge issues here, Sheba.
Definitely. All right, well, now we want to switch over and check in on St. Charles Parish. We have St. Charles Parish President Matthew Jewell joining us by phone, and thank you so much for joining us with the latest. We know you all are exhausted and tracking a lot.
Thanks for having me, Sheba and Leslie.
Yeah, tell us the latest. What are you working on this morning?
All right, so again, Public Works crews are out and about. They're starting now on getting debris out of ditches and canals. We do still have crews working on clearing right-of-ways. We have been asking residents to help clear right-of-ways if they have a chainsaw to be safe and to go cut trees on their streets. But we definitely still want residents to stay off the roads if at all possible. Because clearing this debris and getting access to our right-of-ways is going to make every other service that we're going to provide that much smoother. So we are going to be starting residential trash collection in some areas of the parish today. I believe they'll be in the Willowdale area today, and they're going to be starting to collect trash. That's going to be a slow process. So even though they're in the Willowdale area today and on, believe it's the Ormond area on the East Bank, just because they're in there today, that doesn't mean your trash is going to be picked up. It's a very slow process, and obviously some of these trucks won't be able to get down some of the streets, and there's a lot of debris in the way. So we want residents to be patient on that. We'll be able to get back to more of a normal rhythm once we get some of the debris picked up. And speaking of debris, that should be started on Monday at the earliest. And we've done an assessment, an initial assessment, and we have about 1 million cubic yards of debris right now on our streets. And to put that in perspective, Hurricane Katrina had about 450,000 cubic yards of debris. So just a much more devastating hurricane for us. So again, debris pickup is going to be happening. We want our residents' debris to get picked up as fast as possible. There are going to be some very big trucks coming in, tandem trucks that will come in with, that claw hook that picks up all of your debris and puts it in the truck. One of the things we have to do is make sure that there are no low-hanging wires, so those trucks can get through the streets. So we're also working with Entergy right now on getting poles lifted. Our main priority has been getting poles lifted on our main arteries. There's just some things that our public works crews aren't able to handle. And if we cut lines and push poles out of the way, it's going to extend our restoration time by weeks, and we don't want that. So Entergy has been getting more contractors in every single day and working on getting poles up. Yesterday, they were able to get poles up on part of River Road. We have them prioritizing Ormond Boulevard in front of the Shriners, because that is one of our pod locations. Speaking of pods, we do have a pod open at the West Bank Bridge Park. You can get ice, water, and MREs. There is a long line to get that stuff. So residents should be ready to wait in line for a long time. And if you don't absolutely need those items, let's try to keep that line as short as possible and keep the supplies for the residents who absolutely need them. Additionally, that pod location may be subject to change due to the amount of traffic it's causing in the River Road and on Hale Bob's Bridge. So we want residents to stay tuned for potential change in that pod location. Our other East Bank pod location, again, is inaccessible right now with down power lines. Entergy is working on getting those up. We're hopeful by the end of the day that they'll be able to get those up, and we may be able to do something as early as tomorrow to get the East Bank pod location open.
If you do have to
switch
if you do have to switch locations, sorry for interrupting, how are you updating residents on that?
So we are updating residents via reverse 911. So we're going to send out a text and a call to every single person. Fortunately for us, the cell phone service is getting a little bit better.
Good.
We've seen AT&T crews and Verizon crews adding generators to their infrastructure to power it up. So every day we're seeing, the data usage get a little bit better, the cell service get a little bit better. So we're going to send out that CTY. We're going to put out messages on Facebook, and we obviously ask that when we put out information on Facebook, that our residents share that as quickly as possible. When residents share our posts, it greatly increases the engagement and greatly increases the number of people who see it. And that's how we can, you got to get out information any way you can right now. So we're using every single thing we can.
All right. We're trying our best to help you with that. What about gas stations? This is something we seem to be seeing in every area impacted. Just really long lines at gas stations.
Yeah, so we are seeing some of our gas stations open up. I think the Birdies in Ormond is open. There's a Birdies in Ama, a Birdies in Hahnville, and one in Luling that has opened up, and that's because I believe Valero has started getting fuel shipments to those Valero gas stations. We're working on getting a list of exactly what's open, and we're going to be putting that up on our Facebook, along with gas and other grocery stores that are open, and we're working on getting those businesses open as quickly as possible. I've been talking to some of the gas station owners. They're saying gas is on the way. They're starting to get shipments in.
Oh, good.
So, I believe before the end of the weekend, we should see a lot more of our gas stations open. And with that, also, Winn-Dixie is open on both sides of the river, as well as Frank's and DeZalman's. Those are all grocery stores. I believe Majora's is going to be opening up maybe tomorrow. It's pretty hopeful to see that within the same week that the most catastrophic storm that ever hit St. Charles Parish, we're already having some of these essential businesses starting to open back up, and we appreciate that.
I was very surprised by the way you just said catastrophic, by the way you described it in your press conference last night. You've been through so many storms, and just your honesty, and it just seems like you guys have just been absolutely blown away, and we definitely appreciate all the hard work. You guys, of course, working around the clock for your citizens. But yeah, just describe, when we hear people who've lived through Katrina say this is the worst we've ever seen, it really puts it all into perspective to locals and the rest of the world hearing these things.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was in 10th grade when Katrina hit, and I remember just being blown away at that. And when the day broke after Hurricane Ida, I was just completely floored because up until that point in my life, Katrina was the worst thing I had ever seen. But this one definitely takes the cake. And our sheriff, Greg Champagne, has been through every hurricane. He's ridden out every hurricane in St. Charles Parish since Hurricane Betsy, and he said this one is by far the worst. So I definitely trust him on that one, and he's been great with his wisdom and his knowledge on how to navigate these type of situations, and we've been working very closely together.
Earlier when I interrupted you, you were about to tell us more about water.
Yeah, I just want to remind residents that we're under a boil water advisory. We did have a loss of water on both the East Bank and West Bank during the storm, and the pressure is starting to get back to normal. We're about 67 PSI on both sides of the river. Our normal PSI is about 80. So I just want residents to be patient because we're expecting those water pressures to fluctuate as contractors get in to grind stumps and bust water lines, and people drop trees and bust water lines. Our waterworks crews are going to be chasing water leaks for a while. So when we get those big water leaks, there could be a drop in the pressure, and we may even have to valve off some areas of the parish to make those repairs and then get that water back restored. So, the services that we're providing may be interrupted at times. So, but we are working every day and night to get it fixed. Additionally, on sewer, we are still asking residents to limit their sewer usage at this time. We have over 250 lift stations in the parish. The vast majority of them, probably 98% of them, are not on generator backup. So we have brought in generators. We got about 20 in this morning, and we're going to be getting those to our most critical lift stations. We should be getting another 20 in very soon, and we're going to be getting those all around to the various lift stations that need them, and that's going to really help our system start to flow a lot better. Once power is restored, we'll take those generators off of the areas where power is restored and bring them to other areas that need them as well. So,
do you have any sort of timetable for power? I mean, your residents are so frustrated. A lot of us just tell me when it's all going to be over. Do you have any sort of timetable?
Look, yesterday at the press conference, Entergy said today that they would put out potential restoration times. I haven't seen it yet. I've been checking my email, but I'm looking to see what those restoration times will be. As soon as I get them, I'm going to get them posted, and maybe I'll give a call back to WWL to talk about what the estimated restoration time is. But I can tell you the damage to the power system throughout St. Charles Parish is very extensive, and I know it's going to be a monumental task to get it up and running. So, residents should expect to be without power for weeks.
And is your home destroyed? Is your family okay?
Well, look, I was able to get my wife and my kids over to Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and out of the way of this storm, and I'm very glad that we did that, because I definitely wouldn't want to have ridden this out in a structure. And I've talked to so many residents who did not evacuate, who said, they never again will they stay through a storm like this, because it was just very, very scary during the evening hours of this storm. My home, is okay. I've lost my carport. I got a couple of holes in my roof, but it's nothing compared to the residents that have completely lost their homes. We have homes that look like a bomb went off inside of them, and they're just completely uninhabitable. So, I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, and Matthew, we were speaking with St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard, watching her press conference a few moments ago. Her mic was on just before she started speaking. We heard her telling someone she's wearing the only clothes that she has right now. I'm just wondering, from the standpoint of a parish official, what does your day look like? What do you have to do in a day between assessing damage? You mentioned surviving Hurricane Katrina, being only in 10th grade. Now you're a parish official. Definitely a different standpoint of surviving a storm. What does your day look like?
Well, look, I mean, we wake up very early and start the process of getting our crews back out on the streets. First, let me just back up, because, we're at the EOC. We have generator power backup, but our crews are out there on the front lines during these heat advisories, and the only AC they have is when they get in their truck and can turn their truck on for a second and get a little bit of AC.
Right.
But they've been working nonstop to get services restored to the parish. So they are the true heroes in this. The fire department, the sheriff's office, our law enforcement officers, they're the true heroes in all this. But look, we have basically a command center set up at our emergency operations center. We have people embedded from the fire department, FEMA, the National Guard, the sheriff's office. All of my directors are embedded in there, and this is kind of the central hub of where we're coordinating our response from. So we wake up very, very early and start that response as soon as our crews go out, and we kind of have our tasks and our goals for the day of what we want to see get done. We work well into the night until about midnight or 1 a.m. You know, try to go get 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours of sleep, and then get back and start doing it again. And we're going to keep doing it over and over until this thing is done.
All right, and I know there's a lot of work to be done, so we are going to let you get back to that. Thank you so much for joining us, St. Charles Parish President Matthew Jewell.
Thank y'all.
And guys, cooling centers open around the city. Here's a list of shelters: the Treme Recreation Center, Cutoff Recreation Center, Gurnon Brown Recreation Center, Milne Recreation Center, Stallings Recreation Center, John P. Lyons Recreation Center, Joe W. Brown Recreation Center, the Rosenwald Recreation Center. You can find more on our website, WWL-TV.com. Verizon also setting up mobile charging stations for anyone who needs to charge their devices. Here's a list of those stations, some of them inside the cooling centers we mentioned, like Rosenwald and Joe Brown. There's also 3 more charging stations set up by Verizon. One is in Hammond at the Seekers Point Church. That's at 14145 West University Avenue. 2 are also in Baton Rouge at the Dr. Leo S. Butler Community Center and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center.
And if you need a tarp, there are a few places you can go. Starting at 1 o'clock, they're giving away tarps at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club on North Broad. More tarps will be available at the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. That's on Gentilly Boulevard, also at 1 o'clock. You can also get one from FEMA by signing up at blueroof.us. There's a phone number you can call, 1-888-BLUE-ROOF. The tarps are reinforced and work is being managed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for FEMA. Now again, those tarps are going to be free through that program if you qualify, but there are specifications there. This is not for homes that are completely totaled. They are for habitable homes once that roof is put on. So just head over to that website or make a phone call to see if you're eligible for that program. Many parishes in our state have been cleared for the program, Governor Edwards announced just yesterday.
And we just heard the parish president, Matthew Jewell, saying he's constantly looking at his email because Entergy is supposed to send out some restoration estimations today. And we do have David Hammer in studio with us. Entergy, he does have an Entergy update for us. And David Hammer, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Leslie and Sheba, I just got off a conference call with the 2 subsidiaries of Entergy's CEOs. That's Philip May and Deanna Rodriguez. We talked with them trying to get more specific information. And let me start with the good news. That total of 137,000 customers in the greater New Orleans area, the area served by both Entergy Louisiana and Entergy New Orleans, a total of 137,000 customers have been restored. That's from a peak of 904,000 customers that were without power. So at the height of the storm, obviously, and up until just recently when they started bringing that back on. Entergy Louisiana has 41 of their 168 substations back online. That essentially means those substations that you see around where they bring in the high transmission lines in from the outside to deliver power down to the local level. 41 of 168 are back online. There's a separate group of about 25 substations in the city of New Orleans handled by Entergy New Orleans. There they have 13 substations back online. Those are substations serving Uptown, Mid-City, the CBD and French Quarter, New Orleans East, and the Carrollton area. That means those substations are ready to receive power. It does not mean that they are all actually distributing power out to those neighborhoods yet, but it means that they are able to take the power in from the transmission system. They said that backup generation, they've provided backup generation to the 7 cooling centers that Leslie just mentioned around the city and 7 of the New Orleans Fire Department's fire stations. Back online now are Children's Hospital, Tulane Teaching Hospital, Tulane Medical Center, University Hospital, various water plants for the Sewerage and Water Board, the Superdome, Lambeth House and the raw water intake for the Sewerage and Water Board. That's very important because of concerns there and some issues where they might have had to dump some sewerage into the waterways here. So we're going to be looking at that. Now, they used the New Orleans Power Station in New Orleans East to bring Araby back online last night, something that Philip May was very excited to announce because St. Bernard Parish traditionally has been late to getting back online, and this time they were one of the first ones back online, thanks to power being brought in from the New Orleans Power Station in New Orleans East. They say they're going to have 9 Mile 6, which is another one of those internal power stations, back up and running today, and they hope to have 1 or 2 new high voltage lines coming in from the west back up today. Now here's the bad news. 107,000 customers in the Bayou region, and they have no timetable whatsoever at this point. They're still doing an assessment. So when Leslie was talking just now about that area, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche, those areas, they are not going to be able to give them any kind of timeline until they finish the assessment process, and they're still doing that. Of course, that was the area that was hardest hit, so that's going to take longer. They did give a timeline to restore the vast majority of the Baton Rouge area by Wednesday, but they still can't give any kind of timeline or any kind of specific timeline to get the majority of customers back in the New Orleans area. And that really brings us to this big question of the New Orleans Power Station. I just mentioned that that new station in New Orleans East that just came online last year was able to help get power back to parts of New Orleans and to Araby and St. Bernard Parish. But this is a big point of contention right now. That power station was supposed to be able to make power by itself without power coming in from the outside. And as it worked out here, it did not start working until they started bringing power in from a high voltage line from the direction of Slidell. Without that, they were not starting it. Philip May said that they made a decision to do that because they were afraid that essentially that would be like driving down the highway with a lot of problems and a lot of dangers, but without a spare tire. And they were afraid that that was not the best course of action. So that's their explanation for not using the what's called black start capability for that power station, that they made a decision that they were going to wait until they brought in high voltage power from outside the area. And that happened yesterday, but there's a lot of questions about why the city of New Orleans has paid, citizens here are paying an extra $10 a month on their bills to cover the building of that new power station on the promise that it could be used if we lost power from the outside world, and that was not the case.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of questions there. And David, you've been doing such a great job spelling out the issues that Entergy has been having. You did an amazing story that folks can watch on our website right now about that transmission tower that failed. Can you kind of break down for us the issues Entergy is dealing with in putting that power back online?
Absolutely. So there are 8 entryways for high voltage transmission power from outside of our area. And what they talked about was that we are like an island. When we lost all power, we were like an island in the southeast Louisiana area, specifically south of Lake Pontchartrain, because there's a separate set of outside lines going in to the North Shore area, and Clico and those other power companies up there are dealing with a separate issue. But Entergy on the South Shore was islanded, they call it, like as if we were an island of no power. So then they were trying to figure out a way to bring in power from the outside, and there are 8 access points. And the one that's going right now, the only one, is the one coming from the direction of Slidell. The power tower that the high voltage tower that Sheba just mentioned that went down in the storm, that was one of those entry points that could have brought power in from the outside, and it collapsed completely. So we were out there showing you images. We got some great drone footage that showed that it was just a pile, a heap. But that is only one of the additional 7 areas where they could bring power in from the outside. One of those 7 like corridors of additional outside power that they still don't have going yet for various reasons. And it's not just because something collapsed. I mean, a lot of those towers are still standing, and those lines are still coming in physically, they're still there, but the power cannot be distributed through them.
It seems like we need the restoration times for those first, right?
Exactly, and they say that that's their priority right now, is getting those back online. They say that they have the hope of bringing 2 more of those remaining 7 corridors back online today. So we will stay on top of that to make sure that they are able to follow through, and we'll try to give you more updates as the day goes on.
Sure. One thing that you said, okay, so they were able to bring back power to a lot of medical centers, some very important stuff with the Sewage and Water Board, and you also mentioned the Superdome. So that just made me think immediately, like Hurricane Katrina, we saw a lot of people shelter there. Is that a situation where we might see that here, or you don't know?
Well, that is a great question, Leslie, because our colleague over at the Times-Picayune New Orleans advocate, Tony McCauley, asked that very question, because Deanna Rodriguez said one of the critical infrastructure sites that we brought back online is the Superdome.
I know it's huge, and there's no reason for it to be back on if you're not going to put people who are so hot and getting heat exhaustion outside and in their homes with no electricity. It would make you think that, right?
Right, and Tony McCauley said, now wait a second, why did you mention the Superdome as a critical site? Because it's not being used as a shelter right now. And she said, well, we thought maybe it might be used as a shelter of last resort, and I wrote it down, and it just so happens to be in an area where we've brought other things back online. So that was her answer to that question, because I had the exact same question, and Tony over at the Times-Picayune Advocate beat me to it. But he asked that very question, because that is confusing. No, that is not being used as a shelter of last resort, as we saw during Hurricane Katrina. And it was the explanation that Deanna Rodriguez gave is that she just mentioned it, but it's not actually part of the critical response infrastructure right now.
That's definitely interesting. Yeah, you also mentioned Araby, one of the areas that got power last night because of this new power station. And in saying that, you said, listen, that's one of the areas that's usually last to get power. It is kind of, I guess, an unspoken thing, right? We know which areas get power back first. French Quarter CBD, we know who's usually waiting last. We saw New Orleans East and Araby, typically who are waiting last, get power first yesterday. Kind of talk about, do you know if there is a system to which spots they turn on and how? Because I was also reading a tweet from Entergy this morning saying, listen, you might have power here and across the street you don't, because you guys are on 2 different grids. But this is something I feel like that always causes a lot of anger among the community. Why do some people get power first and others not?
That is a great question, Sheba, and that is also a question that I raised when I was talking to the CEOs at Entergy. Philip May said, listen, power is not prioritized that way. It is electrons, and it's physics, and it has to do with what lines are available and where we can send them quickest. It has nothing to do with prioritizing other than the critical infrastructure needs that they have tried to bring back on through their pre-standing plan for these types of disasters. There's kind of a natural flow, and it's science that determines a lot of where these things go. But the fact that they're bringing in power, there's no coincidence of the fact that they're bringing in power from the east, from this high voltage line through Slidell, and it's getting to places like New Orleans East, where we had the first customer back online overnight yesterday, or heading into yesterday, and places like Araby and St. Bernard getting power first because they're closest to the area where there's like this power station is acting as a switching station, and it can get that power out quickly to those areas that are close by. So it, again, a lot of it has to do with what can they bring on, what kind of transmission and distribution infrastructure can they get working again to be able to determine which neighborhoods get power first. And that's why I mentioned those substations, those 13 substations that are back online in the city of New Orleans, because that means that those places are ready to receive the high voltage transmission power, get it switched out through breakers and the like to the lower voltage distribution lines that you see on poles going down and then feeding into your home. And that will determine then, once they can get those going again and those line workers can get out there, linemen can get out there and fix those, then you can start seeing the power distributed that way.
This is all so over my head. You went to Harvard, right? Yeah. I'm glad we have you. We have you on this.
Does he understand that?
I'm trying not to make it.
No, you were doing a great job dumbing
thing.
it down for me. I really do appreciate it. But this is another question that's kind of outside the realm, but I wonder if they touched on it. Okay, we're seeing all these gasoline shortages. We're seeing all these Entergy trucks out there. They run on gas. Are they having any problems just gassing up their trucks to go out there and work?
That's a great question. We didn't touch on that in the press conference. That's a good one to follow up on, but they did touch on something similar, and that is that they have some of these linemen sleeping in their vehicles, not necessarily able to put everybody up in hotels as they have in the past, and a lot of it has to do with the scope of it, and also they pointed out a lot of it has to do with COVID, that they cannot have people packed into areas as they normally would in the areas where they do have power or whatever, or at hotels that they've been able to stand up for these 21,000 outside line workers that have come into the city.
Wow.
Come into the area, I should say.
And we're so appreciative of them and the work they're doing. So hate to hear that they are going through that. Can we talk a little bit more about the Sewage and Water Board? As Leslie said, we kind of consider you the expert on everything, but especially when it comes to the Sewage and Water Board. You mentioned some of the issues with Entergy because, of course, they supply some power to the Sewage and Water Board. Kind of tell us the connections there and any potential complications this could cause with the things Entergy is going through and what Sewage and Water Board's doing to function during this aftermath.
Well, we're still looking into some of those issues, Sheba. You know, our partners at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate, Jeff Adelson, reported last night that they had to dump some sewage.
I did read that, which sounds very just shocking. It doesn't sound like that should happen.
They had to do it during Hurricane Katrina, you may recall, and there were some issues with the EPA and Environmental Protection and DEQ at the state level. And they basically gave them a pass in that case because of the conditions, and it was essentially no other choice. But they've created structures to try to deal with that since Katrina, and now the question is, was that really necessary this time? And we got to continue to look into that, because you're right, Entergy provides power to a lot of those systems. When Entergy went down, that really taxed the Sewage and Water Board's ability to create power on its own for those systems. It's a very complicated, two different types of power at different frequency levels that make things very difficult, because the Sewage and Water Board works with a very old-fashioned type of power that Entergy doesn't provide. And what we're going to have to try to find out is, was that a power issue that forced them to do that, or was it something else? We'll have to continue to look into that, but they're saying that with generators that they provided, they're able to get that back online. Now, let's be very clear here. The Sewage and Water Board is paying for those generators. Entergy is not donating them. The Sewage and Water Board has to pay for those generators that Entergy is providing.
Were you surprised with the transparency that they said that they had to dump that? I mean, were you surprised they came out and told people and didn't just kind of not say anything?
Well, sometimes getting information from officials in these conditions is difficult, and it has been throughout this time, I have to say. But, you know, and I don't know what the process was for Jeff Adelson when he was able to get that information. So, but they acknowledge that that was the case, yes.
I did have kind of the same question Leslie had about transparency. You know, that's always a big issue when we talk about officials in the city, especially when we talk about entities like Entergy and Sewage and Water Board. Even if you just read social media, people just are not trusting, and in some cases, rightfully so, due to past experiences. How do you feel that the officials at Entergy and Sewage and Water Board are handling this as far as communicating with the public?
Well, it's been, you know, however many days it's been now, and I have to admit that I've lost count since the 29th of August. I guess it's 5 days now. It's been a constant process of trying to get information about that new power station out in the east, and there was some very confused messaging going on from Entergy at the beginning, trying to explain why they were not black starting it, meaning starting it on its own even though there was no power coming in from the outside. And we're only now, on day 5 or whatever it is, getting that clarified for people. And that's caused some people, like City Council President Helena Moreno, is very concerned about what Entergy said that system was going to be used for and what it actually ended up being used for. So you're right, you know, transparency is the key, and I know a lot of people in our area are upset that they don't feel like the transparency has been there. You may have seen that Entergy has been sending out a lot of text messages recently saying things like NOPS, meaning the New Orleans Power Station in the east that we've just been talking about, worked as intended. Well, New Orleans, Entergy New Orleans CEO at the time was in front of the city council in 2017 saying it's intended to start when we lose power from the outside world and start on its own. And that is not what happened. So we're going to be staying on them and giving you more details on that later today to try to explain why that was not the case.
I'm glad you said that. I got 9 text messages from Entergy since the storm. Yeah, I mean, it's constant. There's always an update, and you're thinking it's going to be my power's back on, or there's a timeline. They're very generic, right? We made progress yesterday on assessment. They're not really saying much.
Well, and I have to say that text that went out last night saying that the New Orleans Power Station was worked as intended came after I was asking questions specifically about that, and after Council Member Moreno posted on her Facebook page some concerns about that. So I don't know for sure that they were putting that out because of that, but the timing is certainly indicating that.
And you can imagine people are so frustrated because they are paying that extra $10 a month for this sort of insurance policy that didn't work how it was intended. Do you see with all this rates going up for Entergy and for Sewage and Water Board?
Well, if they try to do that, they would have to go before the city council, and I can tell you that some members of the city council are not happy with the way this has gone so far, and so it'll be interesting to see how that's handled.
Good.
People may remember that when they pitched this power station in New Orleans East, Entergy used paid actors. That's called astroturfing is the term for that. They used paid actors to go into the city council chambers wearing orange shirts and to say, we need this for jobs. And they were fined $5 million by the city for doing that.
Yeah, a huge controversy. Many people wanted to see them not be able to finish the plant.
Yeah.
But the city council still voted, with only one person voting against, to allow them to go ahead with that plant. That was former city council person Susan Guidry who voted against.
Yeah, we remember that debacle. Okay, so this is only the beginning here, obviously, as we wait for restoration times, but also into the investigation if there was anything that was askew here that should not have been done as it was. David Herron, thank you so much for your knowledge and your brain. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, our resident genius here at WWL-TV. All right, guys, we have been checking in on parishes, of course, all across our area. We have a new update from Lafourche Parish.
We can't overemphasize the importance of people using good common sense judgment and being patient. Being patient. If you're not skilled in the use of a chainsaw to cut a large tree, it's not going to do any more damage to stay in place until the appropriate responders can get there, and they are here. We were working on the night of the storm. We didn't wait till Monday. On Sunday night, we had trustee crews and police officers and volunteer firemen and just people in the community working to open roads. Repopulating our parish is important. You know, when people evacuate, they leave everything behind. They leave all of their memories, they leave all of their investment, they leave their life behind, and they want to get back. They want to see what's left. And that's why people choose to live in places like this. The population that we have in Lafourche Parish is a resilient, self-sufficient, generous, caring, loving population. And as you travel our parish and see people helping neighbors in recovering, you'll be surprised at the advanced pace. Right now, there are more tree branches on the shoulders of the because of people cleaning up than there was during the hurricane. We are going to be vigilant. Law enforcement is going to be vigilant in making sure that we continue to protect property. Right now, every deputy in the parish has been on double shift, so we've doubled the number of personnel. We are augmented by police officers from Calcasieu Parish, from Grant Parish, from Bossier Parish, law enforcement. We are going to have at least an additional 100 or more law enforcement presence in the parish. We are going to really be vigilant on nighttime looting opportunities. I can tell you thus far, and I'm very proud of this, our deputies had one occasion to get into a foot pursuit with someone they thought may have been looting. That person evaded them, but there was no indication that anything was taken. I've had a single call from a resident who thought someone had went onto their property, but they could not document anything missing. We're going to be out on every street. You see a deputy on every corner until this event is complete, until power is restored, and until we can reach a point to where we can start to scale back. In addition to that, because we are repopulating, because we have people from the four corners of the country, from national, local, faith-based, NGOs, Red Cross, you name it, because we have so many people coming from so many different sectors that are not familiar with the area, we're going to be handling a lot of regular calls for service. Everything from domestic violence to people having children causing problems to whatever might occur, traffic-related issues. So our deputies will be moving in a lot of different directions. I implore people to be patient and to be generous. If you pull up to a gas station right now, there's probably a line of people a mile long. It takes police officers to manage that so traffic can flow, so energy can get to the power poles to restore power, so that assessments can be done, that roofs can be repaired to protect people's property. So use patience, work with the police officers. They've been working very long hours. If they direct you to move, please don't think that's an opportunity to engage in dialogue. Just listen to what the police officer is saying. It may not make sense to you as an individual sitting in a line waiting for gas, but it makes sense on a broader scale. So I want to implore people not only to be patient and to be compliant, to also think about their neighbor. You don't have to drive up to the gas pump and fill up a 55-gallon drum of gas and totally consume that scarce resource. Take what you need, move on, so the person behind you can have an opportunity to allocate the resource. Once it becomes readily available, everyone will get it. The parish president mentioned that there are many pod sites, everything from water to ice to tarps and other things that'll be available. We'll be coordinating to try to assist in getting those commodities out as quickly as possible. Again, I would want to reiterate to the citizens of Lafourche Parish, first and foremost, that we have been here. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to augment our workforce to the levels that we need to ensure that we can protect life and property. And I want to certainly conclude by saying thank you to everyone, all of the deputies who they themselves, like the parish workers and the firemen, probably have lost property, have not talked to their families. Families have evacuated, have not yet returned. And I think we'll see some of that as well. People will return and recognize that they just don't want to sit in the heat for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, whatever it may take to get fully energized, and they may go back to some other location. Please know that with confidence, our police force, state, federal, local, are readily available to handle any challenge that comes upon us. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Good morning. I'm Chet Chasson, the Executive Director for the Greater Lafourche Port Commission, the only elected port commission in the state of Louisiana. We operate Port Fourchon and the South Lafourche Leonard Miller Jr. Airport. I can tell you that if we would have had this press conference 2 days ago, my message would have been a lot different than it is today. It's a message of hope. There are things moving around in the port today. We were able to, as of yesterday, clear roads for assessment teams to be in Port Fourchon. So assessment teams, or tenant assessment teams, are assessing the damages at their facilities and putting their things together, their different equipment and sources that they need to get their facilities cleared and back up and running as soon as possible. I can tell you as well, NOAA survey team is in the port surveying the channels. They began that yesterday morning, first thing. They have surveyed the main channels of Port Fourchon in terms of Flotation Canal, Bayou Lafourche, and Belle Pass. And as of this morning, I received notice that there are no major obstructions in those channels. They are currently doing the internal channels of Port Fourchon today, our different slips. And assuming we get really good information from that, we should have some access via waterway in and out of Port Fourchon, south of the flotation canal, into the Gulf at some point in the near future. That is excellent news, because if you understand, we have a $500 million impact to the national GDP when Port Fourchon is non-operational. We have to get things back up and moving for the energy needs of this country. We need them here, but the rest of the country needs it as well. This is when you know how important Lafourche Parish is and how important Port Fourchon is to the rest of this nation. It's important to our state, it's important to our local region, but it's critically important for the energy needs of this country, to the tunes of about 20% of the nation's oil supply. It's time for us to get moving, and we're doing everything we possibly can to do that. I can tell you, I expected the worst when I flew over Port Fourchon 2 days ago. It did not look as bad as I thought. And that's why we're able to get things up and running. There are dedicated men and women of the Port Commission, dedicated men and women in the business community that are ready to get energy needs for this country back up and running, and we're on our way to that. We also run the South Lafourche Airport. The next day after Hurricane Ida hit, the airport was operational, fueling was picked up, so helicopters and assessment teams were coming in to view things by air. That is operational, and we are in and out as quickly as possible. There have been people flying in water and tarps and things like that to put out to some of these pod sites. So we're really thankful for all of the generous contributions that people are making. Please continue to do so. We need a lot of necessities here in our community. Thank you to everyone that's been calling and sending messages and offering help. You know, we need fuel. We need things down in this area to get things back up and running. Thank you to the dedicated men and women of the Port Commission. We have our own harbor police force that works with the other law enforcement agencies, and they have been working diligently to keep things safe in and around our community, along with other agencies. That's about all I have. I want to thank everyone for their love and support and prayers. And we're going to get this thing going, and the rest of the country is going to see how important we are, and we're getting things back up and running. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Orman Otan, Chairman of Lafourche Parish Council. In addition to that, I'm the local fire chief. First off, I want to acknowledge and clearly state that our leadership from Parish President Chesson has been just amazing. I don't think anyone could have beat it in this kind of circumstances in a catastrophic event like this.
And we're going to hear more from Lafourche momentarily, but we just talked to Chet Chess on there. And when we did our Lafourche Parish takeover, I went down to Port Fourchon and just, you can't even walk around. I mean, drove around with him, and he just realized, or he just said something about how important we are. And so I pulled up some of my notes from that, and I just want to let people know, when you think of ports, you think Port of New Orleans. Right. But they are, approximately 15,000 people per month flown to offshore locations supported by them. Wow. Up to 270 vessels travel the port's channels every day. Up to 1,000 trucks per day travel in and out of the port, home to over 200 companies who operate within and utilize Port Fourchon by land, air, or water, making Port Fourchon the premier intermodal hub supporting deep water activities in the Gulf of Mexico. Wow. I didn't realize till I went out there just how much can't go on if they're in trouble and if we have a natural disaster like there.
Like right now.
Their landside facilities make up the most efficient and effective service base for the energy industry, with unmatched expertise and capability in the offshore energy supply chain. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, and it puts into perspective the impact that these bayou parishes, these coastal parishes that we're watching, how that impacts everything that we have going on down here in Louisiana. And as far as what they're facing, it's terrible, but these bayou parishes all kind of have that same story. No power in the parish, right. Water services very limited. South Lafourche Parish is very, very impacted by everything that happened with this storm. They have a boil water advisory in effect from Raceland South, and that's in place until further notice.
And a lot of people are saying you're not go into my region, you're not telling us stuff. It's because nearly all the communication is down. And you know, when Highway 1 gets flooded, you can't get in and out, really. We've had somebody down there. There's no clean water access from Raceland to South Lafourche, from Raceland South, as you mentioned, that boil water advisory. There is the 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. If you don't need to be out on the road, don't be out on the road. It's so dangerous everywhere, especially down there that was hit so hard. And we did just hear from law enforcement, and they talked about all the law enforcement from all across the state and other places coming in just to assist.
Yeah, all right. Well, we want more updates from Lafourche Parish. Take a listen to this.
From the citizens of Lafourche, I want to thank you, Parish President. You've done an outstanding job. Next thing I want to do is I want to thank all the resources that have continued to pour into our area and continue as we speak. We're very appreciative from the citizens of Lafourche Parish for what our country is sending to us to help us out. And that goes from all the different federal, state, local agencies, in addition to all the different volunteers, charity groups. Our citizens are appreciative of what you're doing for us. I also want to state, as chairman of Lafourche Parish Council, for our residents to please consider finding alternate locations from coming back into Lafourche Parish until we are fully functional with electricity. We have water issues.
Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties there. We'll get you the rest of those updates from Lafourche Parish in just a second. Thought it was interesting. One of the officials earlier was saying that they're sending out a message of hope. And Asha, we were speaking to earlier in St. John Parish, saying she's from the Atlanta area. You know, seeing people go through this devastation, she said, I'm just in awe of how many people are having this boost of energy to rebuild and to come back. And it is something every time, Leslie, in this area, we go through a storm, people are amazed at how resilient we are, but I think also how joyful we are in literally the worst of times. You see people who don't even have their homes right now finding a reason to smile.
And not only that, they have no timetable for the light at the end of the tunnel either.
Oh, yeah, no. It's just hope and joy through all of this, which of course we need to continue. And as we do that, we have to monitor the updates we're getting. And let's get back to that update from Lafourche Parish.
From the citizens of Lafourche, I want to thank you, Parish President. You've done an outstanding job. Next thing I want to do is I want to thank all the resources that have continued to pour into our area and continue as we speak. We're very appreciative from the citizens of Lafourche Parish for what our country is sending to us to help us out. And that goes from all the different federal, state, local agencies, in addition to all the different volunteers, charity groups. Our citizens are appreciative of what you're doing for us. I also want to state, as chairman of Lafourche Parish Council, for our residents to please consider finding alternate locations from coming back into Lafourche Parish until we are fully functional with electricity. We have water issues.
We do apologize. We're having some technical difficulties trying to get you this update from Lafourche Parish. We're going to continue to get this. If we don't get that sound for you on TV, we'll definitely have it available on our website at WWL-TV.com.
And we see people all over the area desperate for gas, waiting hours in line to get to the pumps. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell says she has reached out to FEMA to help with the gas shortage. She says the city's waiting on a response.
In terms of a need, one that is a reoccurring need is the access to commercial fuel. We have made this request to FEMA that would provide residents an opportunity to get fuel. That continues to be an issue, and we're pushing that every step of the way. And hopefully we will see that on the ground sooner rather than later.
We'll let you know when the city provides an update on this issue. Mayor LaToya Cantrell is expected to have a press conference later at 11:30.
And we do have another update from Louis Armstrong International Airport. A very limited amount of flights are resuming today.
According to the airport, a few Delta Airlines flights will fly as scheduled. JetBlue, Spirit, Southwest, they will resume on limited operations on Saturday.
And the New Orleans Lakefront Airport has reopened, but it got hit with major flooding during Ida. But now that water has receded and work crews have removed all the debris from the runways. New Orleans is also working to open up a limited shelter for people with critical medical needs.
State and federal agencies putting together a facility with 100 beds. It'll serve people who do have those certain medical needs, like those who require ventilators. Trash collection will pick back up in New Orleans today, but most people will not see their garbage picked up right away. It's going to be a very slow process, and one of the reasons, only about 25% of the usual workforce is available to work, Sheba.
And crews will only empty the 95-gallon city-issued trash cans. We do expect to get more information on storm debris removal in the coming days. Trash services also resume in St. Charles Parish today for residents in Ormond and Willowdale. In Jefferson Parish, trash pickup will resume Monday on a limited basis because they're also short-staffed. And then JP will start removing storm debris Monday as well. In many other parishes, garbage collection is suspended for the rest of the week, if not longer. And that's terrible to hear, Leslie, because you know in Orleans Parish we were already having a ton of delays.
Yeah, and it's so hot, and it just sits out there and gets hotter and spoils. Guys, we've made it easier to find information for your parish. Take a look at the screen. Find the number next to your parish. Once you find it, you text that number to 504-529-4444. For example, we are just hearing from Lafourche. If you're from there, you take 7 and text it to that number. And you're going to get a response with a link to specific information like road conditions, power status, and more for your specific area that you're focused on. This information also available on our app. And of course, you can always go to our website, WWL-TV.com. You can see as soon as you pull up our website, there's a rolling bar about midway down the screen where you can just click on your parish that way as well.
And earlier this morning, we spoke with U.S. Representative Troy Carter about federal relief efforts from Hurricane Ida. Here's what he had to say. He spoke with our Eric Paulson on the Eyewitness Morning News.
And we are speaking with more members of the Louisiana congressional delegation about the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Freshman Congressman Troy Carter from Louisiana's 2nd Congressional District is with us now via Zoom. Congressman Carter, thank you for joining us. First of all, and I know you toured some of the state with the governor and have seen some of the destruction. You were on the ground yesterday, I believe, in St. John or St. Charles Parish?
I actually covered the entire district from West Jefferson all the way up to Baton Rouge, all the river parishes in between. It's quite devastating to view from an aerial view and see the damage and the devastation throughout the state.
And one of the biggest complaints I'm hearing from people is, where's all the FEMA help? You know, when you see miles long lines and hours wait for gas station, why couldn't gas trucks have been put into place and just gotten down here and help out, or generators to get stores up and running so people don't have to search for food?
You know, ordinarily, Eric, we would have a lot more time to prepare for a hurricane. As you know, as it leads up, we typically have time to study the various models to determine where it might go. We have a little bit of ramp-up time. Ida didn't give us that opportunity. It came a lot faster than anyone expected. So getting ready and getting those kind of provisions in place, we're challenged. We're working, I've been in communication with the White House, and they're working on having fuel trucks expedited into Louisiana to kind of ease that pain, but we know that it is an incredible strain on people right now.
Well, we did know, and not to argue the point, but we did know a few days before that Ida was going to be a big one. The National Hurricane Center said it was likely going to be a Category 4. It was, in fact, a Category 4. And they knew that days in advance. I'm just wondering, are you happy with the FEMA response so far?
No, well, I'm not happy about not having gasoline. I mean, no one could be possibly happy about any of the things that aren't perfect. Unfortunately, some things are kind of beyond your control. You still got to get the fuel into Louisiana. So that has been about the challenge, as well as people were trying to get out of Louisiana. Listen, at the end of the day, making sure that we have power, making sure that people have fuel, it's easy enough to be angry about that, but it's also easy enough to recognize that sometimes things happen so fast that you have to work within the confines that you have.
Yeah, and the other thing people are wondering is, why can't buses be brought in to help people who want to get out, because people who do want to leave are having a hard time finding a way to get out of this town or where any other parish.
The problem with getting out right now is getting out and going where? The danger of, at this point, the reason I think the stay-at-home order now has been to stay in to be safe. They're down wires, there's still standing water. There are a lot of issues down trees that make leaving New Orleans right now challenging. So that's why the order has been to ask people to just stay put. We know it's hot, we know it's difficult, we know it's challenging, but the reality is many of those wires, although the transmission isn't going to your house, many of those wires that are down could be live. Could be activated, which could obviously cause electrocution. There's still standing water in some areas. There's trees that make it impassable. It's responsible for us to make sure that those pathways are clear enough before we can mount the kind of exit that might be more appropriate. But then we also have to have somewhere for people to go.
Yeah.
With the pandemic and all the other issues, it really makes this whole hurricane season and this event that much more difficult, dealing with a Hurricane 4, the largest that we've had since 1850, coupled with a resurgence of Delta variant and COVID, really makes for a unprecedented issue of difficulty to manage.
And as far as the electrical problems, the workers who are out there are doing magnificent yeoman's work. They're working around the clock to try and get it going. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser said that even though it's a private company, why can't the federal government pour some money in, to help out, because eventually the cost of this is going to be borne by the customers.
Well, let me tell you, at the end of the day, what I propose is that we know we have hurricanes every year. This isn't something new. Every year we have hurricanes, and we know that with climate change and the hotter it gets, the warmer the water gets, the more intense the hurricanes are. So we know next.
All right, guys, and you can watch that interview again and in its entirety on our app, WWL-TV. And we're going to hear from local and federal leaders all day today. That's right. Make sure you stick with us online and on our app. If you can watch us on TV, do it that way. Mayor LaToya Cantrell and city officials will provide an update at 11:30.
All right, enjoy.